I'm here. Boing. Alright. I'm gonna drink some water. Right? I need to take my thing. True. Medicine. Hello. I'm late. I am late because I slept. Don't be scared by G-Bus. G-Bus is good. Alright. I fell asleep. My phone didn't wake me up before we go. And then it happened that I'm here. But don't worry. We're gonna start right away from the historical event. G-Bus. So I'm gonna adjust this. Where are you, G-Bus? Browser. We're gonna turn Jill off. We're gonna turn off this. Alright, we're ready. I am here. It's okay, don't worry. Bonjour. It's gonna be okay, Giggler. It's gonna be more than okay. Alright. Now it's time for us to start with the plan. G-Bus. Here we are. So first, as I promised, right? We were supposed to do some warming up section. Maybe we will do some warming up section first. We feeling like a warm section? How is everybody? How are you? Actually getting back to learning JavaScript. And yeah, we might as well skip the warm-ups since I overslept and I'm late. I think some people were not able to wait any longer for me to arrive. You know? So let's go. Let me check one more statistic before, because I like checking statistics. And when I'm 220. Treści. Comments. Okay, still this. So do you know what is awaiting us? I'm working on some university stuff. Well, hold on to your horses because it's true. JavaScript is like a family business. My sister, well, no, my niece and my nephew are JavaScriptors. My my cousin slash sister is a JavaScriptor, and her husband programs in something else, but I don't remember what. So it's all good. It is all good. All right. We are going to react to a very special debate. A debate that is historical. An OG debate from 1965 on race between a very famous progressive James Baldwin and a very famous conservative William F. Buckley. And this is by a heavy demand from, I think, fake Alec Kyle Parker demanded this one. I think even donated for it. So we're gonna get into it now. When I start, we're gonna be starting this segment. I have to set something really quickly. Where is it? All right. Wrong thing. Oh, we have it already. Okay. Never mind then. So, as I've said before, this is a pretty historical debate from 1965. And I think it's worth reading a bit about it. And this one actually happens to have a really good description. This one happens to have a really good description about it. In the year 1965, at the University of Cambridge, two of the foremost American intellectuals were challenged with the question, has the American dream been achieved at the expense of the American N-word? I'm not gonna read the N-words in any form. Alright? I'm not gonna read. So, and also Somnia Study's gonna cut short the talking about reading. Hello, Chasardus. Alright? From William F. Buckley's highly stylized posturing and pointing to James Baldwin's melodious rhetorical flourishes and memorable scowls, what's become known as the Baldwin-Buckley debate now stands as one of the archetypal articulations of the dividing line between US progressives and conservatives on questions of race, justice, and history. Baldwin, the famed African American writer whose reputation as a progressive social critic and visionary civil rights activist has only risen to the interviewing decades, argues that the very foundation of US society is built on the dehumanization of its African American population. Meanwhile, Buckley, the leading US conservative intellectual of the period, argues that African Americans would be best served by exploiting the country's many freedoms and opportunities rather than pointing a collective finger at discriminatory structures and institutions. In both cases, their positions presage contemporary their positions presage contemporary divisive debates in the US, though one wonders whether such an event could happen in today's political environment. While usually reduced to short clips, we're just saying that the full thing is here. So we are reading, we have read this, I think we are ready to jump in. There are a lot of people in the audience. You're ready. I think I'm ready. Let's begin. Let's jump in. Without further ado, an important historical debate, an important historical event, and I'm basically living up to calling myself a history streamer for a change as we look at the historical material.
The following program is from NET.
So old school. Should all debates start like this right off the bat? We can analyze that the ring, the startup. I think all debates should start like this. True, ready spaghetti. More ready than ever, than anyone.
National Educational Television Network.
Education. We're about to get educated.
James Baldwin versus William Buckley.
Debate.
Subject: has the American dream been achieved at the expense of the American Negro? This debate will...
Wow. Well, you know what? I don't know if this debate could be had in today's world, but I can tell you one thing. After I do the drinking, which some aesthetic will cut out. My gosh, now I have to do those more consciously to not interrupt the flow of things. It's true. I'm pretty sure that the debate could not be named as it was, okay? I'm pretty sure the debate's title would absolutely not fly in today's world, alright? It does sound like a boxing match. And we're gonna analyze this match like professional sports people.
Was held recently at the Cambridge Union, Cambridge University, England, and was recorded for use by...
You could totally have this debate. I don't think you could title it like today.
NET.
Well, here we are in the debating hall of the Cambridge Union. Hundreds of undergraduates and myself waiting for what could prove one of the most exciting debates in the whole 150 years of the Union history.
Oh my gosh.
Have ever seen the
I just get reminded 150 years. Is the US really that young? Like, no matter, like, no wonder the US, when you learn the US history, you focus on really small details when you learn US history. That's basically because there's not much else to learn. If you didn't learn the super details of every single thing in US history, then you would literally run out of things to learn. Yeah, everyone's like, you can appreciate how different people sounded back then.
Union so well attended. There are undergraduates everywhere. They're on the benches, they're on the floor, they're in the galleries, and there are a lot more outside clamoring to get in. Well, the motion that has drawn this huge crowd tonight is this, that the American dream has been achieved at the expense of the American Negro. The debate will...
I can't believe that such language could just happen just like that. My gosh. I think, yeah, this person does sound slightly Monty Python-y. Chud Logic's great grandfather. I mean, maybe. Depends if he's gonna, depends if he's gonna call it all mental and excessive, and if it's a bit too much. Imagine if this person suddenly started saying, imagine if somebody said, if this person started saying, this whole debate is gonna be later cut and broadcasted by my co-worker Dickens Kingsley, otherwise known as DK, whose reputation for some reason is not good, and whom I refuse to let go. I'm not gonna be intimidated by the Leftoid Association. Thank you. This has been a technical announcement on my part. Okay, let's continue.
With two undergraduate speakers, one from each side, and then we shall have the first distinguished guest, Mr. James Baldwin, the well-known American novelist who's achieved a worldwide fame with his novel Another Country. Then opposing the motion will be Mr. William Buckley.
So, James Baldwin made a famous novel called Another Country. I guess I should shame you all by asking, has any of you heard or read this novel? Should we look it up? And the other person is William F. Buckley. Should we look up the novel? If you want me to check out the novel, Lucy nod. And if you don't want me to look up the novel, then you should react with some other emote of your choice. Let's go. This is an event, so we have to have it all covered. Are you curious about the novel Another Country? I must admit I am a bit curious. So I'm gonna wait exactly 5 seconds, and then I'm gonna decide on my own whether or not the thing is worth checking out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, nobody's doing the emotes, so I'm gonna check. Okay, a couple of people have. James Baldwin, Another Country Wiki. Another Country novel. Wikipedia. Maybe I should read it. Because I think I know what this might be about. Baldwin started writing Another Country in Greenwich Village in 1948, so soon after the war, and continued to write the novel in Paris and again in New York, despite his privately confessed reluctance to bring Another Country and finished into Yet Another Country. Baldwin completed the book in Istanbul in 1962. In 1959, amidst growing fame, Baldwin received a $12,000 grant. And keep in mind, $12,000 was a different amount of money than now. It was a different amount of money. I don't think we have to do the maths. I don't think we have to visit a page that checks how much $12,000 from 59 is right now in 2023. From the Ford Foundation to support his work on the book, Baldwin had returned to the United States in 1957, partly to cover the mounting civil rights movement led by Martin Luther King Jr. Baldwin admired King, but sought to depict relationships deeper than King's brotherly love. Yeah, 150K is a pretty nice grant to receive to write a book. Plot summary. The book plot summary. The book uses a third-person narrator who is nevertheless closely aware of the character's emotions. The first fifth of Another Country tells of the downfall of jazz drummer Rufus Scott. He begins a relationship with Leona, a white woman from the South, and introduces her to his social circle, including his closest friend, struggling novelist Vivaldo, his more successful mentor Richard, and Richard's wife. Cass initially, okay, I'm going to read this part one more time. His more successful mentor Richard and Richard's wife Cass. Initially, the relationship is frivolous, but it turns more serious as they continue to live together. Rufus becomes habitually physically abusive of Leona, and she is admitted to a mental hospital in the South. Depressed Rufus returns to Harlem and commits suicide, jumping off the George Washington Bridge. It's a very sad psychological piece. The rest of the book explores relationships between Rufus' friends, family, and acquaintances in the wake of his death. Rufus's friends cannot understand the suicide and experience some guilt over his death. Afterwards, they become closer. Vivaldo begins a relationship with Rufus's sister Ida, which is strained by racial tension and Ida's bitterness after her brother's death. Eric, an actor and Rufus's first male lover, returns to New York after years living in France, where where he met his longtime lover, yeah, wives, Eves. I'm not sure how to read this name. Eric returns to the novel's social circle, but it's calmer and more composed than most of the group. Everyone's relationships become strained in the course of the novel. Ida starts having an affair with Alice, an advertising executive who promises to help with her career as a singer. Cass, who has become lonely due to Richard's writing career, has an affair with Eric after he arrives in New York. At the novel's climax, Cass tells Richard about her affair with Eric, who in turn has a sexual encounter with Vivaldo, who himself learns about Ida's relationship with Alice. So yeah, as you can see, there's a lot here. There's a lot of relationships, there's a lot of race tension, and violence against women. Race and nationalism. Baldwin called Rufus Scott the black corpse floating in the national psyche, as well as a Christ figure, a living and dying symbol of suffering black men. Rufus's death has been described as tantamount to murder. Because Rufus is living in a predominantly racist era, his life is constantly affected by an internalized by an internalization of this racism to the point where he hates himself throughout the novel. The effects of the internalized oppression are obvious. He is sexual with any person who is white, violently sexual, because he seeks power. He feels disappointed in himself in comparison to his proud black sister Ida, and he avoids the support of his family during the last days of life. The concept of another country reflects only the return of Eric to the United States from France, but also the feelings of alienation experienced by African Americans within the United States. Another country was unique at the time in its attempt to explore race relations through romantic love instead of homosocial friendships. So there we go. Love. The relationship between Ida and Vivaldo serves as a microcosm for the relationship between African Americans and white liberals. The relationship and others, including the earlier coupling of Rufus and Leona, represent a struggle for love amidst the obstacles of race, sex, and modern society. According to Baldwin, biographer W.J. Weatherby, whether it was the central relationship between white Vivaldo and black Ida, or the accompanying bisexual affairs involving most of the other leading characters, all were intended by Baldwin to illustrate how difficult he felt real love was in contemporary American society. Facing each other without lies and perceiving the relationship realistically were much more important than which sexes were involved or how love was expressed in Baldwin's opinion. The whole racial situation, according to the novel, was basically a failure of love. That is pretty impressive, that's true. So I'm pretty I am pretty happy that we have decided to read about the book before continuing with the debate itself. Racial and sexual differences are compared and contrasted, both represented as areas of for conflict that must be addressed en route to mature love. According to some readings, this complete unity represents another country and perhaps an impossible utopia, Stephanie Dunning wrote. And we're going to read this quote. Okay, we're going to read this quote. Rufus Dev suggests that there is no black utopia, no place where he can escape the iniquities of racism. More importantly, another country suggests that we have another country suggests that we have not yet found a model for thinking outside the box that frames our discussions of interraciality and same-sex eroticisms. It suggests, more importantly, that eliminating gender and racial difference will not solve the problems of difference either. The title of the novel suggests the wish for another country, another nation in which our racial and sexual selves are imagined and defined differently, or perhaps where they are not defined at all. It is at once a question, another country illustrating the futility of national crossings, and it is a wistful fantasy, another country, a mythic, imaginary, and unattainable place where relationships are not fractured by difference. Hello, Dexmex. Dunning argues that the novel's critique of nationalism extends to black nationalism, which still relies on a fantasy of authentic and heterosexual reproduction. This is a really deep book. This is a really good book. Now I don't want to just check it out. Now I want to read it from start to finish. I think, with Otro says, I think James Baldwin has a somewhat good understanding of anti-Semitism, but a poor understanding of the Jewish American experience. This is unrelated to this novel. I was recently reading other writings by Baldwin. Well, I think that just demonstrates that certain things are complicated, right? But I think we're slowly getting there. As long as there are more and more people who live and share certain ideas, I think the other country is something that we can move towards, right? Another country, something that we can strive to achieve. We can make things slowly better and better for ourselves and for others. I do believe so. Willing ignorance. One of the most significant themes in Another Country is one's willingness to ignore parts of reality, including oneself, that one finds unpleasant or ego-dystonic. Vivaldo is perhaps the most affected by this tendency. He also partially denies his own bisexuality. He fails to fully admit his attraction to Rufus. On the night of his death, Rufus went to Vivaldo and indicated a need for sexual love, but Vivaldo pretended not to recognize this need and later felt guilty, suspecting that he might have prevented Rufus's death. He does not see that his attraction to Ida potentially mirrors his attraction to Rufus. Also, despite mounting signs that Ida is involved in a career advancing affair with the white TV producer Ellis, Vivaldo mostly denies this until the disillusioned Ida confesses to him herself in the cathartic scene near the end of the book. At the opposite end of the spectrum, after considerable youthful struggles with self-acceptance of his homosexuality due to social ostracism in his hometown in Alabama, Eric eventually becomes the novel's most honest and open character. He admits that Rufus was abusive of Leona, that he actually does not reciprocate Cass's love, and that his love of Eve's wives is genuine. This also makes him the book's calmest and most composed character. Only after a night with Eric does Vivaldo see the world more clearly and more tentative steps toward acceptance of his own bisexuality. Yeah. One moment. Most of the white characters in the book downplay or refuse to admit the racial tension surrounding them. Cass and Richard are shocked when a group of black boys beat up their sons. Ada constantly suspects Vivaldo of exploiting her because she's black and has known white men who seek out sexual relations, specifically with black women. Vivaldo refuses to admit any of this, although it is indicated that it may be true of the relationship. Professional jealousy. Richard and Vivaldo are jealous of one another as writers. Vivaldo essentially denies the value of Richard's first novel and is jealous that it is being published, while Richard is jealous of Vivaldo because Richard thinks his wife Cass sees suffering and a lack of commercial success as a sign of artistic integrity. Consequently, after Cass and Eric initiate their affair, Richard suspects she's seeing Vivaldo. Also, Ida's beginning recognition as a jazz singer causes increased tension and jealousy between her and Vivaldo. And finally, well, not finally, we have a few more sections. Black homosexual masculinity. The topics of this book are actually somehow relevant still today. This is very interesting that the topics of so long ago can be relevant in some ways to this day. In his 1968 essay, Notes on a Native Son, from his book Soul on Ice, Eldridge Cleaver denounced the concept of interracial homosexuality and in effect acted as the mouthpiece for the hegemonic narrative that framed black homosexual masculinity in America in the 1960s. He expressed not so much a discomfort with homosexuality as with the power paradigm and ultimate feminization that ensues after the physical act of black men sexually submitting to white men. It seems that many homosexuals acquiescing in this racial death wish are outraged and frustrated because in their sickness they are unable to have a baby by a white man. The cross they bear is that already bending over and touching their toes for the white man, the fruit of their miscegenation is not the little half-white offspring of their dreams, but an increase in the unwilling of their nerves, though they redouble their efforts and intake of the white man's sperm. In the eyes of Cleaver, Rufus Scott of another country, is a failure to his race because he fails to act as the referent for masculinity, sexuality, and raciality. Dunning 104. According to black nationalists of the time, the future of the black race is reliant upon reproduction. This is very interesting because it actually mirrors certain discussions that we have seen in the so-called internet political sphere. Do you remember a certain tweet about interracial relationships and race mixing? Do you remember the debate that Shark 300 had about this topic? This is all very interesting because it's not just a relic of the past that we can say, oh, things used to be so different and so much worse. This is a thing that we can read today and analyze it by comparing it to today's world. Yeah, I remember. Shark was indeed fighting against racism. And this is really, really interesting. How basically this book talks about things that were a part of discussions online. I think just last year, right? That was last year. At the first plenary conference on self-determination in 1981, a flyer read, "Homosexuality does not produce children. It does not birth new warriors for liberation. In sexually submitting to the white man, Rufus has fulfilled his own death wish, literally and figuratively, because according to Stephanie Dunning, To be both homosexual and black is to express a hatred for blackness. In this construction, to be black is to be feminized, and to be homosexual is to be castrated. Homosexuality, then, is the ultimate threat to being the man, since it presumably takes away that which makes you one, the impregnating phallus. So I assume that the attitude is similar when it comes to trans people, right? Does not birth new warriors for liberation. Very unfortunate to see right-wingers in the black liberation movement. I mean, keep in mind that there are still people like this today. Like, people like this still live and exist today and actually express similar thoughts and opinions as the ones expressed back in 1968. So Rufus is the embodiment of pervasive, oppressive nationalist viewpoint that burdened and continues to burden homosexual men of color. Rufus is by no means a proponent of the black nationalist homophobia, but instead a victim to it. In his romantic relationship with his southern white friend Eric, Rufus internalizes this concept that in receiving Eric, he is allowing Eric to dominate him. So basically, Rufus is a bottom. And yet, in another country, Baldwin professes and emphasizes. Well, it's okay. Somiostatic is gonna take care of this. Baldwin professes and empathizes that it is the vulnerability within this power paradigm in interracial same-sex relationships that will ultimately break down racial barriers in reshaping masculinity and expectations of black men in particular. We can shift the power dynamic that leads to violence and aggression in men, particularly black men, in speaking about his relationship with Rufus, Vivaldo remarks. Wow. Well, perhaps they had been afraid that if they looked too closely into one another, each would have found. He looked out of the window, feeling damp and frightened. Each would have found the abyss. Somewhere in his heart, the black boy hated the white boy because he was white. Somewhere in his heart, Vivaldo hated and feared Rufus because he was black. With this privilege as a white man, with his privilege as a white man, Vivaldo is able to step back and see homosexual sex for what it is, which is an act of vulnerability and trust, rather than dominance and submission as seen through the eyes of Rufus. Very interesting book. Reception. Another country received much attention and mixed reviews. I mean, considering its very extremely progressive and ahead of its time messaging, I'm actually not surprised that the reviews were mixed. Reviews in the black press were generally favorable. The New York Times called it a sad story brilliantly and fiercely told, and compared it to T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land as a record of spiritual desolation in modern times. Time magazine called it a failure. Norman Mailer said it was abominably written. It quickly became a bestseller. A failure, huh? A film adaptation was announced in 1964 with Tony Richardson directing and Baldwin himself writing the screenplay, though the film was never produced. The book was designated obscene in New Orleans and banned, drawing the attention of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover. What times when a book was too progressive and caught the attention of the FBI. Oh my God. Come on. In Australia, the Commonwealth Customs Department banned its import. The country's literature censorship board, while admitting Baldwin's writing had some merit, described another country as continually smeared with indecent, offensive, and dirty epithets and allusions. So basically, the moral police has decided that the book was too much ahead of its time and, too indecent. The chairman noted that some might connect the novel's depiction of race relations with current events in Australia, and bearing in mind that a complete ban might damage the country's reputation, suggested that the book be available to the serious-minded student or reader. In 1966, Alexander William Shepard, an Australian bookseller, announced his plan to publish Another Country by dint of airmailing a number of letters to Australia, each containing a number of pages from the book, and then assembling all the pages received and printing the book. He did this and the Australian ban was lifted. This is so wacky. Like the censorship on books. Baldwin inferred from the book's popularity that many more people than are willing to admit it led lives not at all unlike the lives of the people in my book. Baldwin also said that the book scared people because most don't understand it. Eldridge Cleaver had harsh words for Baldwin in his book Soul on Ice, writing that he admired Baldwin in some ways, but felt increasingly uncomfortable with his writing. Cleaver says that another country made clear why his love for Baldwin's vision had become ambivalent, and writes, oh, this is going to be interesting. I am interested to see why. Making a book. Rufus Scott, a pathetic wretch who indulged in the white man's pastime of committing suicide, who let a white homosexual fuck him in the ass, and who took a sovereign Jezebel for his woman, of all that these tortured relationships imply was the epitome of a black eunuch who has completely submitted to the white man. Yes, Rufus was a psychological freedom writer, turning the ultimate cheek, murmuring like a ghost, "You took the best, so why not take the rest?" Which is absolutely nothing to do with the way that N-words have managed to survive here in the hells of North America. The book was listed by Anthony Burgess as one of his 99 novels, the best in English since 1939. Analysis. On writing the book, Baldwin said in the New York Times book review, "I think I really helplessly model myself on jazz musicians and try to write the way they sound. I am not an intellectual, not in the dreary sense that the word is used today, and do not want to be. I am aiming at what Henry James called perception at the pitch of passion." Asked to cite literary influences, Baldwin said that Joseph Conrad, James Joyce, Fyodor Dostoevsky, and George Bernard Shaw were his models. I can sort of understand Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky was sort of like the author that really was great at depicting the everyday world and everyday people and their psychology in a way that almost you really felt the atmosphere of the places where Dostoevsky's books took place. The character of Eve's wives is connected to Baldwin's love. It's connected to Baldwin's lover, Lucien Happersberger, who made plans in 1960 to meet Baldwin in New York City. It has been argued that James Baldwin is in three characters. Rufus, as Baldwin would have turned out had he not moved to France. Eric, as Baldwin was in Paris, and Vivaldo as a writer struggling with a writer's block because of his love affairs. In the manner of Baldwin himself, Baldwin has also been identified with Ida as Rufus's advocate after death, and Richard, a writer who has become successful. The book has been described as an implicit criticism of Mater's The White N-Word and its passive romanticization of black culture. Brandon Gordon describes this critique in terms of the relationship between Vivaldo and Rufus. Mediated by Leona, Gordon writes, contrary to Vivaldo's expectations, emulating the African American's hyper-masculine sexual ethos does not ultimately enable him to fulfill the hipster's fantasy of embodied identification. He concludes that in fact Vivaldo's homosexual encounter with Eric at the end of the novel, and specifically the fact that Vivaldo is penetrated, represents a truer form of embodied identification with another. One author felt the title echoes in Christopher Marlowe's The Jew of Malta. Thou hast committed fornication, but that was in another country, and besides, the wench is dead. Alright, so we have checked out this very fascinating book that I will definitely put on my to-read list. And I'm hoping after this, all of you will do the same. Very interesting analysis. Writers often utilize their experiences as for writing. True. I'm gonna take a sip of water, and then we're going to come back to the actual event, which is the debate, because we all came here for the debate. But through this little analysis of the book, we have glimpsed into the mind of James Baldwin, the person who I don't think it's a spoiler to say we will be rooting for today. Today we will be rooting James Baldwin. When it comes to this debate from many years ago.
Cambridge University, England, and was recorded for use by NET.
Well, here we are in the debating hall of the Cambridge Union. Hundreds of undergraduates and myself waiting for what could prove one of the most exciting debates in the whole 150 years of the Union history. I don't think I've ever seen the Union so well.
I'm gonna listen to Chud Logic Jr. again, or Senior, I'm sorry, Chud Logic Senior.
Clamoring to get in. Well, the motion that has drawn this huge crowd tonight is this, that the American dream has been achieved
True.
at the expense of the American Negro. The debate will open with two undergraduate speakers, one from each side, and then we shall have the first distinguished guest, Mr. James Baldwin, the well-known American novelist who's achieved a worldwide fame with his novel Another Country. Then
This is our hero.
will be Mr. William Buckley, also an American, very well known as a conservative in the United States.
Conservative.
In the American sense, author of a book called Up from Liberalism,
Boo.
editor of the National Review, one of the early supporters of Senator Goldwater. Well, this is the setting of the debate, and at any moment now, the President will be leading in his officers and his distinguished guests. He'll take his chair, and the debate will begin.
Conservative. Boo. 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 Conservative. Boo. Imagine if all of the online debates happened like this with an audience that would clap and react. Imagine. They should have. They didn't have the guts.
The motion before the House tonight is the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. We propose to Mr. David Haycock of Pembroke College and I oppose to Mr. Jeremy Burford.
And yes, I think it goes without saying that, yes, the American dream was built at the expense of black people. And I think that this debate has not been put to rest to this very day. You know? I really genuinely feel that I have seen this debate happen many, many times on this exact topic of whether or not the American dream is built on the suffering of black people. You know? This is still being debated. A lot. Too much. Just so you know, at these debates they actually chose a winner. That is good.
Of Emmanuel College. Mr. James Baldwin will speak third. Mr. William F. Buckley Jr. will speak fourth. Mr. Haycock is the ear of the House.
I'm gonna clap as well. It's just polite. All right.
Mr. President, sir, it is the custom of the House for the first speaker in any debate to extend a formal welcome to any visitors to the House. I can honestly say, however, that it is a very great honor to be able to welcome to the House this evening Mr. William Buckley and Mr. James Baldwin. Mr. William Buckley has the reputation of possibly being the most articulate conservative in the United States of America. He was a graduate of Yale, and he first gained a reputation for himself by publishing a book entitled God and Man and Yale. Since then, he has devoted himself to the secular, and this has included Norman Mailer.
Can I take a second to just point out how different everybody sounded than now?
Kenneth Tynan, Mary McCarthy, and Fidel Castro, none of whom have come out of their confrontations unscathed.
All right.
At present, his principal occupation is editing a right-wing newspaper in the United States entitled The National Review. Mr. James Baldwin is hardly in need of introduction. His reputation, both as a novelist and as an advocate of civil rights, is international.
This is our
His
hero.
third novel, Another Country, has been published as a paperback in England today. Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Buckley are both very welcome to the House this evening.
Oh my gosh, you're right. Like, I feel like today the topic would be something like, has wokeness ruined America, or something like that. And they would have repeated the word 15 times.
Imagine, Mr. President, a society which above all values freedom and equality. A society in which artificial barriers to fulfillment and achievement are unheard of. A society in which a man may begin his life as a rail splitter and end it as president.
Interestingly enough, the wording says a man. Okay? Keep that in mind. Oh my gosh.
Society in which all men are free in every sense of the word. Free to live where they choose, free to work where they choose. Equal in the eyes of the law and every public authority, and equal in the eyes of their fellows. A society, in fact, in which intolerance and prejudice are meaningless terms. Imagine, however, Mr. President, that a condition of this utopia has been the persistent and quite deliberate exploitation of 1/9 of its inhabitants. That 1 man in 9 has been denied those rights which the rest of that society takes for granted. That 1 man in 9 does not have the chance for fulfillment or realization of his innate potentialities. That 1 man in 9 cannot promise his children a secure future and unlimited opportunities. Imagine this, Mr. President, and you have what is, in my opinion, the bitter reality of the American dream.
What an opening.
Martin Luther King had to hold a nonviolent demonstration in Selma, Alabama, in his drive to register Negro voters. By the end of the week of his demonstrations, he was able to write quite accurately in a national fundraising letter from Selma, Alabama jail, "There are more Negroes in prison with me than there are on the voting rolls. When King wrote that letter,
It's very interesting that, like, basically this debate happened during those events. Like, this is really a glimpse into the past, which actually ties into my broader project of the ghetto and the Holocaust, because the Auschwitz survivor who has given the very famous speech, the touching speech called "Do Not Be Indifferent," actually marched together with Martin Luther King. You know? The famous Jewish survivor of the Auschwitz-Birkenau who said, "Do not be indifferent," marched together with MLK. And he has called it the March of Life, as opposed to his March of Death, when he has marched from the death camp after its liberation. So these are very interesting parallels.
35 out of 32,700 Negroes in Dallas had the vote, 1% of the Dallas population. After a mass march to the courthouse, 237 Negroes, King among them, were arrested. The following day, 470 children who had deserted their classrooms to protest against King's arrest were charged with juvenile delinquency. 36 adults on the same day were charged with contempt.
Why are people laughing? This is so bizarre. This is so bizarre to me that pretty horrible things are being listed and it's being played for laughs. I mean, I think it does speak to the status quo a bit of the time.
Contempt of court for picketing the courthouse while State Circuit Court was in session. On the following day, 111 people were arrested on the same charge, despite their claim that they merely wanted to see the voting registrar. 400 students were arrested and taken to the armory, where many of them spent the night on a cold cement floor. The following day, the demonstration spread to Marion, Alabama. In Marion, Negroes outnumber whites by 11,500 to 6,000 people. And yet, only 300 are registered to vote. Negroes in Marion were anxious to test the public accommodation section of the civil rights law. They entered a drugstore, and there they were served with Coca-Cola laced with salt, and were told that hamburgers had risen to $5 each. After the arrest of 15 Negroes for
The whole voting thing is still weird to me, by the way, because the way it works here, you turn 18, you get a government-issued ID, and you're good to vote. Okay, the moment you become an adult, you are good to vote. There is no extra registering. You know? Yeah, hamburgers increased by $5. I mean, that's a big increase. Don't underestimate the increase of the burger price.
Protesting against this treatment, 700 Negroes boycotted their classes next day and marched in orderly fashion to the jail. There they sang civil rights songs until they were warned by a state trooper that they would be arrested if they sung one more song. Of course, they sang another song, and of course, all 700 were arrested. American society has felt fit to...
Wait, hold on. Did people really laugh at that? Like, I heard the laughter that was cut. Like, am I wrong? Was there a laughter here that was cut out? Like, come on.
And of course, all 700 were arrested.
I heard that start. I heard the beginning of a laugh. Come on. What the hell? What sort of an audience was this? Although I'm kind of sadly suspecting that they represented just the typical audience of that time. Yeah, maybe the audience was conservative. This is so bizarre to me. I caught it. The fact that the laughter was cut out of here.
American society has felt fit to use Negro labor. It has felt fit to use the blood of the Negro in 2 world wars. It has felt fit to listen to his music. It has felt fit to laugh at his jokes. And yet, as far as I'm concerned, it has never felt fit to give the American Negro a fair deal. And for this reason, Mr. President, I would beg leave to propose the motion that the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro.
I now call Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College to oppose the motion.
Of course, it speaks to the times, like the language that is being so haphazardly used in relation to black people.
Now have Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College, who is the first undergraduate opposing the motion.
James Baldwin is well known as one of the most vivid and articulate writers about the Negro problem in America. Mr. Baldwin had a difficult childhood, and he has personally himself suffered discrimination and ill treatment in the South of America.
Okay.
But I would like to say at this time that it is not the purpose of this side of the House to condone that in any way at all. It is not our purpose to oppose civil rights. It is our purpose to oppose this motion. And
What the?
sir, come and collect your fee afterwards.
What the hell? Wait, what?
This side of the House denies that the American dream has in any way been helped by this undoubted inequality and suffering of the Negro. We maintain
This got an applause? What's happening here? This got an applause?
in fact, it has hindered the American dream. And if there had been equality, if there had been true freedom of opportunity, the American dream would be very much more advanced than it is now. If the American dream has made any progress, and I think it has been made in spite of the suffering and inequality of the American Negro, and not because of it. Now, it is also...
This person is making a really weird argument. But because he's saying, oh, if we had equality, it would have been better. But inequality did not really, affect anything. Which is a really, factually false, okay? I can't believe people blatantly said such BS and call themselves intellectuals.
So I implied from this motion that the American dream is encouraging and worsening the suffering of the American Negro. This is emphatically not the case. The American dream, the American economic prosperity and respect for civil liberties, has been the main factor in bringing about the undoubted improvement in race relations in America in the last 20 years. And Professor Arnold Rose, who is the author of The Negro in America...
Oh, yeah. That is exactly why people had to protest. That is exactly why people had to organize marches. Oh, yeah, it's because the American dream has, improved the lives of people of color so much, right? And this is actually just the more sophisticated version of modern day conservatives' arguments about systemic racism.
America, which is perhaps the definitive work on the subject, who is also a contributor to what was called a freedom pamphlet. So I should imagine that if he has any bias at all, it is in favor of the Negro. He said that this improvement in race relations will be seen in years to come as remarkably quick. And he has put it down to three main causes. Increased industrialization and technical advance.
Well, I'm just gonna say, considering that we still have systemic racism today, I don't think it was as quick as this person had predicted. Let me just put it that way.
The increased social mobility of the American people, And the
The increased social mobility. The redlining, huh? Okay. The increased social mobility through redlining. Okay, nice. Nice.
put it to this House that industrialization and economic prosperity are two of the main ingredients of the
Okay.
American dream. And at the same time, again, I do not want to say that the Negro in America is treated fairly, but at the same time, the average per capita income of Negroes in America is exactly the same as the average per capita income of people in Great Britain. Now, I found that absolutely amazing, and I understand that. I understand.
What? I mean, I guess the laughter speaks for itself. What the hell? What the hell? Jesus. What is happening? You can already see that this is going to be an intense event. And I would like to remind you that the proper debate itself between the people that are supposed to be speaking has not begun yet.
And that some of you do as well. So I have got the reference here from the United States News and World Report of July the 22nd, 1963, in which it points out, this will have to be the last interruption I take, as time is running short.
Mr. President, on a point of information, is the Speaker talking of real income or money income?
I'm talking of money.
Oh my God.
Money income, I would not wish to disguise that. I would also say that in terms of this, there are only 5 countries in the world where the income is higher than that of the American Negro, and they do not include countries like West Germany and France and Japan. Now, there are in America 35 Negro millionaires. There are Negro 6,000 doctors and so on. Now, I do not, by saying this, wish to emphasize that the Negro is fairly treated. I merely wish to try and convey
Jesus Christ. This is so bad. Like, I don't know what to say to this. Like, and he was laughed. He was laughed at for this. It's so ridiculous that even the audience could not take it seriously. What's happening here? See, there are black millionaires.
more realistic and objective account of the situation of the Negro. I agree that there are Negroes who are very poor indeed, such as...
See, there are poor black people, but look, there are also a few millionaires. I'm just being factual. See?
Such as the old gentleman in the South who was talking about some of his wealthier brethren, and he was saying, yes, some of these rich Negroes, they put on airs, they like the bottom figure of a fraction. The bigger they try to be, the smaller they really are.
Was that supposed to be a joke? The whole the bigger they are, the smaller. What? The smaller they... I have to hear this again.
They like the bottom figure of a fraction. The bigger they try to be, the smaller they really are.
The bigger they try to be, the smaller they... Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. President, sir, in the last minute I have, that this debate is not whether civil rights should be extended to American Negroes or not. If it were, it would be a very easy motion to argue for and a very easy motion to vote for. The debate tonight concerns whether the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. That is, whether the American Negro has paid for the American dream with his suffering, or whether the American dream has furthered Negro...
I mean, I just need to say one word, actually, slavery. Enough said. Like you don't really need to say anything else. Slavery, enough said. Like, come on. You really gonna tell me that the US was not built on slave labor? Or was that just like a fanciful thing that just happened on the side and didn't affect anything. Wow, the Obama was president, so racist with gun argument was considered ridiculous back then. I mean,
Equality. And I would deny both those two precepts. I would say
My
that
God.
Negro inequality has hindered the American dream, and I would say that the American dream has been very important indeed in furthering civil rights and in furthering freedom for the American Negro. Mr.
sure.
President, I beg to oppose the motion.
There is a side chat indeed. I'm gonna link it. This is so ridiculous. Like, wow, this is going to be a doozy, and the real thing has not even started yet. I'm so glad that I even recommended this. This is a piece of history, and more people should be watching this because many people are trying to deny this today. These are just the same arguments that they use today. Oh, yeah, well, spoiler alert. James Baldwin actually wins this debate, so we're gonna see him clap, okay? Gonna see him smash that debate. So yeah, he most definitely will go debate bro and win, destroy the enemy. My God.
It is now with very great pleasure and a very great sense of honor that I call Mr. James Baldwin to speak third to this motion.
Okay, finally we get our hero, the person that we've been actually waiting for. Black people were excluded from the New Deal, so they weren't able to build up generational wealth. Yeah, like there are many aspects that contributed to the so-called American dream being built through the misery of black people. This is undeniable. To argue that that's not the case is just denial of reality. It's just, I don't know, like especially to claim such BS in the 60s was just comical. When they mentioned that Martin Luther King, they mentioned MLK's protests in this very, it like one of those, they've mentioned MLK. Like, what's going on here? I mean, conservatives denying reality is something that has not changed. It has not changed since the 60s.
Now we have Mr. James Baldwin, the
Okay,
star of the evening.
exactly. Well said. The star of the evening. This is the person that we're gonna root for. The one and only amazing writer, James Baldwin. Let's go. Let's listen.
Who has been sitting, listening attentively, getting a wonderful reception here in the Cambridge Union. Tremendous enthusiasm from all sides of the House for Mr. Baldwin.
Drinking some water.
Listening to the arguments, now will bring the voice of actual experience to the debate.
Good evening.
Why was that funny? Like, I sometimes just don't understand the reactions of the audience here. He just said good evening and that prompted a laugh. I don't know. Maybe I just don't get it.
I I find myself, not for the first time, in the position of a kind of Jeremiah. For example, I don't disagree with Mr. Burford that the inequality suffered by the American Negro population of the United States has hindered the American dream. Indeed, it
Yeah. Like, I'm gonna say this much. Those two things are actually not mutually exclusive, okay? Ah, you got racism on for like 20 minutes. Like, on one hand, the American dream was built on the suffering of black people, but let's be frank, it also made the US a far worse place than it could have been if it had equality. So those things are not even mutually exclusive statements, right? In my opinion. Like, yeah, the thing was built on black people's suffering, but also that thing is inferior to what could have been if we had actual equality. Which just makes it apparent how horrible it is, you know? Because if you think about it, if American dream was hindered by the inequality, right? Then it just means that the American dream that allowed for such inequality is pretty crappy.
has. I quarrel with some other things he has to say. The other, deeper element of a certain awkwardness I feel has to do with it has to do with one's point of view. I have to put it that way. One's sense, one's system of reality. It would seem to me the proposition before the House, if I put it that way, is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro, or the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro, is a question hideously loaded, and that one's response to that question, or one's reaction to that question, has to depend on an effect on where you find yourself in the world.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Also, as an aside, I want to say this. And maybe that's mean, but so far, all of the speakers so far sounded like little lords with heads up their asses. And so far, James Baldwin is the only person that sounds like a naturally speaking human. Maybe that's just my little bias. But I don't know. He's the only speaker that sounds like a person, like a normal speaking dude. I don't know. So weird. The rest of them sounded so pompous, and I don't know. But yeah, it does actually believe there's this saying in Polish that the situation. Every single one of them was British. Okay, we're gonna listen to how William F. Buckley will speak. I don't think William F. Buckley is British, right? Buckley is an American, right? So we're gonna hear how he speaks. That's one thing. But I'm gonna go back to the saying. There's this saying in Polish that the situation depends on where you sit, right? So it depends on your position. One person's bad situation can be another person's great situation, right? So yeah, I agree. It depends where you find yourself.
What your sense of reality is.
True. What your sense of reality is. If you're conservative, your sense of reality is very poor.
What your
True.
system of reality is.
True.
That is, it depends on assumptions which we
Right.
hold so deeply as to be scarcely aware of them. A white South African, or a Mississippi sharecropper, or a Mississippi sheriff, or a Frenchman driven out of Algeria, all have, at bottom, a system of reality which compels them to, for example, in the case of the French exile from Algeria, to defend French reasons for having ruled Algeria. The Mississippi or the Alabama sheriff, who really does believe when he's facing a Negro boy or girl that this woman, this man, this child must be insane to attack the system to which he owes his entire identity. Of course, for such a person, the proposition of which we're trying to discuss here tonight does not exist. And on the other hand, I have to speak as one of the people who've been most attacked by what we must now here call the Western or the European system of reality. What white people in the world, because the doctrine of white supremacy, I hate to say it here, comes from Europe. That's how it got to America.
Right. And it also speaks of very good points, right? Very good points. Damn. White supremacy, yeah. But it also very well speaks of the fact that we are all part of the system. We are all sort of drawn into the system without even knowing it. And I think it sort of speaks to the fact that we must fight the systems rather than the individuals, because the individuals oftentimes can even not be fully aware of the system. Right? Yeah, he did say it. But it's true. And of course, people deny it to this day.
Beneath, then, whatever one's reaction to this proposition is, has to be the question of whether or not civilizations can be considered as such equal, or whether one civilization has the right to overtake and subjugate and in fact to destroy another. Now what happens when that happens? Leaving aside all the physical facts which one can quote, leaving aside rape or murder, leaving aside the bloody catalog of oppression, which we are in one way too familiar with already, what this does to the subjugated, the most private, the most serious thing this does to the subjugated, is to destroy his sense of reality. It destroys.
Although, keep in mind that Europe has, in a way, also colonized itself, right? Like, in the case of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it was partitioned among Prussia, Russia, and Austria. So it gets a little bit complicated in that regard. That there were people within Europe that were very much subjugated and colonized themselves, and their culture was erased, or there was an attempt of erasure of culture and language and many other things.
For example, his father's authority over him. His father can no longer tell him anything because the past has disappeared, and his father has no power in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic, and in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white, and since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7, to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you.
Right. That is true.
The demoralization and the gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime, so that presently you realize you're 30 and are having a terrible time managing to trust your countrymen.
Right.
By the time you are 30, you have been through a certain kind of mill. And the most serious effect of the mill you've been through is, again, not the catalog of disaster. The policemen, the taxi drivers, the waiters, the landlady, the landlord, the banks, the insurance companies, the millions of details.
Yeah, we know very well what he's talking about. And some of those things persist to this day. Keep in mind, many, many years later, like the police, I guess, would be like the biggest example of the persistence, the systemic persistence of the problem. Yeah.
24 hours of every day which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being. It is not that. It's by that time you've begun to see it happening in your daughter or your son or your niece or your nephew. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter
from that
from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end.
Yeah.
Now, we're speaking about expense. I suppose there are several ways to address oneself to some attempt to define what that word means here. Let me put it this way.
That's a very powerful opener.
That from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor.
There we go. And before that, it wasn't cheap labor. It was slave labor. All right? Before that, it was just slave labor. Outright. So that's not even... Yeah.
I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing.
Right.
For nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave, And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record.
That's right. Although
In another way,
Although I will tell you this, the conservatives will certainly try to deny it. In fact, denying the motion that the American dream is built on the suffering of black people is directly denying that reality, right? Even though it is a matter of historical record. Like, it is the speciality of conservatives to try to deny historical reality, which, by the way, is why conservatives absolutely hate when historical reality is being taught. This is why conservatives call it part of the broader, scary label called the critical race theory. We have heard it a million times, like that the woke people try to tell us suddenly, I guess not so suddenly, that America was built on racism. The thing that now conservatives are trying to make us believe is that the notion that America was built on racism is new. When we have debates like this from 1975 readily available to watch at any time we want. This is so ridiculous. Like, the whole argument that conservatives use nowadays, that there's a new push, quote unquote, to say that America was built on racism. Like, it falls flat when you just start watching a debate like this.
And we'll get to the dream in a moment.
Right, yeah.
Is at the expense of the American Negro. You watch this in the Deep South in great relief. But not only in the Deep South. In the Deep South, you are dealing with a sheriff or a landlord or a landlady or the girl at the Western Union desk. And she doesn't know quite who she's dealing with, by which I mean that if you're not part of the town, and if you are a northern nigger, it shows in millions of ways.
It was a very, very different time, okay? I hope this is safe to, stream. I'm hoping this is a safe thing to stream, okay? I'm not saying any of it, okay? I'm not using the word. My gosh, those were very different times.
So she simply knows that it's an unknown quantity, and she wants to have nothing to do with it. So she won't talk to you. You have to wait for a while to get your telegram. Okay, we all know this. We've been through it. And by the time you get to be a man, it's very easy to deal with. But what is happening in the poor woman, the poor man's mind, is this. They've been raised to believe, and by now they helplessly believe, that no matter how terrible their lives may be, and their lives have been quite terrible, and no matter how far they fall, no matter what disaster overtakes them, they have one enormous knowledge and consolation, which is like a heavenly revelation. At least they are not black. Now, I suggest that of all the terrible things that can happen to a human being, that is one of the worst. I suggest that what has happened to white Southerners is in some ways, after all, much worse than what has happened to Negroes there. Because Sheriff Clark in Selma, Alabama, cannot be considered, no one can be dismissed as a total monster. I'm sure he loves his wife, his children. I'm sure that, he likes to get drunk. He's, after all, one's got to assume, and he is visibly a man like me. But he doesn't know what drives him to use the club, to menace with the gun, and to use
It's like this saying, right? Nobody wakes up evil.
cattle prod.
And nobody thinks of themselves as evil either.
Awful must have happened to a human being to be able to put a cattle prod against a woman's breast, for example. What happens to the woman is ghastly. What happens to the man who does it is in some ways much, much worse. This is being done, after all, not 100 years ago.
Interesting to hear the word gaslighting in a debate from 1965.
But in 1965, in a country which is blessed with what we call prosperity, a word we won't examine too closely, with a certain kind of social coherence, which calls itself a civilized nation and which espouses the notion of the freedom of the world. And it is perfectly true from the point of view now simply of an American Negro. Any American Negro watching this, no matter where he is, from the vantage point of Harlem, which is another terrible place, has to say to himself, in spite of what the government says we can't do anything about it. But those are white people being murdered in Mississippi work.
The government can do a lot about it. Yes, civilized and free USA.
Farms being carried off to jail. Those are white children running up and down the streets. The government would find some way of doing something about it. We have a civil rights bill now. We had an amendment, the 15th Amendment, nearly 100 years ago. I hate to sound again like an Old Testament prophet, but if the amendment was not honored then, I don't have any reason for believing the civil rights bill will be honored now. And after all, one's been there since before, a lot of other people got there.
Keep in mind there's also the whole situation of women around the world. That is why from the centuries, when during slavery, women actually felt that they should also fight for the freedom of the slaves, the ones that were engaged in the writing for the equality for women. Right?
Prove one's title to the land. Isn't 400 years enough? 400 years, at least 3 wars. The American
Right.
soil is full of the corpses
It is actually 3 wars if you count the Civil War. Right.
of my ancestors. Why is my freedom or my citizenship or my right to live there, how is it conceivably a question now? And I suggest further that in the same way, the moral life of Alabama sheriffs and poor Alabama ladies, white ladies, their moral lives have been destroyed by the plague called color, that the American sense of reality has been corrupted by it. At the risk of sounding excessive, what I always felt when I finally left the country, found myself abroad in other places,
Right.
and watched Americans abroad. And these are my countrymen. And I do care about them. And even if I didn't, there is something between us. We have the same shorthand. I know. When I look at a girl or a boy from Tennessee, where they came from in Tennessee, and what that means. No Englishman knows that, no Frenchman, no one in the world knows that except another black man who comes from the same place. One watches these lonely people denying the only kin they have. We talk about integration in America as though it was some great new conundrum. The problem in America is that we've been integrated for a very long time. Put me next to any African, and you will see what I mean. and my grandmother was not a rapist. What we are not facing is the results of what we've
So
done.
we're tackling basically the topic of identity, national identity, the topic of belonging to a cultural sphere, the topic of people of a shared culture having of different quote unquote races having more in common than people of the same quote unquote race living on the other side of the globe, right? And we have to also take into consideration that when black people were basically kidnapped to be slaves in the US, their whole culture was wiped, right?
What one begs the American
Which you could call a form of genocide
people to
on
do
its
for
own.
all our sakes is simply to accept our history. I was there not only as a slave, but also as a concubine. One knows the power, after all, which can be used against another person if you've got absolute power over that person. It seemed to me when I watched Americans in Europe that what they didn't know about Europeans was what they didn't know about me. They weren't trying, for example, to be nasty to the French girl or rude to the French waiter. They didn't know they hurt their feelings. They didn't have any sense that this particular woman, this particular man, though they spoke another language and had different manners and ways, was a human being. And they walked over them with the same kind of bland ignorance, condescension, charming and cheerful, with which they'd always patted me on the head and called me shine, and were upset when I was upset.
What the hell?
What is relevant about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of ever having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage.
I mean, keep in mind that people like, for example, What If Alt Hist in his videos will still basically say, treat Africa like a place without history. Like, I'm pretty sure What If Alt Hist literally said in one of his videos that Africa has been outside of history. So that is actually also a sort of mental process that has not went away. That is not something that has ended, this mentality of Africa not having a history, which is ridiculous. But yeah, this does touch upon the thing that I've just said, that the culture was purged.
About whom the less said, the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those are the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem, downtown, the world agrees. What you see is much bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy.
All the history books were just upholding the status quo, right? They were just upholding the reality in which black people were just there to serve. They did not have any history, just as was said right now.
Safe, you're not. And you go back home, And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter-image in the world, and that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way that had never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro for the first time a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color.
There are still people that do not seem to be able to grasp this reality.
To pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, that is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room, and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels.
It does.
So that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy,
We call it civility politics.
said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation.
Of course, I am happy to report that the first black president did not come about by black people being quote-unquote good.
And in spite of the Johnson landslide, is the one who's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I am a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, which has had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course, the Negroes hate it. Presently, the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto.
The ghetto.
If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply are going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men.
Yeah.
If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them.
Right.
And until that moment,
Should be
until the
unacceptable.
moment comes, when we, the Americans, we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream.
Right.
Because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
Very nice speech. Let's hear what the opponent has to say. Oh, this is gonna be something else. I'm gonna clap as well. Let's see what the opponent has to say now. Let's see.
Tremendously moving moment now. The whole of the Union standing and applauding this magnificent speech of James Baldwin. Never seen this happen before in the Union in all the years that I have known it.
Very nice.
Baldwin is smiling, obviously delighted by his reception, tremendously moved by it.
It was a pretty powerful speech, I have to admit. It was great. Let's see what the counter will be.
I am now very grateful and very pleased to be able to call on Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. to speak forth to this motion.
Conservative side of the argument.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley, who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we're gonna see some real bending of reality right now. The live chat going wild. True. And while we're at it, if you're enjoying yourself, if you think what we are watching is worthwhile, if you think we are spending our time constructively, then consider subscribing, hitting the bell, maybe becoming a Patreon, maybe subscribing here on the page, or supporting this channel in any way you can. All right. And now we return. Baldwin murdered him with the opening. Yeah. I mean, he just said the truth. He stated reality.
Eloquence and personal experience, the preceding speaker.
Haycock, Mr. Griffith, gentlemen. It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his copious literature of protest, the one that is most striking involves, in effect,
Okay.
the refusal of the American community to treat him other than as a Negro. The American community has refused to do this. The American community, almost everywhere he goes, treats him with the kind of unction, the kind of satisfaction at posturing carefully for his flagellations of our civilization, that indeed, quite properly, commands the contempt which he so eloquently showers upon us. It is impossible, in my judgment, to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to deal with him as a white man. Unless one is prepared to say to him, the fact that your skin is black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise. The fact...
It is not irrelevant. Is this the version, is this the 1965 version of color blindness? Like slavery, redlining, and many other things were clearly based, racially dictated. So it is pretty weak to say that the person's race has nothing or had nothing to do with the argument. So right off the bat, that is not a very strong thing to say, that the race has nothing to do with the argument. It clearly does.
That you sit here, as is your rhetorical device, and lay the entire weight of the Negro ordeal on your own shoulders is irrelevant to the argument that we are...
I told you. He doesn't sound like a normal human. I told you. He sounds so super villainish. Sounds like he's about to launch a missile to attack the White House, like a Bond villain.
Here to discuss the gravamen of Mr. Baldwin's charges against America are not so much that our civilization has failed him and his people, that our ideals are insufficient, but that we have no ideals. That our ideals rather are some sort of a superficial coating which we come up with at any given moment in order to justify whatever commercial and noxious experiment we are engaged in. Thus, Mr. Baldwin can write his book, The Fire Next Time, in which he threatens America. He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity for us to jettison...
Wait, what? Did he just mock the way James Baldwin spoke? I'm sorry? Wait, what? We have to hear this again. This is very weak. Like, this is a very weak opener.
For us to jettison... for us to jettison our entire civilization.
Jettison. So this is such a, I guess we call it a straw man here in these times. Like he's saying, like our civilization has no value, it's shallow, we have no values. And just listen to his fake accent. Like what?
The only thing that the white man has that the Negro should want, he said, is power. And he is treated from coast to coast in the United States with a kind as the highest. necessity.
I want to listen once more.
He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity.
Like, Baldwin made visibly a shocked face when he heard that he put on a fake accent. People actually admired Buckley. How embarrassing, right? Like, this is what's going on here. What is this? This is so weak. Like, what? He actually made fun of how he spoke. When he's the only natural sounding human in the room. Oh my God.
To jettison.
And people wanted to applaud this.
For us to jettison our entire civilization. The only thing that the white man has that the Negro...
So the only thing this person has is snark, personal insults, and we'll see what else. Nobody said anything about jettisoning the entire civilization. The basic gist of what James Baldwin had said was that the American dream was built on the hard labor of black people, and that it is time to let black people participate in the country as equals. That is basically what he said, okay? That black people are Americans and that they wish to participate in America as equal Americans. That's it. Okay? Not some jettisoning of civilizations, nonsense speak, or fake accents.
Should want, he said, is power. And he is treated from coast to coast in the United States with a kind of
Buckley doesn't choose to give way. The interrupter must, and he has done. The interrupter now set down.
Goes beyond anything that was ever expected from the most
Projection, the part about power.
I propose to pay him the honor this night of saying to him, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to speak to you without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in virtue of the fact that you are a Negro. And here we need to ask the question, what
I'm sorry.
shall we do about it?
I'm sorry, what? A person in the 60s actually tries to make an argument that black people had special protections in 1965? Is this for real? Like, I'm gonna be honest, his facial expressions are 100% justified. Like, let's listen to this again once more. Like, excuse me, special protections? Am I hearing this right?
Speak to you without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in
Surrounding protections which you are used to.
virtue of the fact that you are a Negro.
Because you're black. What? Their arguments really have not changed. What the hell? I didn't expect to hear this in the 60s of all time periods. Special protections.
And here we need to ask the question, what in fact shall we do about it, Mr. President? What shall we in America try to do, for instance, to eliminate those psychic humiliations which I join Mr. Baldwin in believing?
Oh my God, psychic humiliations. It's in the 60s, we already had the arguments that hate speech and words cannot hurt anyone because they're just words. Psychic humiliations. Okay. All right.
are the very worst aspects of this discrimination. You found it a source of considerable mirth to laugh away the statistics of my colleague, Mr. Burford. I don't think they are insignificant. They are certainly not insignificant in a world which attaches a considerable importance to material progress. It is.
Oh my God.
That 7/10 of the white income of the United States is equal to the income that is made by the average Negro. I don't think this is an irrelevant statistic, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a capitalization of $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 per job in the United States. This is a capitalization that was not created exclusively as a result of Negro travail. My great-grandparents worked too. Presumably yours worked also. I don't know of anything that has ever been created without the expense of something. All of you who hope for a diploma here are going to do that at the expense of a considerable amount of effort. And I would thank you, please not to belie the fact that a considerable amount of effort went into the
towards generational wealth.
Production of a system which grants a greater degree of material well-being to the American Negro than that is enjoyed by 95% of the other peoples of the human race. But even so, to the extent that your withering laughter.
Also, comparing the income of people all over the world is like a silly thing for an intellectual to do, because different countries have different spending power and buying power. Currencies have different power in different countries. The cost of living is different in other countries. So direct comparisons like that are ridiculous, in fact.
Suggested here that you found this a contemptible observation. I agree. I don't think it matters that there are 35 millionaires among the Negro community. If there were 20 million millionaires among the Negro community of the United States, I would still agree with you that we have a dastardly situation. But I'm asking you not to make politics as the crow flies, to use the fleeted phrase of Professor Oak.
This is weak.
But rather to consider what, in fact, is it that we Americans ought to do? What are your instructions that I'm to take back to the United States, my friend? I want to know what it is that we should do, and especially I want to know whether it is time, in fact, to abandon the American dream as it has been defined by Mr. Haycock and Mr. Burford. What, in fact, is it we ought to do, for instance, to avoid two humiliations mentioned by Mr. Baldwin as being a part of his own experience during his lifetime. At the age of 12, he was...
You know what? Like, I'm sorry to say, but the idea of what could be done were not exactly abstract in the 60s. There were very concrete, tangible steps that could have been taken in the 60s to improve the situation of black people. So it really sounds to me extremely ridiculous that this person would stand here and ask, what are we supposed to do? Like what? Like what's going on here? Like there are very concrete and tangible steps that could have been taken. Like I'm pretty sure at this point that redlining was still a thing, right? In 65. Let me check. I'm not an expert on US history. Redlining wiki. Redlining history. When was? Following a national housing conference in 1973, a group of Chicago community organizers led by the Northwest Community Organization formed to broaden the fight against disinvestment and mortgage redlining. Yeah! Like, as that speech Since that debate was happening, redlining was still a thing. So there you have your answer. This is one of the things that you can go back to the US and say that can be done. Like, what a ridiculous question. Let's see what the chat thinks about this. I'm not saying slavery is just, making like about it. These kind of people are just fundamentally weak. They don't care about actually building anything up, making anything better. They just want to feel okay about themselves. It's a fundamentally weak mindset position that these kinds of people advocate for. Yeah, absolutely. Taliesin Oberlander says, best thing Buckley contributed to American society besides publicity, publicly humiliating himself, was dropping dead. Like, he really asked the question, what are we supposed to do? Like, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Like, the expression on James Baldwin's face is 100% justified.
On reading his book, he trespassed outside.
It's unbelievable, the BS coming out of this person's mouth.
The ghetto of Harlem, and was taken by the scruff of the neck by a policeman on 42nd Street and Madison Avenue and said, here, you nigger, go back to where you belong. 15, 20 years later...
I cannot believe. What the hell? Oh.
He goes in and asks for a Scotch whiskey at the airport at Chicago, and...
We will need to... Thank you for the Tier 1 subscription. Thank you for purging the white name. But we will need to go back. Okay? We will need to go back. Yeah, like, those were different times, but they really highlighted how horrible people were. Some people were really horrible.
And asked for a Scotch whiskey at the airport at Chicago, and is told by the white barman that he is obviously underage and under the circumstances cannot be served. I know from your faces that you share with me the feeling of compassion and the feeling of outrage that this kind of thing should have happened. What, in fact, are we going to do?
Oh yeah, I can clearly see the compassion on this dude's face. On this here dude. Like, oh yeah, the timing is so precious that I could not even... The timing is so perfect that you can't make this up. Look at this person that I'm highlighting with the mouse here. Like, look at this person here. Look at him.
That this kind of thing should have happened. What, in fact, are we going to do?
Oh yeah, the smirk of compassion.
To this policeman, and what, in fact, are we going to do to this barman?
Oh yeah.
How are we going to avoid the kind of humiliations that are perpetually visited on members of a minority race?
I feel the compassion oozing of your words. There is no condescension here whatsoever.
Obviously, the first element is concern. We've got to care that it happens. We have got to do what...
Well, you're failing in that. You're failing on that front already, I can tell you.
Can to change the warp and woof of moral thought in society in such fashion as to try to make it happen less and less. Let me urge this point to you, which I can do with authority, my friends, the only thing that I can tonight. And that is to tell you that in the United States, there is a concern for the Negro problem Now, if you get up to me and say,
Oh my God, the phrasing of that. Oh my God. Mm. It hurts. Like, wow. I think even the audience found it ridiculous, the phrasing of that. Like, let's listen again. Like, the audience's reaction. This is like...
is a concern for the Negro problem. Now, if you get up to me and say,
why are they clapping for do that? I think what's most interesting about this is that I have literally talked to conservatives who had said similar things. Yeah, because they don't learn anything new. They've kept the same talking points still from 1965. The same shallow, empty, bankrupt positions.
if you get up to me and say, well, now, is there the kind of concern that we students
It is quite telling, Agent Black Dog.
Cambridge would show if the problem were our own? All I can say is I don't know. It may very well be that there has been some sort of a sunburst of moral enlightenment that has hit this community, so as to make it predictable that if you were the governors of the United States, the situation would change overnight. I'm prepared to grant this as a form of courtesy, Mr. President. But meanwhile, I'm saying to you that the engines of concern in the United States are working. The presence of Mr. Baldwin here tonight is in part a reflection of...
Though that one's more of an academic term, honest mistake. I'm gonna say this. There is this nice quote from a book that I'm reading right now. There's a very good quote. I'm gonna paraphrase it right now. It more or less says that the language that we use tells a story of a time and of the people that use a language. And even academic terms can sort of betray a thought process. All right? Keep in mind that certain things like measuring skull shapes or other racist ideas were also part of the academic language and endeavor at some point, right?
that concern. You cannot go to a university in the United States, a university in the United States presumably also governed by the Lord Spiritual, as you are, in which Mr. Baldwin is not the toast of the town. You cannot go to a university of the United States in which practically all other problems of public policy are preempted by the primary policy of concern for the Negro.
Oh, wow. So much condescension, so much patronizing. Okay. Interesting.
I challenge you to name me another civil...
Also, the whole "you're famous, so black people can't have it all that bad" is...
civilization anytime, anywhere in the history of the world, in which the problems of a minority, which have been showing considerable material and political advancement, is as much a subject of dramatic concern as it is in the United States.
I get you.
Let me just say finally, ladies and gentlemen, this. There is no instant cure for the race problem in America. And anybody who tells you that there is a charlatan and ultimately a boring man. Boring precisely because he is then speaking in the kind of abstractions that do not relate to the human experience. The trouble in America where the Negro community is concerned is a very complicated one. I urge those of you who have an actual rather than a purely ideologized interest in the problem to read the book Beyond the Melting Pot by Professor.
Oh no. Oh no. Already. Oh, it's just the ideology. I'm here just to state facts. The other side is just a bunch of ideologues.
Professor Glaser, also co-author of The Lonely Crowd, a prominent Jewish intellectual, who points to the fact that the situation in America where the Negroes are concerned is extremely complex as a result of an unfortunate conjunction of two factors. One is the
unfortunate
full efforts to perpetuate discrimination by many individual American citizens as a result
How unfortunate.
of their lack of that.
I'll take this pause to remind you that once again that the Auschwitz survivor marched with MLK.
Final and ultimate concern, which some people are truly trying to agitate the other, is as a result of the failure of the Negro community itself.
What?
To make certain exertions which were made by other minority groups during the American experience. If you can stand a statistic.
Yeah. That is because the experience of the black community was pretty unique compared to other minorities. Alright? Like, this is literally the same argument that is being made today. Nothing has changed. The conservative arguments never changed. Like, oh, it's the failure of the black community. Look at those model communities that do far better compared to black people. How come other minorities do so much better? Well, maybe it's because their circumstances were quite different. Maybe that's why. Like, and even still, like, the other minorities were also treated quite horribly, which could be a whole story of its own.
Not of my own making, let me give you one which Professor Glaser considers as relevant. He says, for instance, in 1900, there were 3,500 Negro doctors in America. In 1960, there were 3,900, an increase in 400. Is this because there were no opportunities, as has been suggested by Mr. Haycock and also by Mr. Baldwin implicitly? No, says Professor Glaser. There are a great many medical schools who are by no means practice discrimination, who are anxious to receive and to train Negro doctors. There are scholarships available to put them through, but in fact that particular energy, which he remarks was so noticeable in the Jewish community and to a certain and lesser extent in the Italian-Irish community, for some reason is not there. We should focus on the necessity to animate this particular energy, but he comes to the conclusion, which strikes me as plausible, that the people who can best do it, who can do it most effectively, are Negroes themselves. Let me conclude by reminding you, ladies.
Pull yourselves by your bootstraps. The situation of the Jewish community is not the same as of black people, historically. This, like, those comparisons are just empty.
Ladies and gentlemen,
lacking of some energy.
Where the Negro is concerned, the danger, as far as I can see at this moment, is that they will seek to reach out for some sort of radical solutions on the basis of which the true problem is obscured. They have done a great deal to focus on the fact of white discrimination against the Negroes. They have done a great deal to agitate a moral concern, but where, in fact, do they go now? They seem to be slipping, if you will read carefully, for instance, the words of Mr. Bayard Rustin, towards some sort of a Procrustean formulation which ends up less urging the advancement of the Negro than the regression of the white people.
What?
14 times.
Oh my God, is this for real? Anti-white racism argument in 1965, we are getting the anti-white racism argument. It's the black people that are the real racist argument. Oh my God. The white people are the most oppressed people after all. Oh my God.
In New York City, born of Negroes are illegitimate as of whites. This is a problem. How shall we address it? By seeking out laws that encourage illegitimacy in white people? This, unfortunately, tends to be the rhetorical momentum that some of their arguments...
This is the whole black people don't want equality, they want privilege.
...are taking.
One thing you might do, Mr. Buckley, is let them vote in Mississippi.
I agree. I agree.
Uh-oh.
I couldn't agree with you more, and for...
Yeah, this is so ridiculous that people just laughed. Like, what can we do? Well, how about letting us vote? I couldn't agree with you more.
Except, lest I appear too ingratiating, which is hardly my objective here tonight, I think actually what is wrong in Mississippi, sir, is not that not enough Negroes are voting, but that too many white people are voting.
Was this supposed to be funny? Oh my God.
Booker T. Washington said... Booker T. Washington said that the important thing where Negroes are concerned is not that they hold public office, but that they be prepared to hold public office. Not that they vote, but that they be prepared to vote. What are we going to do with the Negroes, having taught the Negroes in Mississippi to despise Barnett? Ross Barnett, shall we then teach them to emulate their cousins in Harlem and adore Adam Clayton Powell, Jr.? It is much more complicated, sir, than simply the question of giving them the vote. If I were myself...
Yes, black people are not fit to vote just yet. It's more complicated. Yeah, I saw the racist literacy tests for black people that they had to take before voting. I saw those. They were ridiculous. Wow, he got really thrown off his game by the surprise comment, yeah.
Constituent of the community of Mississippi at this moment, what I would do is vote to lift the standards of the vote so as to disqualify 65% of the white people who are presently voting.
Are you for real? Was this person really respected? Like, is this for real? Wow.
Not simply to give the...
This gets applause? People clap to this? 1965 was a wild, wild time when a dude can just smugly go and say, we should just take away the right to vote away from 65% of people, and people are like, I can't believe what I'm hearing. What's going on? What is happening? How does this get applause? Jesus Christ.
I say then that what we need is a considerable amount of frankness that acknowledges that there are two sets of difficulties. The difficulties of the white person who acts as white people and brown people and black people do all over the world to protect their own vested interests, who have, as all of the races in the entire world have, and suffer from a kind of a racial narcissism.
What?
which tends always to convert every contingency into such a way as to maximize their own power, that, yes, we must do.
This is such projection that I can't even believe. Like, I've never had bigger projection in my entire life than the sentence that was just said. Mask off moment. Oh yeah, everybody's just... Oh yeah, like...
But we must also reach through to the Negro people and tell them that their best chances are in a mobile society. And the most mobile society in the world today, my friends, is the United States of America.
Oh yeah, especially with the redlining. That was still a thing at the time of this person speaking. Great. So much mobility. Mobility is a problem discussed today, many, many years later. What are you talking about?
The most mobile society of the United States, in the world is the United States of America, and it is precisely that mobility which will give opportunities to the Negroes which they must be encouraged to take. But they must not, in the course of their...
Pull yourselves by your bootstraps.
Ordeal, be encouraged to adopt the kind of cynicism, the kind of despair, the kind of iconoclasm that is urged upon them by Mr. Baldwin in his recent works.
Oh my God. We are hearing the 1965 version of "You just want to be the victim." James Baldwin just wants you to be the victim. We're hearing the 1965 version of that. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. The arguments really don't change, do they?
Because of one thing, I can tell you, I believe with absolute authority, that where the United States is concerned, if it ever becomes a confrontation between a continuation of our own sort of idealism, the private stock of which, granted, like most people in the world, we tend to lavish only every now and then on public enterprises, reserving it so often for our own irritations and pleasures. But the fundamental friend of the Negro people in the United States is the good nature, and is the generosity, and is the good wishes, is the decency, the fundamental decency that do lie at the reserves of the spirit of the American people. These
oh, for sure.
At. And under no circumstances must they be laughed at, and under no circumstances must America be addressed and told that the only alternative to the status quo is to overthrow that civilization which we consider to be the faith of our fathers.
Nobody talked about toppling civilizations. This is like a nonsense argument.
Indeed, of your fathers. This is what must animate whatever meliorism must come, because if it does finally come to a confrontation, a radical confrontation between giving up what we understand to be the best features of the American way of life, which at that level is indistinguishable, so far as I can see, from the European way of life, then we will fight the issue. And we will fight the issue not only in the Cambridge Union, but we will fight it as you were once recently called to do on beaches and on hills and on mountains and on landing grounds. And we will be convinced that just as you won the war against a particular threat to civilization, you were nevertheless waging a war in favor of and for the benefit of Germans, your own enemies, just as we are convinced that if it should ever come to that kind of a confrontation, our own determination to win the struggle will be a determination to wage a war not only for whites, but also for Negroes.
I can't believe this. I can't believe what I just heard. And this got applause as well. Oh my God.
Will the tellers take their places, please?
All right.
They voted in favor of the motion being that the American dream is at the expense of the Negro. They voted in favor of that motion 544 persons and against 164 persons.
Ooh.
Carried by 380 votes, I declare the House to stand adjourned.
Ooh, oh no. So embarrassing. Such a crushing victory by James Baldwin. Ooh. Oh, what happened? What happened? Well, I think at least this vote speaks to some sort of sense that the people voting had. Very nice. James Baldwin has won and was absolutely deserved victory, considering the amount of amazing things James Baldwin has said, as opposed to a lot of nonsense that William F. Buckley has said. Boom. Exactly. And with that said, if you've enjoyed this segment, press like, ring the bell, subscribe, do comment under this video. This is a video that I would like you to comment. Tell me if you think that the conservative arguments have changed much from 1965. And also consider supporting this channel in any way you can. Thank you. So this segment is over. And now we have a little bit of a choice. Okay? We have a little bit of a choice. And I will present you this choice, and then I will go to the toilet, okay? We can straight away jump into a second debate of tonight. We have a debate, we have an interview, or we can play some Resident Evil. The choice is yours as I go to the toilet. Thank you for $10, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Thank you very much. See if you have written a... That was a great segment. Thank you so much. That was a great idea. I would love to watch more things like this. That was definitely really. So, as I've said before, this is a pretty... Okay. Let me see something. So, I think that was a really good idea to look over this. I'm gonna look around and find more things like this. Right now I'm really living up to the being a history streamer, because we have literally visited history. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go to the toilet, and in the meantime, you decide which of the three things you want to happen now. I am back. I saw that someone said something nice. Let me see. Let me check some things. Hello. Debate. Hello, Bluestone. Hello, hello. Allah. Like, Dylan is not a debate. Dylan is gonna be a interview. Alright? The Dylan thing is not gonna be a debate. It's gonna be an interview. So, yeah, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Also, don't worry. I'm not gonna run out because those are just topics for today. We have tons of topics, tons of things that will be. Plus, I will be including We All Love Dylan here. Dylan is doing great work in Ukraine. By free, do you mean Resident Evil? Resident Evil. So far, Resident Evil is winning, which is interesting. Okay, we might do some Resident Evil. And then we're gonna jump into either the Dylan interview or the debate. Welcome to the side chat of Bluestone. We're doing a little bit of a thing before we jump into the next thing. And of course, I highly encourage you to support this channel in any way you can. Before we jump into the next thing, which is probably gonna be Resident Evil. I'm going to tell you that I plan to add a lot more pre-made videos when it comes to the channel's repertoire. So what I'm working on is a Holodomor related video. That's one video that I'm working on. And the second video that I'm working on is a video on the Roma people and the question of, is the nomadic lifestyle over? Is the nomadic lifestyle a thing? Is it sustainable? Well, you'll see from the video. It will be like an original OG video, not something done on stream. So look forward to those things. There will be some content that will be a bit more scripted out. Also, I'm gonna give the most priority to the project of making a video that will explain what the ghettos were, the Jewish ghettos, how they functioned, and a short history of the Warsaw Jewish ghetto. So these are like the three major projects that I'm working on to deliver as essays, I guess. There's one more on gender affirming care. Alright, so I guess for now we're gonna play some Resident Evil. I'm gonna play 1 or maybe 2 hours of Resident Evil, and then we're gonna jump into either the debate or the interview. I'm gonna tell you now, the debate is wild. It is the wildest event of today. Okay? A debate is going to be the wildest event of today. Hands down. So, between the debate if you wish to see something that's if you want to see something that's more, how should I put it, educational, more well thought through, if you want to learn something, then we should do the interview. If you want to be bewildered and marvel at how ridiculous people can be, then you should choose for us to do the debate. It depends on what your mood is. What are you in the mood for? Are you in the mood to learn? Then we do the interview of Dylan Burns. If you're in the mood for some ridiculousness, then I've got a very special debate for you. Those are your choices. These are your choices for today. The debate is more drama bait. Well, not bait, more drama like the topic is pretty serious, but I would argue that it's being debated by a pretty unserious person. And then you have the interview, which is top notch. So the choice is yours. It is really a matter of also, if one of you could try donating to see if the notifications that I have turned back on are working well. I would be swell. Wait, hold on. I think some of the things are not turned on. Jill. Donate some gold. There you go. Oh, the echo will be back. So, if anyone wants to donate and check it out, then you know, I will be happy. We can leave this here. And this here. All right, let's go. Evil snakes. Wait, there are? Wait, hold on, they are? Which ones? Wait, really? Are they going off? Okay. Oh my gosh. You scared me. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh no. You know what? You should donate. Oh my gosh. You should donate. It's just $5. Oh my god. I can't believe you. I cannot believe you. Also, we have a duck cake. With Votro, you can use the duck cake. W. I have drawn one. Especially for you. Yeah. Which is why it's worth to have a subscription. The ammo disc. This is why it's worth to have a subscription. Type D, true. Oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna change it to KD. That's actually a good idea. That is a good idea. I almost ran into a hole. KD. Yes, that's a good idea. Your recommendation has been heard and will be implemented. We're almost at the end of the game. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I've made a mistake. Wait, does Demon Mom also have a KD? KD. Vampire Hunter D. Actually, how do I open up the option to be rated and to rate others? Okay, we got the Doom book. Two medals. Pedal to the metal. Yes, we're out of here. I have both the medals. That's right. Oh. I know President Sunday can raid me. I might be able to be interested in doing that, yeah. And then on next stream we'll be starting our favorite Resident Evil, which is Resident Evil 2. Okay, let's get in. I'm ready. I think I'm gonna do an experiment because I have a feeling that in the last Tyrant fight you don't actually have to fight, you just have to avoid them. I'm gonna do the easy route and take the gun. Which I've just stopped using at some point. Where's the gun? I've got a lot of rounds. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's enough. Alright. We don't need to save ammo because the pistol is useless against anyone that is not a zombie. Although technically speaking I did defeat the Tyrant using only a pistol once. I saw a clip on Twitter of Xander Hall shooting a pistol at the range, and I commented that he looks like a Resident Evil character. When I look at a pistol and people shooting a pistol, I guess I just think of Resident Evil characters. Because Xander Hall even had the same, you know, kickback. Oh wait, we have 3? We only need 3. We have all of them now. We have all of the discs. We've got all of the discs now. How many discs do you need? 4? I think 4, right? Not just 3, right? 4. Wait, I've got already all of them? We're gonna check it now. It's free. It's free. Ada Wong. We have already read this as Jill. Push the switch. What was the password again? No, we have all 3. Like, what was the password here? You're just gonna give me the password. We've already done this once. I just don't remember. I think it was Mole. I think the password was Mole. Unless it's different for Chris. Oh. Okay. Umbrella. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Once again. Okay, now I know. Oh my gosh. It's John, Ada, and Denmal. John. Ada. Oh yeah, keep reinforcing that Chris is really slow with his super slow typing. Well done, Capcom. Well done. People say that this game is sexist towards Jill when it's actually sexist towards Chris. This game does rule. We should purge your white name. I thought Jill typed faster, even if slightly. I honestly thought Jill typed faster. Time to look at Wesker. Wait, I have to check something. There's no code thing here, right? No, I don't think so. What do you mean? I love these characters. Are they gonna respond anyway? There should be a code thing here. Maybe. umbrella, doggy, shark, weird cartoon creature, tyrant, Wesker, always with sunglasses. They sound like depressed dudes. Sad whales, they do. They do sound like sad people. I don't know. I always took the serious moments seriously. Because I can immerse myself. More than you. More than anyone. You want a really wacky game? In which it's hard to take things seriously? If you want, we can play Dino Crisis next. You wanna play Dino Crisis? Because we will. Have to show you Dino Crisis. I swear. You're spoiled by Resident Evil. Even the first one with its wacky voice acting. Dino Crisis is very much a game. It's not hardly a game at all. Dino Crisis is just Resident Evil but with dinosaurs. It plays identically to Resident Evil. Oh, Laser Suit Larry. Oh, plumbers don't wear ties. Oh, I know that one. I've actually played the adventure games before, the point and clicking. The adventure games in which you had to type manually all of the commands. Open door. Enter. As a small child, I got stuck. Because I didn't know how to enter a taxi. And I played with a walkthrough, and the walkthrough said enter. So I pressed enter. Many times I pressed enter, nothing happened. And then it turned out that you had to type in enter and then confirm. Also with enter. A bit. And I also saw the Spoony Experiment playthrough of Phantasmagoria 2. And I saw the recent interview with the actor that played the protagonist of Phantasmagoria 2. I saw it all. Phantasmagoria 1, A Puzzle of Flesh. Actually, believe it or not, infamously, Phantasmagoria, A Puzzle of Flesh contains a sexual assault scene. Because I think I do believe you played this game as a woman, the first Phantasmagoria game. And basically the protagonist gets assaulted by her husband sometime in the game. So the first Phantasmagoria has that scene in it. Of marital sexual assault. Here's hoping that I will do this correctly this time. Here's hoping that no gas will leak this time. No gas was harmed in making this video game. Rain clean. What? What's happening here? We're having a nice fun stream here. Okay, we're gonna I have so many things planned for today. It's amazing. Amazing stream, okay? So tell all of your gigglers about it. Tell your giggler friends that Lucy is doing the thing. The meme. The memaroo. One of the objectives of we might play it, so best not spoil. I think it should be okay now. It's not okay. Or maybe it is. Not lose hope. Okay, I think it's okay. I actually think it's okay. Oh my gosh. Is it not okay? It's not okay. Oh, this game. This is the worst puzzle in the game. Phantasmagoria, A Puzzle of Flesh was its subtitle. Actually, when I was little, I remember the game being taken quite seriously. I remember the game not being memed on at all when it was new. It actually received pretty good reviews in magazines. So the game sort of became a meme with time, but it wasn't always a meme. It wasn't always a funny meme. Yeah, actually did. It wasn't always just clowned on. Reviewers praised the whole live action graphics, etc. Why can't I push the box anymore? What? Wow. Oh, that's a glitch if I ever... That's a glitch if I ever saw one in a game. Yeah, well, you know. Aiming was a little bit different. True. But Spoonie did make a funny series about playing Phantasmagoria 2. I mean, let me put it this way. If the game was a total meme, it would not have received a sequel. I bet the gas will release now. Wait. That's not a thing with Chris? Wait. This puzzle is not a thing with Chris? Did I just waste time? Did I waste time or did I mess up the puzzle? I don't get it. Did I mess it up? Or is this just not a thing you do with Chris? Can someone tell me if I'm wasting time here? Someone tell me if I should try doing this or keep trying doing this. Or is this just a waste of time? Is Chris too big? No one here knows? Does nobody know? I've got some Resident Evil experts here. Doesn't anybody know if I'm wasting time with this puzzle? Wait, so how did I screw it up? Wait, hold on. How did I mess it up then? Is it bugged? Oh my god, did I screw it up again? Screwed it up again, didn't I? I hate this puzzle. I hate this puzzle so much. I think I'm messing up with this one, actually. Almost pressed the gas. The infamous puzzle at the end of the game. Should be okay now. If the gas will get released, I will be very angry at Capcom for its BS. There's a non-zero chance that it will. But you know, I risk it for the biscuit. Or whatever is in that other room. No gas. Wow. Wait, what? just said I couldn't do it. Oh my gosh. What a game. What a game. Oh my god. Oh, I'm still fine. I guess Chris is pretty tough. Tough customer. Ooh. I guess I can save now. We're about to beat the game. Amazing. Okay, we're gonna use the codes. Oh my gosh. Ugly bastardo. I think I should have taken the shotgun for here. Yeah. It's a good thing that I saved. I'm just gonna take a shotgun here. For a second there I was gonna like, nah, I'm not gonna save. I'm just gonna push it till the end. But I wised up. Save whenever you can is the motto of the evening.
Resident Evil.
GG. World of Survival Horror. The World of Survival Horror. tortoise shells. How many have I got? Okay. I was worried there for a second. Wait, I have to take an herb as well. Now we're okay. Oh no. I hate you. I hate you like Obi-Wan Kenobi hates sand and stuff. I hate it and stuff. I have enough ammo for Tyrant, I guess is the question. Yeah. Anakin. I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and I have not withheld your son, your only son. I see. I see. Fiction book. Facts. Facts and logic. Facts and logic. Shot logic. Only one more. Let's go, Grace. Oh no. Ugly bastard. It's okay, I've got herbs. I've got the herbs. The herbal medicine. I should have just shot him. Oh, okay. Actually, for this, I think the pistol is okay. I think the pistol will be fine here. You know what? We might as well clean house. What the? Are you kidding me? This game is full of these weirdly annoying things. Okay, where is the... Oh my god. What's so annoying? What the hell? Worst of all are these enemies. I should have taken some extra healing for this. Am I in danger? Damn, I'm in caution mode. Should get out of here. For now, regroup. Okay, real regrouping. Oh my gosh. True. Do consider. Do consider. Do consider giving the ducky some love. Hello, Ginger Snaps back. We're about to beat Resident Evil 1. Also, you've missed one heck of a segment. You have missed one heck of a segment. But don't worry, because you've come just in time. Oh my gosh. Okay. Three of those. You've made it just in time for a different amazing segment. There you go. Next. Might be a waste of ammo, but you know, you annoyed me. a spicy one. It was a debate from 1965 about race. In a way, it was spicy because it shows that conservatives have not refined their argument since 1965. Which is a bit embarrassing. Jill?
Jill!
Jill!
Chris, Wesker, he is... I know. Shoot, it doesn't open. Look, Jill, wait here. I'll save you.
I know.
Hey, I'll wait.
Jesus. Wait. Where's Rebecca? I just remembered she existed. True. You do survive it. I just remembered Rebecca existed. Where is she? Look, Jill. Is there a reason why this enemy keeps respawning? True. So I encourage you to catch the segment when it becomes, well, its own video, because I think it's worth making the debate into its own video, especially since it sort of justifies me calling myself a historical streamer all the time. Finally, we did some history on stream. Literal history. Okay. One more time. Okay. I hate these enemies. What the? Whoa. I was talking to you. I encourage you to watch it when it becomes like a video. They're gargoyles slash monkeys. We're gonna save. Okay, I'm using the spray because we don't care. I'm gonna save. It's actually we've got. Actually, I don't need to use the spray. You can save. Will you use the ink ribbon? Yes. Where is it? Yeah. No, those are not the hunters. The hunters are more annoying. Okay, now we can go to the elevator. I use the magnum. The hunters were a bit bigger and green.
Rebecca, you're safe.
I saw you in the garden.
Oh my gosh.
I caught up with you at last.
Well, I'm glad you're all right.
What the?
Don't go out alone.
Yes, sir.
Welp. Oh my gosh. The little. Yes, sir. She has a different personality from Zero. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Chris, as my subordinate, you have wonderful talent.
Oh my gosh.
I would never work for a company like Umbrella. And Wesker, you were formerly with Umbrella.
What do you mean?
And Wesker.
When have you been an Umbrella agent? And a traitor to the stars?
Since I was born.
You're wrong. I was formerly with Umbrella, yes. But now I'm prepared to face anything. Even getting rid of you vigilante stars.
What?
Now, the worst possible situation has occurred. The failure of the experiment created a virus, a biological weapon, polluting the entire lab.
This makes no this dialogue.
Happened with the tyrant virus. I lost some of my STARS team members because of it.
You killed them with your own hands. Did you kill Enrico?
Really?
This dialogue makes no sense.
like this.
Rebecca!
Don't move. If you do, I'll kill you. Chris, I have something to show you. Now, walk.
Oh my gosh, this dialogue is so disjointed and nonsensical. I don't know what to say. Really? Rebecca is like me. Really? Oh, hi, Mark. At least it's not the nonsensical scenario like with, you know, Barry.
This?
That's right. This is the ultimate life form. Tyrant.
Wesker has the most hitters.
Chris? Stop it.
Wesker, you're pitiful.
What the hell?
This is your savior? You say this failure is your savior?
What?
You can make sure yourself whether Tyrant is a failure or not.
What is this dialogue? I swear. What the hell? This is just silly. Nobody mocks my Tyrant. Why are you just standing here?
Go to hell.
What?
Join you too. What? Don't come this way! No!
Don't come this way! Oh my gosh.
You can't kill me!
What the hell? You can't kill me. I swear this game. Oh, no, 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 no. I wonder which playthrough is canon, by the way. Wesker getting skewered or Wesker escaping in Jill's playthrough? Which is canon? Also, I'd like to note that Wesker dies. Tyrant kills Wesker, but only injures. But only injures Barry. Is Barry stronger than Wesker? This is so wacky. Like, it turns out that Barry is stronger than Wesker. Isn't Tyrant the OG? Man in the coat from the second game? One Tyrant was the man in the coat from the second game.
Wow!
Ha! It seems like this bulletproof jacket is pretty strong.
I see.
Oh my god.
How about Captain West?
He is sleeping with the ultimate failure. Hurry up. I want to get out of here.
Oh, wait. There's no alarm? That's different.
Excuse me, Chris.
What, Rebecca?
I saw a research file in this lab. It said that a great deal of research on the Tyrant virus exists right here. We should blow this place up.
We are already into it over our heads. Rebecca, can you do it?
Oh my god.
I'll set off a triggering system for a bomb.
Okay. Now we have a chance to escape. See you outside the house.
Wait. We didn't have a chance of escaping without blowing this place up? As always, the dialogue is not very coherent. Okay. I'm going to make a save. Alright. I will save the game now. I will also take a green herb and use it on myself if I have any. I don't have any. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. At least unlike with Jill, I have a save here. Okay. Might as well take something else instead. The spray. I do have sprays. I might not have herbs, but I do have sprays. Let's go save Jill, I guess. You have made a green text and I have no idea how.
Jill! Sorry for making you wait.
Chris! I knew I could trust you.
I see.
Let's go. There's no need to stay.
No, I want to stay. My gosh.
Let's get going.
Why did my weapon de-equip? Of course I got hit. One last time. Oh, thanks, Jill. Thanks, Jill, for not clearing the way for me.
Let's get going.
Do I have to fight the tyrant the second time, or do I have to just run away from him till the timer goes off? That's not my question.
This is Brad. I have a fuel shortage. Okay, this is the last try. If somebody's alive,
Okay. Okay. The fact that this game does this to you. I wonder. You know what? I might do something shameless.
There is 3 minutes until explosion. I made it!
I cannot.
Triggering system to the bomb!
Great! Rebecca, Brad's up in the helicopter.
Look at those monsters!
Let me take care of them. But Chris, get in contact with Brad right away.
Okay.
Oh boy. The worst part of the whole game is now. Are you kidding me? This game.
Chris, use it! Destroy the monsters with it!
I hate this game. I hate this game! Okay. Ah. This is a stressful moment each time. I don't really hate this game. It went so much better than last time as well. We've done it. Yoink. And with that, we're done with Resident Evil 1. Why did he make that weird head gesture to a person that's sleeping? Why would you nod like that to someone who's sleeping? Who does that? All right, we've done it. Wait, that was a scene? I don't remember this being in the game. True, like a TV show. Gotta save the game first. Chris looks like the protagonist of Shenmue in here. What a tough... What? It's okay. I think this deserves a special celebration. And by that I mean, consider donating. Hey Jill, that resident looks evil. True. Okay, we can now look at the thing that we have been given. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my gosh. But it's okay, it's done by the Japanese Beethoven. Beethoven. Oh my gosh. What the hell? First one's for free, and for the second one, you need to donate. Oh my gosh. Also, if you want evil, I'm gonna show you evil. Japanese Beethoven. What do you want? What do you want? Almost expected the Final Fantasy theme to kick in like da 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 da. Then I remember this is Resident Evil, not Final Fantasy. right, we're done for now. And yeah, now we're getting into the new segment. If you thought that this was evil, wait till I show you a certain debate. Do I have a thing for you? Okay? Do I have a segment for you? Duck, or rather Lucy Hyper, if you know who Lav is. Do you know who Lav is? Do you know a person called Lav? I want to see some Hyperinos. Also, I changed the Keck name. Oh yes, that's right, Lav. You do know Lav. Well, as it turns out, Lav has had a debate. A debate about gender. Lav is a person that has assisted Mr. Girl in writing his famous, or infamous rather, article / book / report on Destiny. So, since she is a giant transphobe, she has had a whole debate about gender. We're gonna take a look at it. So, should I say, I expect a lot of donos throughout this, because this is gonna be pain.
What
This
the
is
fuck
gonna
is gender dysphoria?
There you go. You've already seen a taste. Okay, you've already gotten a taste of the pain. I press this button. And then, so, to recap, we have two people here. One is Tomfoolery, a person to whom I have reacted before. I have reacted to Child Logic reacting to this person. And this person Tomfoolery did not like my coverage very much, and he came to the comments and he actually did a whole, I think he gave a whole little fragment of his own stream to me. He dedicated part of his stream to me, to criticizing my coverage of him. And we have, in the other corner, we have Lav, the infamous person who is in a strange father-daughter relationship with Mr. Girl, and together they have written a report / book / article about Destiny. And of course, she's a giant transphobe. So there we go. There we have it. And also, she's a sex worker that hates all sex workers and all sex work. It's a whole thing. Let us start. I have this background. Now we can begin.
What the fuck is gender dysphoria?
Well,
I
so
don't think it's real. I'm not crazy.
Well,
None of my views
I'm saying
are
there
even
are extremes on both.
There you go. I'm not crazy. None of my views are even that extreme, she says as she weirdly laughs. So this is basically the sort of debate that we're gonna be looking at here. This is the sort of like the level that we're operating on.
Sides, and I would say that yes,
I
to
don't
say
even
that
think that
gender
my views are
dysphoria doesn't even
extreme.
exist. You don't think that that's
Nobody thinks that they're like. I'm gonna be frank here. I'm gonna be quite honest. I don't think Lav's views are extreme either. If there's anything extreme going on here, it's that her views are extremely stupid. But apart from that, not really extreme.
extreme to say it doesn't even exist? Our understanding of most
I think
mental
it's a
illnesses.
debate. I think it's a debate whether or not BPD exists
See,
or
you
not.
keep
And there's
saying
all.
in
Oh yeah. There's a debate apparently on whether or not bipolar disorder exists.
their soul, and I
Because-
don't care about the soul.
Okay. That's a debate. So as you can see, yeah, bipolar disorder is a debate. I have no clue who has that debate. I have no clue whatsoever. But it's a debate. There you have it.
So much. I'm talking about biological characteristics. See, you say actually, and that's what I'm saying is what you are communicating is what is actual. That is the thing. What you communicate is what it actually means.
You are still supposed to, or not supposed to, but
That's-
of the nature.
That is what you're saying. You're saying you
Of the
ought to
nature.
have this thing, and therefore
The nature of the nature. Coherent as always.
or what follows.
How many people watch this? 715. And okay, why does it say hashtag destiny? Why is destiny roped into this?
is that they would create eggs.
That is a biological reality.
This is just cope. This is pure cope.
No, you
Lab.
don't
It is
understand this
pure-
for some reason,
I
and it's
understand what you're
crazy.
saying, but it means that you're just inconsistent on your definition. That's all
That's
that
not
means.
inconsistent.
Do I call you lab or female?
I mean, she's not very smart, so I don't expect any sort of consistency from Lav. Yeah, desperate. Desperate is right.
You can call me whatever. My name's Leah, or you can call me
Leah.
Lav, or Femoid. Yeah, you can call me anything. Femoid, Femroid. People have been calling me Femeroid. That one's pretty good.
Femeroid?
Yeah.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I like it though.
Okay, so I wanted
Awkward.
to talk to you about gender because I get
Insert-
talked about talking about gender.
Insert awkward laughter. Why are people so insistent on discussing topics with people that have no clue what they're talking about? Why is this a thing always? Like, it was the same thing with that person we've covered yesterday that was talking about also trans issues, interestingly enough. I'm not expecting anything better than what we got from that guy yesterday.
For probably like 6 months now, maybe.
Yeah.
Ever since I think you talked to Destiny about it one time, and then I tried reaching out
Yeah.
afterwards. So
My thoughts have changed a lot since then.
Okay.
Since I talked to Steven about it, like a lot.
Yeah, I've noticed.
I used to think that non-binary like wasn't valid and that all the other ones were, and now I think that
And now you think that none are, basically. That is you just became a full-on transphobe.
No, I think that no trans identity is valid except for non-binary.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's a complete 180.
Okay. Well, then, do you mind if I ask you some
Amazing.
questions?
Totally. Let's
and
do
then
it.
we can kind of figure out where we want to go from there.
Totally.
Okay. So,
Does love have clout and influence? Does love have clout and influence? Does she have a YouTube? Let me see. Let's see if she has a YouTube. I don't think she does have a YouTube. That's not 180. That's gibberish. Well, that is what she does. Gibberish is what she does. Wait, there's that big chat delay now?
so is gender a thing?
What does a thing mean? Like, does gender, like, should we give gender merit? No. Does have?
Okay. It's basically just brainless.
Has gender existed in the zeitgeist? Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god. Zeitgeist, the other word that people don't know how to use, that should be banned because people abuse it. Another one of those words. Another one of those words that illiterate people like Lav use to sound smarter. Wow. Well, sorry to say that I cannot do much about it currently. Let me check something. Okay, I think I know what's happening. But yeah.
So you mean like it exists as some sort of social construct that just probably shouldn't?
Yes.
Okay.
Social constructs bad. Social constructs should not exist. Well, I'm sorry to say they do. They do exist. Cope.
Or at least not in the framing that it is now. I think that if gender is going to exist, it ought to mean something like masculine or feminine for the time being, and it should
for the time being
never mean woman or man.
Okay. So yeah, I'll go ahead, so that it's not just like so one-sided, I'll go ahead and tell you what my answers are to these as well. I don't think we can like abolish gender. I think that it's something that's fairly innate within us, and so I think that it.
So as you can see, we're not really rooting for anyone in particular here, but from those two, Lav here is by far worse. Because she's a full-on transphobe.
It's not like I think it's pretty hardcore attached to our sex. So that's okay. So then that you kind of answered my next question, which was, does gender attach to the word woman or man?
I think that it ought to not.
Yeah, because that's because Lav here has no idea what those things mean, or pretends not to. One of those two things.
Certain things like when it comes to things that directly correlate with biology, sure. Like if you are more maternal and you are someone who has a uterus, it would make sense for maternal to be a gendered experience, right?
No, it actually makes no sense at all. What do you mean by maternal? Like, it actually makes no sense at all, no.
More so than like...
It's biological essentialism, basically.
Maternal and you are someone who has...
It's basically like biological essentialism. Which is strange because we have decoupled sex from gender to begin with. Yeah, it's basically the return to the world before the 19th century.
It ought to not. Besides, certain things like when it comes to things that directly correlate with biology, sure. Like if you are more maternal and you are someone who has a uterus, it would...
What does it mean to be more maternal? This is an empty phrase, especially considering that the taking care of children in many countries was actually left to the man. Bet you probably didn't know that, because women were considered unfit to raise children.
It makes sense for maternal to be a gendered experience, right?
No, wrong. Not right.
So then your sexual counterpart, the male sexual counterpart. But I still don't think that means that
the male sexual counterpart.
It doesn't make you any more woman-like to be a man who experiences something maternal. Spoon, I will kill you. Don't tell Zone.
So basically, it's biological essentialism.
Yeah, I'm about to kill my dog.
Also, the moment the uterus transplant will become a thing, that argument falls flat on its face right away. It meant nothing, literally.
Okay.
It was a bunch of nothing, that's right. It's classic Lav. Maybe that's why Mr. Girls reported such a colossal failure, because she's one of the primary contributors to the piece. The sexual concept of a woman isn't necessarily a woman.
Let's see. And then, is there an internal experience of gender?
No. At least not what we think of as gender today. I think that there's an internal experience of your personality.
Okay.
But I don't believe that it's gender.
So then what is gender?
I believe
gender is reproduction. That's her definition, basically. She already gave it through that little explanation a few seconds ago.
I believe that gender was supposed to be a social science that talked about it was supposed to study this experience that we have of a soul, basically. It's old religious scientists trying to understand if we have soul connections, if they're related to our biology, and so on. And then John Money basically used it as a tool to assert that women actually liked being in the kitchen and liked being subservient to men, and that was just there.
This is what happens when illiterate people try to explain certain things. Because no, what about all the women who fought for women's rights that in their writings wanted to separate the biology from the social norms, social expectations, and behavior? What about those?
Gender. It was just their internal experience. It was just sort of, I believe it's sort of.
This is what happens when dishonest, illiterate people want to weaponize certain things.
Like a psyop. Like, I don't think that.
Or a psyop. I think love is a psyop, to be honest. Like, it's interesting that she skips literal hundred of years of women thinkers that wrote about the gender in their works about equality between men and women, and jumped straight to John Money to basically frame gender as the thing that was just created to make women think that they do like being in the kitchen, and that it's just an internal feeling. Really honest interpretation of the facts. This is really good faith interpretation of what the science of gender is.
I think it's not a direct science. It's there's no empiric.
It's an indirect science, right? It's not a direct science. It's an indirect science.
Way to prove gender. It's sort of just like a theory. It's a theology.
It's a theology. Okay. So as you can see, as I'm demonstrating here, this person is pretty brainless. It's just a theory, bruh. Even though a theory is basically fact.
That implies a soul, and it should be completely thrown out within secular science.
Oh, of course.
Oh yeah, I said that I would answer them too. So
I could use that. I could basically apply this to anything. Can you prove empirically that we have a personality? No. So I guess it's a theology, and we should just throw it out the window.
So, like the way that I think of gender is there are differences between males and females, and gender is the way that we categorize those differences within masculinity and femininity. And that some of those differences are like biologically, like they're biological differences because of like chromosomes or gametes or.
Of course, tomfoolery is not doing any better here. Sex and gender are two very different things. Alright? Most, like, outside of reproduction that they fetishize here, most, if not all, social behaviors are learned. Most of them are learned. And don't even give me that argument of Jordan Peterson that in Scandinavian countries, where the sexes or genders have most freedom, they just default to their traditional roles. That's because people of various genders have been indoctrinated for centuries to perform certain roles. So of course, if you're gonna just leave them to their devices, they're gonna default to the easiest thing, aka the status quo. There are certain psychological barriers to undoing hundreds of years of enforced behavior. Is she a flat earther as well? I would not be surprised.
Whatever. And then some of them are like socially constructed things that are just like pushed onto us, like whether or not you wear a dress or carry a purse or, you know, stuff like that. But over time, they're just patterns that we've recognized that are more common from one sex than the other. And
Sure.
so
And you think that you think that that's innate?
I'm sorry, no? What?
Oh,
And you think
more common from stuff like that, but over time they're just patterns that we've recognized that are more common from one sex than the other.
They're not just patterns that we have observed. Those are things that have been actively enforced on the genders. No, they're not just things that have been neutrally observed. This is just ridiculous.
And
Sure.
so the
And
I
you
would
think
say-
that you think that that's innate?
I would say that some of it is innate. Yes, I think that like
How much of it would you say?
I don't think that I can say how much. I don't think that like so one of the things that I study is communication differences. And I feel like it's pretty obvious that men and women both not only communicate differently, but the way that they process what the other person is saying is very different as well.
It's not obvious, actually. It is not obvious at all. It actually varies heavily from culture to culture. So no, it is not obvious at all.
And so if that's the case, it seems to be that there are very different ways in the way that we think of information, that we intake data. And
no, this is what happens exactly as I said before. This is what happens when the illiterate want to discuss topics that have no clue about. So what? I guess then gender is different across cultures, countries, because people in different countries also communicate differently and process information differently because of how the language works, etc. Ridiculous.
the way that we like process it and externalize it as well.
Sure.
So I think this would be a good place to start. Is like, yeah,
What would not be a good place to start? That's actually a pretty bad place to start.
What is gender and how do we categorize it? Is that okay?
Sure.
So I guess by that logic, a cis woman who communicates and processes information more like a quote unquote man is less of a woman by that logic.
Yeah, to what you were just saying, I think that I think most of it is socialization. I think most of what gender is imposed on us. I think most of what gender is are gender roles, and I think that most progressive people would say that they were against gender roles, but all of a sudden, when you put the backing of, if people don't get to experience these gender roles, they're going to kill themselves. There's like this whole new gravity to the situation, which otherwise is sort of just like up in the air.
Oh. See, this is like used to push a little bit of a transphobic nudge. If they don't experience these gender roles, they will kill themselves. Wait, but transitioning is not just a social role. You do transform your biology through transitioning. Also, the suicide thing is not exactly about not experiencing the gender role. It's about not being accepted as who you are.
Like we have so many more questions than we do answers about gender, And as a theology, I think it's great to understand and to talk about.
Another brainless argument. The classic, the thing that I don't like is a religion.
But yeah, overall, I just think that I wonder how.
Oh yeah, a theology. X thing I don't like is a religion.
Is going to divulge into, I don't know, like.
I know you don't know. We all know at this point that you don't know.
No, I'm known for being pretty transphobic these days, so.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that I don't know if you're streaming this on Twitch, but I'd be weary.
I am not streaming on Twitch. I am also banned on Twitch. So.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Good,
because I got banned from Twitch for 2 weeks for saying that woman wasn't a feeling. So, and that's it. Didn't even call anyone a tranny. Didn't do any of that.
You're assuming that, right? The Twitch
should
doesn't tell you why you got banned, but you're
No, they
assuming
do.
that was the statement.
They do.
Good. You should be also banned from YouTube. Like your daddy, Mr. Girl. Oh yeah, you call him daddy. This is pretty pathetic. Transphobe do gender abolition dirty. True. Like, the moment medicine solves being able to grow organs, to transplant uteruses, the TERF argument falls apart, falls flat on its face.
Really? They didn't tell
Yeah.
me.
Oh, I wonder if you.
They didn't tell Max.
broke-
They didn't tell Steven. They didn't tell any of us.
Oh, they said it was like hate towards a community or
Well,
something.
okay, yes, they tell you like what it is
Yeah.
that you violated, but they don't tell you what you did or said.
Oh, I know the direct moment. I was streaming with Irrelevant and we were talking about gender, and then right after I got banned, his whole chat lit up with like, "We got the transphobe." So I think I probably have a better guess.
I mean, you are the transphobe.
Okay, so you mentioned John Money. I think that the story of John Money. See, I also don't believe in like self-ID. I think that it's a ridiculous thing and it doesn't make sense.
I know you don't believe it. And you don't think it makes sense because you're too stupid to understand it, quite frankly. But it's okay.
But I think the story that John Money gives us is a story.
You think Lav will debate Vosh? No. No, I don't think so. I think she's far too cowardly to do that. I think she's too much of a coward to debate Vosh on things like gender. Because I think she knows perfectly well that she'd just embarrass herself if she tried to debate Vosh on gender. She doesn't. She doesn't believe in transmedicalism.
Of somebody who isn't what we would call trans, isn't like a person who, like the kid who had the problems with their genitals, they end up being treated as a girl and develop gender dysphoria because they're not being treated as the gender that they actually are. And so it's a story that shows us that it's not just people who have the mental illness gender dysphoria, but it's anybody who is not being treated as the gender that they are internally. They will experience gender dysphoria afterwards.
Sure. Well, I would go.
We will get the whole take of saying that dysphoria is not a thing.
I think there are a couple things going on, especially with John Money's experience. I think that one thing is that we know John Money was unethical in his practices.
That's irrelevant. That is not irrelevant to the findings. You know? Yeah, he was unethical. It proves both of what these people say wrong. Yeah.
We know that his controls were kind of rubbish, and we know that also he like made these children basically touch each other and engage in sexual activity with each other, which would traumatize anyone. So saying that it's just this gender treatment that made this child grow up to kill themselves or grow up to be depressed, I think is.
I want to be clear. That's not what I'm saying.
Sure, I'm just saying it's so hard to. I take every experiment that John Money did with a complete grain of salt because I just don't.
A complete grain of salt, as opposed to a partial grain of salt.
I just think that his practices were completely unethical, and they also, like I said, had like poor controls. So there's not any way to know that that's for sure what was going on.
Yeah,
I don't know. When we talk about how many children.
Well, I don't believe anything you say until you prove it in some way.
When we talk about children, especially with gender, I think it's also important to bring up how many children believe that they are gender nonconforming.
Oh, the sudden explosion of children that claim to be trans, the social contagion. That's right. That's right.
And I don't know. You're probably familiar with how many with the controversial.
The poor little girls.
Studies about how many children desist from being trans.
Yeah, the controversial study that has nothing to do with being trans, but has everything to do with being gender non-conforming. The study that you're misrepresenting here, and that we have all heard a million times about. That study. That's right.
Yes,
as they age.
This is actually where I was getting ready to go.
There is no such thing as a complete grain of salt. That's not a thing. You just take something with a grain of salt. Okay? Because it's small.
Is that
yeah.
Current desist rates is one thing, and I think that it's a good thing that we have those high desist rates because it means that like our processes are working to make sure that somebody.
Well, those aren't our
dysphoric.
desist rates. So our desist rates are actually a study just released last year in November, I believe, where they tested where they tracked youth over 5 years, and 80% of those, or more than 80% of those kids over 5 years, did not desist in America, but that's only a 5-year span. So when you think about
but they did it very differently. Like the way that they calculated whether or not you desisted was very different from the first one that you mentioned. They were automatically thought to have gender dysphoria just by going and seeking the treatment.
Well, so
and
this
one did not see it that way.
Yes, well, that's another thing that we have to talk about.
Yeah, we do have to address the elephant in the room. The horrible, horrible elephant in the room of Lav being an idiot and not knowing how to read studies. We indeed need to address this elephant in the room. She just mindlessly reads those and doesn't differentiate between methodology, what groups are tested, etc.
What the fuck is gender dysphoria?
Well,
I don't think it's real.
Oh, wait, no, we're not gonna talk about the real thing. We're gonna talk about Lav's imaginary thing. Alright? Okay. We're not gonna talk about the fact that Lav just misrepresents studies. We're gonna talk about her dismissal of gender dysphoria. Alright.
Well, so that's where I was going with the John Money story. The kid. So you're right on like the fact that like it was a horribly unethical treatment. That everything that happened with John Money was horrible. I do not stand this guy at all. Yeah. But we have testimony from both the parents and the doctors and other people around that the kid who we're talking about had a strong preference for masculine things and a strong rejection for feminine things. And these are kind of like these are kind of the things that we would use to see if somebody has gender dysphoria, and that kid still like ticked off every box that we would use these days to decide whether or not someone.
I'm gonna use your cow. You're gonna be the official scientist of the pond. Also, Lav, don't even try to be serious at this point.
Has it.
I just think that a lot of kids are gender nonconforming, though, and I would say that there are a lot of. I mean, this kid could have grown up to be gay, right? Like that's a lot of what like the gay.
There's a difference between a trans child and a gender non-conforming child. And the doctors know this difference. Thank you.
Gays against, the LGB who are against the whole like trans
LGB
movement are very much like, yeah, I was this person. I rejected everything I was supposed to do, and most gender nonconforming kids grow up to be gay. So I don't know. I just
yeah, because not all gender non-conforming kids are trans, and nobody says that all gender non-conforming kids are trans.
don't know if we would have known if that one boy grew up to be. I don't
David
know.
Reimer, I believe he died like at 27 or something like that, didn't he? So he did grow up. We know who he turned into.
Yes, I think.
You don't think ever.
I just think it's so many things though, because I think especially with emphasis on your gender, it's just gonna fuck you up. I just like I said, the control's not there. Like this kid was in therapy being, monitored by professionals, psychiatrists, his parents even under a microscope, which would give any kid a complex about anything.
Yep, sexual attraction and gender are two different things, that's right. But then again, keep in mind that to this person, gender equals reproductive function.
Which is why I'm like, I think a better control if we were to do an experiment with like something like this would just be to let the kid without being under a microscope just exist. But obviously I don't know if that's ethical.
Okay.
Based on how we understand it, it doesn't seem as though the therapy and asking them questions would actually change it. But I guess based on like the way you think about it, that might make a big difference. So,
you're not qualified to talk on this, Lav. I'm not even sure why you're trying to.
So I guess what I was trying to say is that the kid.
What I found is that her sources. Or that she made it the quack up. Oh yeah.
Even yes, we have high desist rates, yes, we have desist rates that I think is like a testament to having good processes to make sure that somebody doesn't have dysphoria before they start medically transitioning.
Well, America doesn't, but the Nordic model is better for sure.
I will say there's few states that are that.
What do you mean better? You're just a transphobe. You don't like either. Don't try to say now the Nordic model is better. You don't like any model.
Have a bad system. So like California.
All the models are equally bad to you because you're a transphobe.
Sucks. Like they are horrible and they
Oregon's
have
the worst.
Really big problems. But we only have like a 1% detransition rate afterwards. And so
this is another thing. I gotta push on this because
I've got my intuition that says that it's not true.
People say that, but also we know for a fact that the people who are going into these clinics are not being kept up with. So this is all self-reports for people who are trans activists, for people who are, doing all these things. If you go on the detransitioner Reddit page,
you'll see millions of detransitioners.
Mm-hmm. There's 100,000 of detransitioners.
No, not just detransitioners. Like, interestingly enough, very loose with quote-unquote data when it comes to this. Not just detransitioners register to detransition sites. You're on this site. Are you a detransitioner? No.
Doesn't make sense with the amount of.
You're just stupid.
detransitioners we have in these self-report studies. Like,
But
it just,
this is
it doesn't make sense. Every
8,000
day on
people.
Twitter, every day on YouTube, every week you look up detransitioner. Some other woman is coming forward saying, I got hormones too early. I'm not actually a man. I mean, it's happening at such alarming rates. I don't trust these
Oh
numbers.
yeah.
I just don't trust
Oh yeah. It's happening in such big numbers that I cannot demonstrate in any way. So I don't trust the official data because I've got my common sense. TM. Don't more than over 50% retransition back. Don't worry about that, okay?
these numbers.
It's
And
over
I
8,000
know that
people.
that's
That's
a
a
little
lot.
conspiratorial.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah. Most of what you say is either conspiratorial or stupid, so we're used to it. You don't have to say that it's conspiratorial. We know it's conspiratorial.
We don't have a lot of trans people. 8,000 people in this one study getting their self-reports. What else are they supposed to do? Go check and see if they actually look different than what we would imagine if they didn't detransition?
No, I would say that it should be, by law, you should have to keep up with your patients, and not just because a lot of people just go
by law
to the clinic, get their hormones or get their top surgery, and then never talk to these doctors again, like ever.
Sure, but that's very different as to whether or not we believe they detransitioned, right?
But we
do
don't
think it's a
know
good
whether or
idea
not
for
they
them.
did.
Well, we would only know by asking them, right? Like
Sure,
a
and you can
third-party
ask.
polling.
You can ask on Twitter, and you can ask through Reddit. And there, are, like I said,
Millions. There are millions of detransitioners. There are more detransitioner than there are trans and cis people combined.
this 1% doesn't make any fucking sense if on Reddit there are literally tens of thousands of detransitioners that are like, I'm from America.
Tens of
I don't
millions.
know what the fuck happened to me. So
There are millions of detransitioners. Billions. I think most people living on Earth today are the detransitioners.
it's not like I just
I would
think that
agree
these
with you if
numbers
there was
are.
only one group that they got it from, but
I don't think it's most trans people. Sure, I don't think it's.
Like,
Let me clarify that I don't think it's
I don't think it's most. I just think it's 95%.
most trans people who detransition. But I do think it is. I think I'd probably say if I
95%. And it's a generous estimate.
had to estimate, it's closer to 15-20% of people,
Oh
trans
my
people.
goodness. Do you have any thing to, substantiate that? No, of course not. That's a silly question. Of course, there's nothing. This person has nothing, of course.
And I think I think less for males. Males tend to detransition less.
Males.
I think that females detransition more. That's what we see, at least in the trends.
On the trends. Okay. Your anecdotal trends.
Of people who are coming forward opposing these things.
Opposing these
And
things.
it's usually young women, and it's usually young women with autism. But yeah, I just don't believe these numbers. I think
the
it's
autism.
usually not conspiratorial.
The autism makes people trans.
But
I'm usually not conspiratorial, says the person that is the main contributor to Mr. Girl's article/book again about Destiny. Okay. All right. Lav is definitely usually not conspiratorial. Definitely not conspiratorial.
I just think this whole thing's a psyop for some agenda, and I don't know what it is. But
you
I mean, I've talked.
Oh, it's all a psyop. Okay. For some agenda.
really hard for me
I
to
know more
engage with you.
detransitioners. Sure.
I know millions of detransitioners personally.
this if like I can't actually use the numbers that are there, and we just have to like assume that there might be some like ooga booga numbers out there somewhere that we just don't see.
Sure. I completely understand that.
So basically what he's trying to say in a very particular way is substantiate your claim. Somehow, give us anything. Throw us a bone.
I think it's important to acknowledge that it could not be accurate.
I agree with that, and I'm like totally open. So this is one of the frustrations that
we should. This is one of this is very slimy language, okay? You know, we should be open to the fact that that this data might be inaccurate. And by inaccurate, I mean it's not 1%, but more like 20. You know, little inaccuracies like 19%.
That I have with trans activists is they feel like we found the solution and that's it, and like we're good. And I like if we found something else that was actually better at like relieving dysphoria, then I would be totally cool with that, and that would be the new thing that we should advocate for. And
I really love to hear what cis people are cool with when it comes to trans people. It's the best feeling in the world when a cis person says, yeah, if we found this other thing, I think I'd be cool in allowing trans people to use that other thing. Yeah. How benevolent of you.
And like the treatments for dysphoria have changed over and over throughout history, and this is
such an empty statement, and it's not even true. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by treatments for dysphoria have changed over and over throughout history? Can you give any examples of what you mean by that? Any at all?
Is the very new thing that we're using for dysphoric people, and so I'm totally
what is the very new thing?
Really open to this being
gender affirming
transitioning.
Care?
Yes, gender affirming.
What do you mean by new? What? What do you mean by new, and what do you mean? What were the methods before?
Actually, this has actually been the standard since the 1920s, so it's not very new.
It's pretty embarrassing when Lav, of all people, has to tell you that this stuff is not very new. I guess tomfoolery is from the school of Stephen Banel II.
The standard, the standard, like the APA.
Well, he got stumped because they're both equally as sharp.
Has only recently used this as the standard. The like American organizations, major medical organizations have only recently started.
The procedure is not new.
This as a standard, like since like the 50s, I want to say.
I think now it's in diagnostic toolbooks, sure. But before this, before anyone had written any diagnostic toolbook on transgenderism, because it was such a small group.
Transgenderism. Transgenderism.
Group. It had always been since the 1920s. I mean, you watched the movie.
I think the plague of our world is the cisgenderism.
The Danish Girl, which is actually based on a real trans woman. And, you know, in the UK, they were in the late 1800s to the early 1900s doing this, giving women breasts and trying to invert penises. And no one has ever really, I mean, there's been small sects of the community who've tried to do like conversion therapy, of course. But I think overall, this has really been like a scientific marvel. And they really have tried to be like, I think most people are trying to also prove like if the soul exists. So they're like, okay, if you really are a woman in your soul, whatever the fuck that means, let's give you a vagina. And this has sort of been the standard.
A soul? actually most historically soul was believed to be sexless actually. My god, the cisgenderism is just too much for me.
Of care is just sort of trying to alleviate symptoms of dysphoria. Although gender affirming care as a diagnostic tool patented is a little new, yes.
Yeah, again, I want to be clear. I'm not talking about a soul. I think there's biological differences between
Well, you
males
have
and
to be.
females
You have to
that
be
make us
talking
think
about a
differently.
soul when you think about when people talk about gender or gender ideology. You have to be talking about a soul.
No, you don't. Are you an idiot? No, you don't. What do you even mean by that? You absolutely do not have to talk about a soul. This is what I say, that this person is not very smart. You do not have to talk about a soul to talk about gender.
Because I don't think that anyone would disagree with you. Any normal person with an IQ above 110.
Oh, wait. I got this. I've got a thing for this. One moment, please. Sorry to interrupt the program, but I've actually have a very nice thing prepared for opportunities just like this, okay? Very where is it? It's in here somewhere. One moment. It'll be worth it, okay? And besides homeostatics, editing magic is gonna, pull us through this crisis. I've got something for this. There you go. I found it. I have found it. Let us hear again what she's saying. Okay, so one more time from the top. Vosh called this the other day. Conservatives think the soul is gendered. You could magically change someone's chromosomes, and conservatives would still believe the person is their assigned gender. Okay, let's take this one more time from the top.
Ideology, you have to be talking about a soul. Because I don't think that anyone would disagree with you. Any normal person with an IQ above 110 would disagree with you that there are certain things that evolutionarily women would have traits of more commonly.
Any normal person with an IQ above 110 would agree. Wait, what have we got here? Appeal to belief. The suggestion that since most reasonable people within your group believe something, you should believe it too. Also, an appeal to common practice when regarding something everyone does, or an appeal to expertise when regarding experts making a value claim on subjective terms, signaled by phrases like ask anyone, everyone knows, any reasonable person would, it's obvious that, etc. Or any person with an IQ above 110.
Right? Like being maternal or being more even empathetic. I know that
being maternal, whatever that means, to tell the truth.
our hormones, we smell more, we see more colors, we
Okay.
feel more. There are those things that are like, they are innate.
Oh. Let us see. Let me see. Let me see. There's like some people say it's basically one of those conspiracy things.
And they are evolutionary. Or the same thing with a man. He's more strong, more brute force, more compartmentalized in the brain. We know that these things
Compartmentalized in the brain. I see.
are true.
Mhm.
But every personality or every gender expression plots completely normal distribution on a bell curve. So when people talk to me about gender and they explain gender as like, well, I want to wear a dress and makeup and I've always liked shoes and you're a man, I'm like, okay, just be a man who likes these things.
Nobody explains gender like that. Nobody does.
Just be a feminine man.
Yeah.
There's no utility, and quite the opposite from a feminist perspective, to say that
Utility is another word that is banned, okay? I don't know who introduced the word utility into the internet discussion, but the word should be banned. Okay? People say there is no utility when they just want to sound smart.
liking those things or to having a feminine personality makes you a woman.
Yeah, but you're talking about something different when you're talking about whether or not gendered expectations are an okay thing versus whether or not gender is a biological thing. Those are two very different things, right?
Sure, but when people talk about gender, they're not talking about biological things. They're not talking about the innate things that are in our brain or our
I just want to
bodies.
be clear again. I don't care really what people are talking about. This is something that I've studied for a very long time. I sent you my document on it. I've got a lot of information. I've got a lot of sources there. And
oh yeah. Sure, I believe that Tom Fuller has studied this in depth.
Anybody who's watching, if you guys want,
I trust.
Description, I've got the document in the description that you can look at. But it is, I understand that there are crazies on both sides of this.
We might check it out one day.
To be the crazy on the other side from the trans activists, right? And so I'm trying to.
I'm not crazy.
Yes, you are.
None of my views
I'm
are
saying there
even
are extremes on both sides, and I would say that yes,
I
to
don't
say
even
that
think that
gender
my views are
dysphoria doesn't even
extreme.
exist. You don't think that that's extreme to say it doesn't even exist?
No, we have no empirical data to show that it does exist. I'm
Well,
taking a completely rational point in which I am.
We have no empirical data that shows that consciousness is a real thing. Does that make consciousness fake? No, it does not.
Believe science and I trust scientists and I know that we have proved none of this and we don't know what the fuck it's doing. We don't know where any of this really comes from other than an ideology from a couple of men.
We could easily also, again, very conveniently sidestepping literature coming from women literally across centuries writing about gender. But that's great. Ignore them. Being the feminist that you are. Only men wrote about gender. It's an ideology of men. Sure. Some feminist you are. Why does the gender abolitionist want to enforce one's assigned gender? This always happens with those people. You are a man on an essential level. Also, I think gender is fake. True. She's just not very smart.
I think that I'm taking a completely rational standpoint. I think the extreme position would be to believe any of this at all.
True. Let's apply it to consciousness as well. It's just a made up thing, probably from some man. Let's just reject it. Consciousness does not exist. Thank you. That's the rational position.
So
We have no empirical data.
We have no empirical data on consciousness, you know?
Exist because this is similar to how we come to our understanding of most
I
mental
think it's
illnesses.
a debate. I think it's a debate whether or not BPD exists. I think, well, personally, I think it's more complex trauma. And I think.
Oh, yeah. The expert in the field of psychiatry and psychology laugh here. Like, nobody cares what you think on these matters, to be honest. I have no qualifications to be speaking on this.
That it's a modern day hysteria diagnosis. That's what I believe. But I'm
Oh. Hysteria. Okay.
not a scientist, so that's in my very humble opinion.
Yeah. You're not a scientist, and your opinion is not very humble. You're not a humble person.
Read about this.
Do you feel the same way about most mental illnesses?
Well, we know that social sciences aren't exact sciences, so
of course.
Yeah, so I would say that, I don't believe
It's one of those brainlets that say if something's a social construct, it's not real.
something like DID I don't really believe exists. Because there's been no way to really test it. We know that schizophrenia exists because we can measure it. We know what it looks like. People can describe it, right?
They can describe gender dysphoria.
No, they can't. When they describe gender dysphoria, they're implying that they're having discomfort with gender roles that are not innate. They're
Nope. That's not it at all. Nope.
They are.
But this laugh person seems bad faith. Well, what do you know? That is not how people describe dysphoria.
That's
hold on. They're describing uncomfort with a political state of things. They're not describing something that is going on inside of them that would exist outside. And if you were schizophrenic, you would still be schizophrenic on a fucking island somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
If you could not feel, you could have penis hate. You could hate your body. You could hate your penis. You could hate your breasts on an island. Surely.
Yeah, but you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe that we can abolish
That's
gender.
body dysmorphia or body hatred. That's deep insecurity.
But you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe.
Oh, it's just insecurity. There you go. Medical consensus owned. Because the expert lab has spoken.
That we can abolish gender. So I also believe that the person who's out on an island would still have gender.
Owned. Got him. Medical consensus. It's just insecurity. That's it.
Regardless of the political state of things. I think that the body that you are in, they literally have dysphoria over their body parts. It's not just simply the clothes that they wear.
Yeah, it's just simple insecurity. It is what it is, right?
So then they would still have dysphoria on the island because
Yes,
they
I'm
would
saying
still
they
have
would
the same
still hate
body.
Lab is the only real scientist. What do you mean? Those other scientists are the fake scientists. They're part of the conspiracy. They're part of the agenda. We just have to figure out what the agenda is. But yeah, other than that, totally.
Their penis on the island, but at that point, this whole, I don't even like calling it gender dysphoria. I would call that body dysmorphia. Or
Yeah, but nobody cares what you would like. You literally have no, you've got nothing. You have nothing that would qualify you to talk on this. So quite frankly, nobody cares what you think should or should not be the terminology.
or body hatred or deep insecurity or
deep insecurity.
What is the condition in which you believe you should have less limbs? It's
autogynephilia.
No.
Or hold on.
It's It's like transableism, but there's like a word for it.
There's body integrity.
You're so well prepared for this. It's amazing. It's amazing to see how well prepared you are for this discussion.
Integrity dysphoria.
Yes, body integrity dysphoria.
Okay.
So that thing is like I think that's what that is. I think that's what that is, but with an extra element of like a political discomfort.
Political discomfort. You really are an idiot.
I don't believe that there's any sort of, and also I believe in androphilia and autogynephilia.
Okay, so
I believe that those things are true, and I believe that they confound.
One of the things that I think, just like I brought up with the John Money stories, one of the things that I think disproves this is the fact that people who do transition, who are like a transtrender or something like that, but they don't actually
transtrender. Because it's so trendy to be trans. It's nothing more trendy than to be trans, don't you know?
have dysphoria, they end up detransitioning it because they developed gender dysphoria from transitioning. They ended up actually being treated as the other gender and being seen as the other gender, and it caused them to have gender dysphoria, which is why detransitioners have such like a hatred for transitioning, is because their experience is horrible.
I don't think that that's innate. I believe that that's because if I were to transition right now at 24, 25 years old, even though I don't feel like a stereotypical woman. I have autism. I have a more masculine brain. I have a more masculine brain.
I have a more masculine brain. You're not very smart. I can tell you that.
Personality. I don't like,
But you've also said you love
things.
feeling feminine, you love feeling like a woman.
But I surely love feeling masculine as well, because every personality trait I have plots normal distribution on a fucking bell curve. I feel all these things at once because everyone is non-binary. Everyone is
But
their
that's
own
why
person.
we say that it exists on a spectrum, is to say that like just because we put you into this box saying that you are a woman or that you're feminine doesn't mean that every single characteristic about you is feminine. It just means that overall we look at you as a conceptual feminine person.
Sure, but it does mean that I think all that means is that I'm a woman with varied interests.
Wait, you just said that everybody is non-binary, so you're not a woman by your admission 5 seconds ago. So which is it? Are you a woman with various interests, or is everybody non-binary? Well, I guess we can add to the list of what Lav does not understand the meaning of the term non-binary.
Sure, but that's what
But anyway, as I was saying, so if I were to transition right now, even if I was like a hot guy and I liked it and I was like, hell yeah, I've still had 24 years of practice being a woman. I've still lived most of my life as a female, as a woman. That would feel extremely uncomfortable to me because of how
as a female
I've lived most of my life. When I changed my name, my stage name, and I have a unique experience with this. When I changed my real name is Kalia. But when I had changed my name to Lavender for like press and for my music career, it was very jarring.
Mhm.
It was extremely jarring, and I didn't want my closest friends to call me Lav because it felt very uncomfortable because I had 19 years of practice being Kalia.
This is inconsistent nonsense. She just said something that contradicted herself, and she's been doing it this entire time. True.
Yeah.
So it felt wrong. It felt uncomfortable, and there are times where I was like, "Oh fuck, dude, this doesn't feel like me. This doesn't feel like whatever." But I'm not my name. I'm not my name. But it was just I'd spent so much time with it that I was like, this is me. So when I hear that people detransition because I just don't think that the reason that people detransition is because they are really innately in their soul like or not.
Ah, yes. The made-up soul talk of Lav, the idiot.
And there's all
who doesn't understand gender and therefore has to insert her own little weird things into it. I've never heard anyone talk about souls when discussing gender before this little debate. Never before.
Soul, and I
Because-
don't care about the soul so much. I'm talking about biological characteristics. Like you agreeing
But
that
how
there are
many?
all
So
of
what?
these
What are
things.
some things that you think are biological characteristics? Because besides the clear ones, which are that women are the ones who conceive and hold babies, and men are strong.
No. You idiot.
I'm
True, social construct is another banned term. Definitely.
wondering what other traits you think are gendered.
Well, so the study that talks about the first 6 months of a child's life, like they do studies on their interests and like being interested in like hands versus looking at eyes or things like that. Okay, so these things seem to correlate with things later on that we would consider masculine, like watching sports or the way that we communicate or the way that we choose our friends. Like
Sports
even
are
men,
boring.
in the way that they choose their friends, they
Sports are boring. Just gonna say it now.
just happen to like enjoy tasks that they share, like a common task like playing fantasy football or basketball together. They're not really getting to know one another doing this, but they're doing it together, and that's
Also, that's BS as well because watching certain sports was just a thing that my family did. My grandfather did it. My mom watches some sports. My mom watches tennis. So what is my mom a man now? Does my mom have male interests because she watches tennis?
why they start calling each other friends. Whereas women have to share like intimate details with one another in order to start calling each other friends. They have to build like a bond that's very different than the way that the males create a bond with one another.
So I would also say I would say that this is socialization as well. We have data from the
This is stupid to claim that males and females just biologically make friends differently.
that same time period of 0 to 6 months of where people are leaving their female daughters to cry for longer. They're holding them differently. They're speaking to them differently. So I think it's really impossible to know which is which. Whether it's nature versus nurture, but I would go as to say that like those things are probably way more socialization, because I think that
It is.
yeah, like gay men
It totally
are
is.
very. I often find that when I'm hanging out with gay men, it feels like I'm hanging out with a bunch of girls,
Mhm.
and sometimes even straight men. I really think it depends. Like I said, I think that those things really do plot normal distribution on a bell curve. I just think it has to do a lot with your upbringing.
Bell curve, another banned word.
As far as I really only think that the things that are innate and gendered in relation to sex are evolution.
Gender and sex are two separate things.
Evolutionary. So a woman giving birth, and so the maternal instinct. But even then, that's sort of iffy because of how many women have postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and end up wanting to actually kill their children.
This is hilarious. I'm getting other room moment. What a story, Mark. Ha ha ha. What a story.
But there's also, men the wanting to fight rather than flight. I think that has to do with muscle composition and aggression with testosterone. So I think that those things there are some things that are biological, and those inform the rest of our traits. The rest of society sort of is that one sex has the child and that the other sex doesn't. But otherwise,
what do you mean?
The communication differences thing, I'm like, I just don't believe that that's innate. I don't believe that that's evolutionary and biological.
So
you have no idea about biology. Stop talking about biology.
Say something's biological. I want to be clear for it. Maybe you don't misunderstand this, but even for other people. So when I say something's biological, I mean that it has like a drive to make you more likely to do something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do that. So you can be socialized out of it, or it especially is going to. So I think with gender, most of the time, there's like a spot on the spectrum that you are like going to be naturally, all else equal. But like within socialization, now there's like a window where you can move from here to there on the spectrum, but you can't go from like uber super masculine like Hulk Hogan all the way to uber super feminine like a 50s style housewife. Like I don't think that you can move that far without there being like some real complications there, and we don't see it without real complications, right?
I know a trans woman who is like a 1950s housewife who used to be like a bodybuilder.
Yes, and she probably had gender dysphoria. Like that's kind of part of what we're talking about.
Well, I think she had
serious issues. Without
talking
about serious issues, meaning like gender dysphoria is like the serious issue.
What a story, Mark. But she doesn't take any of this seriously because she's a transphobe.
Without serious issues. I'm talking about serious issues, meaning like gender dysphoria is like the serious issue that either
there's also gay men. I mean, there's also gay men who, if you go to West Hollywood, all these men are fucking jacked and built, and they're still extremely misogynistic and very like toxic masculinity, hoo-ha. But they're also like, going to drag shows, dressing up in drag, doing shit like that. So I don't know.
I know you don't know.
All socialization and what we think is okay versus what isn't okay.
But the things that you're like talking about right now as exceptions for me are things that literally fit right into what it is that I'm saying. Like somebody who is a more flamboyant gay person just means that they're more towards the feminine side on the masculine.
No, these are I wouldn't even say that these people are flamboyant is what I was saying, is they're still very macho, but they still like to do these things. I mean, autogynephilia is a term that exists only for men who are still attracted to women. It's straight men.
It's fun to be seen as something different, yes, but if people literally thought you were that different thing, not just that they see you differently or it's for a short amount of time, but for your entire life, people think you are this thing that's very different from what you identify with, that would cause problems for most anybody.
Sure.
Like, I think we all have need to be understood and a need to feel like people get who we are and they're able to see that. And I think a lot of people saw that with you, like first coming into the space and feeling misunderstood and feeling like people didn't get what it was that you were doing or what it was that you were trying to say. I think that...
Well, it's not so easy to understand a person that is stunted at the age of 11.
I have influencer dysphoria.
No, sure, but like I think that is one thing that is very human. But then to take something that is almost innate to us. So like you mentioned, gay people, we know that there's like a gene that correlates pretty highly with people who are gay.
I'm glad I don't adapt Lav's way of thinking on gender. It really sucks. It does. Agent Black Dog, it does.
It doesn't mean that they are going to be gay, but it means that it is more likely that they are going to be gay, and that there are other social factors that can like affect whether or not they actually end up growing up to be gay. I think it's the same with our gender. Is like we have a biological drive that is going to set us somewhere on the spectrum, and then our socialization is going to move.
Of course, tomfoolery here is of talking nonsense out of his ass as well, so the whole symphony of nonsense here.
Us within that window on that spectrum.
Sure. So even if I grant that gender is real,
Wow, how generous. Granting that gender is real at all.
what does that mean in the scope of societally cocooning it? Like, what does that? So let's say gender is real.
Cocooning it.
Okay, so the utility of language is to be able to see a pattern, label it, and then use the label to communicate it. If the pattern exists, we want to be able to label that pattern. Like, we want to categorize it, label it, and then be able to communicate it. And that's what gender is it's our ability to communicate what it is that we see, or the pattern that we see.
Okay. So that would be calling a man a trans woman, or she, her.
So that's a little bit different, but what I mean is like having the concept of what gender is. There's utility to having that concept overall.
Sure, I just think that we can call it something else. I
I'm not even gonna entertain this.
think that it's been so conflated into
How do you know I'm mad? Said Alice. You must be, said the cat. Or you wouldn't be watching a live debate. True.
biology that I just don't even think that there's utility. I think just calling it personality
Utility. You don't know what the term means. Stop using it.
would be much more efficient.
Maybe, I mean, personality.
Or
is
even,
something-
like I said, keeping it feminine and masculine for the time being, totally cool. I think it ought to, if we are going to have gender, it ought to mean feminine and masculine, not man and woman.
Well, so, okay, so that, I guess we can move on to this part then. This is going to be the more difficult part of the conversation. But,
oh, no.
So, all right, so when we use a word like woman.
I feel that the less Tom engages with Lav's argument, the better he does. Accidental debate tactic. Talking past each other.
We are like communicating something conceptual. So you understand like you've heard about like the example with a chair, right? Where like we can't give a strict definition on what a chair is because then other things that we call a chair will not fit into it anymore.
No.
You've never heard this?
No, I have heard that, but I just completely oppose we can do that with biological sex. Like, I just completely oppose it.
I'm not saying that we do it with.
Well, that's because you're an idiot. Literally, you're an idiot. And it would be really easy to demonstrate that you actually can do it with biological sex. Very easy, actually. Trivially easily. Like, extremely easily.
Biological sex, I'm saying.
It is extremely easy to do it with biological sex. People have done it multiple times with biological sex.
Do this with concepts.
Well, no, but yes, but woman is not a concept. It's a biological reality.
Right, but I don't believe that's what we're communicating. I think that's
biological reality that is on a spectrum. You idiot.
Of what we're communicating, but we're communicating much more with.
And not everyone's in the same place biologically.
Idea of a woman. So if you said, hey, look at that woman over there, but it was Hulk Hogan standing over there, nobody would see who it is that you're pointing to because what you're communicating is something very different than Hulk Hogan. Even if Hulk Hogan happened to have a vagina, that's not what everybody thinks you're communicating.
Sure, and that would be, so if you called Hulk Hogan a woman, or if you called Hulk Hogan a man and Hulk Hogan was really a female, it would be a happy accident that you called them. It would still be untrue and an accident to call them a man if they were a female. It makes sense. It makes sense to have that offhand for sure. That makes sense, but it would still be wrong. And you can say things that make sense in a given situation, and they can still be wrong.
Sure. So if everybody says the sky is green in 100 years from now, like everybody says the sky is green, are they wrong, or did we just change what we call the color blue?
Well, we would have just changed it. But I'm more thinking of like, if you see like a Dominican person and you're like, oh, that black person, but they have like no African in them, but they look black. Effectively, they're black to you, but they are not actually black.
What? I'm sorry, what?
Do you know what I mean? Like you would.
No. What?
We wouldn't just call them black then after 100 years and it would be true.
I don't know.
We don't change the definition of what black is. It's just you made a happy accident in which it's a happy accident in the case of, a trans woman being
She's
gendered
such an idiot, I swear.
the way that they want to be. It would be a happy accident, but it would still be false.
Well, so I want to be clear. I'm not here really to talk about trans people. We can use trans people to like test these ideas because they're more like along the extremes of these concepts. But I'm more so just talking about gender, something that literally everybody has, that everybody experiences. And so I'm more so just discussing like the idea of gender.
You think everyone experiences gender? You think everyone has a gender identity?
What? Not yes, 100%. Yes, for sure.
Oh, I completely disagree.
I think every outside. So
yeah, of course, because we've already established that you do not know much about anything.
Like there's some sort of window that you can exist within, but I think as soon as you're treated as something outside of that window, you would start to develop dysphoria for sure.
I just don't. In what scope? Like the way that we're also to even assert that there's a way.
Are you just saying words now?
Men and women should be treated. I just think that that's all social. I think that's all psychosocial. There's no innate way.
Psychosocial, as opposed to what? Physico-social?
You should treat a woman or you should treat a man.
I'm not really talking about the way that you would be treated. Like so.
Well, you just said if someone were to treat me like a man.
Yes, but you're making it sound as like a
prescriptive. If they were to be rougher
thing.
with me, if they were to be rougher with me or call me bro, I'd be like, that's weird because I've been psychosocially groomed into being treated like the weaker sex, right?
Yeah, I think that that's
treated
part
like a
of it.
woman.
I think that that's definitely
I
part
think
of
it's
it, but I don't
entirely
think that's the
psychosocial.
whole thing. Yeah,
I think that's entirely psychosocial.
Well, so this is why I would say that you're
a psycho.
The extremes is to say that it's entirely psychosocial. Like I don't think most people think
But
gender
then you believe
is entirely psychosocial.
Yes, but if you don't believe it's entirely psychosocial, then you would have to believe that there is like an intrinsic way of the world in which women are treated a certain way and men are treated a certain way.
No, not intrinsic. I think again, like.
I mean, you seem to believe it. That's the extension of your biological argument. Just so you know.
Making it sound prescriptive where I'm saying like this is how you should treat them. I'm saying somebody would have problems with themselves if you treated them differently. That's very different than me saying you should treat them this way, right?
Sure, but someone having a problem with something people are
somebody
finicky.
Having a problem with something is what explains that there is an inner identity. Not like again, it's not. It has
okay,
if
I were to get an ice cream cone and I asked for chocolate and they really got me pecan, was I supposed to get chocolate? Which is the truth? The truth of the choice. Which one should I have gotten? Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It does. So let's go back to the.
Yeah, that's because your.
Communicating.
That's because your example is stupid.
Just biology. It's not just chromosomes. It's not just gametes. It's not just a vagina. It is like an overall concept that you are like communicating when you say the word woman. Most of the time, the biology, the things that I just said, most of the time, those have no utility in you saying the word woman.
I don't think that there's any utility on calling anything that isn't a woman a woman. There's no utility for that.
I agree, but we disagree on what a woman is. So that's kind of a tautological
statement. What do you think a woman is?
Somebody who fits the concept of womanhood or femininity.
That's a circular definition. What
it's
is
not
womanhood?
Because,
what is womanhood?
Womanhood is femininity. Femininity is
so
a
what
pattern,
kind of things?
Like things that we would expect from a female.
So long hair, heels,
body language, facial expressions.
So I guess short-haired women are not women according to Lav. Because keep in mind, Lav was the one to list long hair.
Great. Yeah. Explain dyke lesbians.
Dyke lesbians are going to be
are they not women?
No, they are women. They're farther towards the masculine side on the feminine side.
So women can be anything as long as.
No, I think anybody who would look at a dyke lesbian would call them women. That's the thing, is that like they fit within the concept of womanhood. They're just farther towards the masculine side of femininity. They don't look like a guy, but they are just more masculine.
But that's against your definition of womanhood as you just explained it. If they do not subscribe to womanhood, they are.
I think Tom is letting Lav run and pivot too much. He needs to slow the clock down. True.
Not any of the things that would mark womanhood, and they are still a female, and the only marker they have is female. Otherwise, they're completely masculine. They are not partaking in this facade of womanhood with all of these with all this costuming.
Yeah, I don't think a dyke
would not be a
lesbian
woman
is the
anymore?
same as like a normal male. I think that they are a lot more feminine than most males.
Okay, so what would feminine mean at that point? Their biology?
Some of it would be biology. So biology is part of the concept.
Well, most of it would be biology. I'm saying that if that's the only thing that's tethering them to womanhood is their femaleness and nothing else.
I don't think that's true. I think that like their emotions, the way that they communicate, the way that they carry themselves, there's a lot of.
Have you ever
different
met a
things that-
dyke? They're
Yes.
brutal.
My sister is a lesbian. She's married to a more masculine woman. Yes, I am well aware of.
I
the
don't even,
community.
I don't know, like even, I think even,
Love is so stupid. I don't know what to say. Like, it's shocking to me.
what is his name? The porn star who's like in his 60s and is a trans masculine person. Buck Angel.
Oh, Buck Angel.
Buck Angel describes himself as a woman who wants to live as a man.
Yeah, sure.
Which I
But nobody
understand.
would
I
look at
understand
Buck Angel
being
as a
something.
woman.
I do.
But yes, because
Buck
you're
Angel is a
focusing on
female.
something that you don't actually
It's the
see.
only-
You're not
because the only
communicating
thing-
anything at that point.
And that's because Buck Angel is basically a bigot at this point, together with, yeah.
You are, because you also
They're white.
see there's no distinction worth mentioning in the form of a stereotypical gender role that is worth holding people to. It doesn't make
We're
any
not.
fucking
Hold on.
sense.
That's again. You're getting prescriptive when you talk about holding people to this. When you say
what about- okay, what
the
about
gendered
I-
expectations are different than whether or not this is like the way that we conceptualize
When you say
them.
womanhood, that means gender expectation. Womanhood.
That is
No
part of it,
female
yes.
experiences woman. There's no womanhood in which every woman experiences. So womanhood is
Yes,
just
of course, it's on a
projection.
spectrum.
Sure. But so I just see a lot of holes in this. There are a lot of stretches. There are a lot of holes.
I know, because you're not smart and you don't understand it.
I think that is actually the opposite of what you're saying is supposed to have done is to make things easy, right? That actually becomes you have to jump through way more hoops to make someone a woman, to make sure someone is feminine. What does feminine even mean? It becomes this like long list of things that like you could or couldn't subscribe to. What I think a woman is someone who is of the nature to hold the larger sex gamete, which is an egg.
Yeah, but
And
that's why.
it.
So basically, any woman who cannot do that is not a woman. Right?
Separate the terms is because like the female and woman is because we can
We
communicate
don't
two
separate
very
them.
different things.
The Oxford
Well,
Dictionary doesn't separate them.
it doesn't,
Scientists do not
but
separate them.
pragmatically, we are
Doctors do not
communicating
separate them.
different things.
No, we are not. We should when we
You
are
agree with the
when you
Hulk
call
Hogan
when you call
example.
a trans woman a woman,
Mhm.
you are saying that with the right amount of fluff, with the right costume, someone can change their biological disposition. And they
What about medical transition then? Is that a costume? Your biology literally changes.
can't. A feminine man and a trans woman are the same thing.
I'm not.
They're not.
They're the same thing. I'm saying that they actionably
No, you said
are the same
you
thing.
said I'm communicating the same thing, and I'm saying that what you're actually communicating are going to be different things. So, like
Okay,
your
so what is
biology
the difference? What is the difference between a feminine? What is the difference between a drag queen and a woman and a trans woman?
nothing like in the moment, like them just being drag in that moment. Yes,
Okay,
they're
so
going.
then definitions lose their meaning entirely. So
What about people that undergo medical transition?
your whole
They don't.
basis, your whole base of having something just be, well, this is what communication is for, is effectively mute. It means fucking nothing if so many things can be so many things at once and there's no direct line, no direct definition, and most importantly, no direct political definition, which is how we make laws. So
But
we can't make laws if we cannot define something. And
Yes,
I believe
but
that you
hold on,
probably think
that's
that
again a different
women as
thing.
a
That's a
sex
very different
class
thing.
or females
That's
as a sex class can be protected, should be protected.
Yes, but yes, that's a very different thing. Again, like you're.
I don't think that's
I don't
different.
know if
That's
you're
where your line of
confusing what
thinking
I'm
goes.
saying. No, it's not, because if I'm talking about like I could say
The faster she says things, the more true they are.
you are assuming a lot when you say that. I could say that literally like bathrooms, changing rooms, all of this should be based on sex and none of it should have anything to do with gender. And you are like jumping way down to assume that I have a whole lot more prescriptions than what I actually do.
I'm not even engaging with a prescription right now. I'm telling you.
You are.
when
You're saying that
when
we can't make
describe-
laws
when
based
we
on what it is that I'm
describe-
saying.
When we describe, it is so. We can blank. When we describe, it isn't just to say.
Those two are rotting my brain. True. I told you that would be a wacky ride. And there's
We
more.
describe things so that we can take action on them. So when I'm hearing your descriptions and I'm thinking about what that means for the future, right? So it's not even unnecessary. I'm not saying that you are prescribing anything. I'm not saying that you ought to do that. You're saying that you ought to do something one way.
Please listen just for a second. You just said that what it is that I'm talking about will confuse things because then we can't take political action. And I'm saying you are assuming that I would think that
I'm
not even saying
political. Sex and gender are two different things. Okay, they're not related. Sex is not gender. Gender is not sex. And sex is not as clear cut as Lav here believes. Sex is a bimodal distribution of traits, okay?
Go action based on gender instead of sex.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm not even forget the action part. I'm saying description. I'm also still in description.
But so then that would be based on what it is that you're communicating, what it is that is actually like tangibly there when you communicate something.
Sure, and so there's one aspect, and there's one aspect in which we talk to each other just as people, and then there's another aspect that is laws, which are only communication. Laws are communicating with each other. It is a social contract in which we are all communicating, right? So a political definition is still a description. It's not a prescription. Right. So if you cannot have a political description where you can classify what woman means, and you're just like anyone, and then you do a circular definition that is anyone that subscribes to womanhood or feels like a woman, they're still so like, what the fuck does that even mean? What does that mean?
Clear, I didn't say anything like that, so I don't know where this is coming from.
Oh yeah, we should definitely define woman as the person that can give birth, which would basically exclude all the infantile women. That's an amazing idea. All infertile women are now men.
I did not. No, I did not.
I didn't pull out my ass.
Yes, you did. I am saying that this is an overall conceptual thing that has like your biology will drive the concept that people view you as, and that it's like, and then it's also socially constructed, and you can be moved because of the way that you're socialized. But it is going to be overall a concept, and we engage with concepts in law all the time. There are all sorts of things that are conceptual, and this fits in just like any other concept does.
Not like identity. Identity is completely uncharted territory.
Sure, and so you're assuming that in what I'm
identity is not completely uncharted territory. Like, you really have to be a brainlet to say something like that.
Is that we can still use sex based on some sort of like instead of using gender.
Menopause is basically transition, if you think about it, isn't it?
For an identity, we can still use sex and use that as like the way that we come up with like legislation or something like that.
Political definitions, yeah.
Yeah, sure, but like Again, so what I'm saying is that what you're communicating, you would lose utility if it's only based on the biological, whereas I'm saying the biological is part of what you're communicating, but there's a whole lot more there that you're communicating as well. And if the biological doesn't match what you see on the outside, yet you're still using the word woman, most people would say that you're wrong because they see something different than what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, but they wouldn't be actually wrong. Like,
see, you say actually, and that's what I'm saying is what you are communicating is what is actual. That is the thing. What you communicate is what it actually means.
Well, that's sort of like, I mean, that's just like you're putting me in like a Schrodinger's box situation where like...
I'm not. Okay, let me explain. So a definition, like definitions, we get them based on colloquial usage, right? That's how we come up...
Do I even have to go into the argument that we don't know each other's chromosomes and many other things on top of our heads?
So the way that something is used, or the way that something is communicated...
In most cases, like table. But then there are other things that are truths that we make up names for, right? So there is one human being, we've called it human. There is one being, terrestrial being that can produce egg, which we have named egg, the larger sex gamete, which we have named egg, and, its male counterpart, which we have named male.
What about a female that cannot produce the eggs? She's born without being able to produce the eggs. What now? I know that your answer is just going to be that it doesn't matter. But it does.
That is a truth. So we can call it whatever we want. There are different names, there are different languages. They call people something different. Yes, and they call it something else, in different languages. Like in Spanish, it's something else. In Portuguese, it's something else. It's actually probably the same thing in Portuguese and Spanish are similar. But
the way that we've
so
determined whether
there
or
are
not
still
something
things
is
that
a woman has changed, though. Like, but the word woman comes from.
But from the perspective, I'm gonna hit you with this. When you say that's just the way it is, I just fundamentally disagree that it's the way that should be. I'm sorry. That does women.
So what do you mean?
That does women and females a disservice to have a circular definition of womanhood.
It's not circular. It's not circular at all.
It is exactly. You cannot have what you are.
Well. Lav has heard the word circular. She has learned the word circular, and now she's gonna repeat it till the cows go home.
Describing the word that you are describing in the definition in the second part in the description.
Hold on.
You literally did. You said that being a woman was someone who felt that they identified with womanhood.
No. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. I did.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
At any point. Listen, you have my document. You can literally read my definition.
Then what is a woman?
It is somebody who fits the concept of like femininity, and femininity is something expected from a female. This is not circular whatsoever. It is very linear.
So you're saying what is expected of? I'm sorry, I don't want to have a definition like that.
That's a pattern. That is a pattern.
Well, yeah, but you're an idiot. Nobody cares what you want.
You see the pattern.
That's all socialization. That's all socialization. These are things that have been imposed on women. Femininity has been imposed on women. So to say that, why can't you just say at that point that woman is female? Why can't you just say that woman is female? Because if you're saying that it's...
Because there are many cis women that would not fit that definition cleanly. There are women, cis women, with XY chromosomes. So what are they? Male, should they be excluded from women's toilets, according to you? Is that it? No, you're just an idiot. You don't think about those things.
These are things that have been imposed on females, then you would just say that a woman is a female. You would just say that. But you want to include people who feel like women, whatever the fuck that means. Okay, so you're saying that trans women are women.
This is why I'm saying, no, you are saying that my definition has like an ideological reason behind it. And I am saying that that trans people have nothing to do with why this is the definition.
So
this is like saying, hold on. I'm letting you give very long rants. Please, you got to let me get through a sentence once before you start cutting me off. I'm letting you talk for a very long time.
You're silencing women.
If a lion has fur, just because every time we see a lion, it has fur, does not mean that a lion is fur. These are still two different things, okay? Based on what it is that we are communicating.
No, the lion is still a lion.
Yes, the lion is still a lion, exactly. But it always has fur. So therefore, why not just call the fur lion? That would be ridiculous, okay? There are two different things that we're communicating.
We're not talking about the way that a thing looks.
We're
not talking about the way that a thing looks. You just used a description. You just used a scenario in which you would describe how something...
Fur is not just about looks. Fur is a biological reality, don't you know?
Looks by what it is. I'm saying the opposite. We should not do that. The way that something looks should not be what makes it something. It being something should be what makes it something. You literally just made an argument in my favor. To be something, to have that reality, is why we make definitions, not what looks like something. And if we do accidentally...
You're an idiot. And you just used a circular definition. To be something is to be something, is what you've just said.
Say that something that looks like a woman is a woman, we are still wrong. It is not actually a woman, it just looks like one.
Okay, I understand the confusion.
If you put a dog in a fucking hot dog costume for Halloween, the dog is not a hot dog, it is still a dog.
Yes. Okay. So this is good. Okay. So now I understand. So the utility of what it is that you're trying to communicate is what matters in that moment, right? So the utility of the communication, what is it that it gets you? In most circumstances, saying the word woman, we don't care whether or not she has a vagina. We don't care what her chromosomes are. We care what it is that we are able to communicate so that you see that we are talking about a woman. That is going to be based on what I'm talking about, not what you're talking about. So it's the utility of how you get there.
Okay, so you're talking about street slang versus language that we should...
Street slang? I'm embarrassed that some people called Lav intelligent.
Should be upholding. We don't uphold street slang.
No, we have concepts throughout all of English language. Like, again, a chair is a concept.
Okay,
it is
so when someone...
By the way, slang is not just some alternative to language.
engage with regularly.
Have you ever been around someone who, when something good happens, they're like, "That's money. Hell yeah, that's money." But the thing is not actually currency.
Right. 100%. Yes.
So I
You're getting
understand what
I'm
you're saying.
now, yeah.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But I'm saying when you want to look for utility of language, the importance is to
Actual currency is itself just a symbol of something else. Currency is just representation of the things that you actually want.
describe the closest things that we have to the truth, right? And then we have all these other things that we say because we're humans, right? And we're complex. If someone wanted to call Blair White a woman, I'd be like, okay, wrong. If I could tell. If someone were to call any trans woman, passing trans woman, a woman, I'd be like, okay, I would have no way of knowing. But after knowing their biology, them calling that person a woman, I'd be like, no.
So basically, a cis woman with XY chromosomes, Lav would say wrong, not a woman. Did you know that there are cis women with XY chromosomes that can even give birth? And biologically speaking, they are considered to be male because of the XY chromosome. Because people like that are born with XY chromosomes, but they are also born with some sort of they react badly to testosterone, for example. They reject testosterone for some reason. And so they developed like a female. So I guess in Lav's world, that's just a man. There we have it. That's just a man.
Yeah, but you understand you're losing utility in that word then. You've lost utility.
No.
Yes. 100%
No, because
you've lost the
because
utility.
you're dealing off. You're thinking that the most utility is in the slang of it. You're not
I
saying
don't know
the
why you're
utility
calling
is
it
not in
slang.
the truth.
Is a chair slang? Why
It's
is
not
it
the
a chair
truth.
slang?
It's not the truth.
So a chair is not truth. Concepts are not truths. That's what you're saying to me.
A chair is not a biological reality.
if I
you
say
call
I'm going
something
to
a rock,
Walmart-
you cannot say that.
Oh boy. Lav is so stupid.
A rock formation is plastic. It is
Okay,
not.
So if I say I'm going to Walmart, are you saying that I'm not expressing the truth because really I'm going inside of a brick building that sells things? I just called it Walmart, and the Walmart is a concept that's not a real thing.
Well,
So
no, well, you're going into a store.
right, and what is that store?
The store is something that we call Walmart, but the
Exactly.
truth, it could have. Okay, but that's
So
not. That's
get
also
rid of
not
the
a
word Walmart then?
That's not a biological truth.
I'm not nobody's communicating
Stores are
biology.
not-
That's kind of the point. Is
No,
what I'm getting at
biology
we
is
aren't
important when we call
communicating.
things woman or man.
See,
No, it's not.
you're
Actually.
the one who has an ideological bent as to why you want it to mean this thing, whereas I'm
Want
saying,
it to? Okay.
yes, I'm saying we
okay.
use, this is how we come to definitions of
I'll
words,
engage.
and I'm using the same process for everything,
Okay.
and you're saying, well, I don't want it to
I get what
mean
you're.
that.
No, I get what you're getting at. Words mean nothing, and they're
That's
just,
not what I'm saying.
They're just colloquial usage.
So basically, Lav is once again an idiot.
And we're just having fun. We're just a couple of guys having fun, and nothing is really that important. And we're just
There's no
in your
objective
reality,
meaning, correct.
In your reality, words have no objective meaning. I'm not really here. Even what is consciousness really? I get
Woman
what you're
didn't
saying.
exist. I mean, you said it, Lav. That's right. Do you have empirical evidence for consciousness? I would like you to demonstrate empirical evidence for consciousness. You said gender is not a thing because there is no empirical evidence for it. Show me empirical evidence for consciousness. Show it to me.
100 years ago.
I
yes.
get what you're saying, but that is not how we ought to use language, and that's not how. That's you're at by that point. Okay, anarchy, nihilism. Let's do whatever the fuck we want at all
I have no idea what anarchy is.
times. It just doesn't make that. Okay, you win. Nothing matters. Like that's where the logical conclusion of this goes to.
I don't think it does, and I understand why you think that. But so even the word woman came from with, which meant woman before, and then man meant human, and where meant man.
Yes.
Where and with. And then we made the word man mean it still meant human, but with man was now WIFMAN was now what we used to say it was a female human. So over time, with changed over and over and over to communicate almost the same thing, because eventually it meant like the wife of a man to say wife, and then we created woman instead because it sounds like with man, so we made woman instead to communicate the same thing.
So
And
why? So you think that female has utility though?
Yes, 100%.
But you think that woman has less so?
No, I think they both have utility in what it is that they're communicating.
But you don't think they ought to mean the same thing, and why is that?
I don't think anything ought to mean anything except for what it is that it's communicating.
That's word salad. Like I don't.
Oh no. Oh no, Lav's brain is fried.
If woman and female do not mean the same thing, why shouldn't they? Because you're making the argument. You are making the argument. You are making the prescription that they ought to not mean the same thing. And I want to know why.
Okay, somewhat. So I'm saying that there
because
is
I think it has a lot to do with how you view
I'm telling you, out of these two, Lav is far worse.
transsexualism.
Sure. So I'm saying that we have a process for how we come to meaning of words and how we extract the meaning of that word. And I'm saying that we should always use this process to understand what it is that's being communicated. And I think that we should always use this process. And this is exactly how I would use this process to figure out what woman is, just as any other word.
Okay, well,
it's like a scientific process to understand meaning behind
okay,
it.
so you've been very collaborative here. I think that you have very long eyelashes, very beautiful feminine eyes. I think that you've been very empathetic during this conversation. I think you're a woman.
Okay. I think most people would disagree with you, and so you would have trouble with your communication in that area. If you called me a woman, most people would not understand what it is that you're saying. Just as if you called Hulk
Wait,
Hogan.
so if most people have to understand it.
Yes, that's what communication.
How do you
is, yes.
measure that when you call someone something?
I don't.
If there's only the two of us, like we said, like this is just colloquial use.
Mhm.
If there's only the two of us, what does it mean? Why do most people? So you're saying I'm wrong because most people would disagree.
Not saying that, yeah, kind of. So I'm saying that if Blair White was in this call, but we had never seen Blair White before, knew nothing about Blair White, and you kept saying that's a man, I think most people would not understand what it is you're trying to communicate.
Right.
Well, I don't think that that's true, but yeah, but I still would.
Yeah, there'll still be bigots, of course.
Well, even if they didn't understand, I would still be right. It is a man.
See, that's where we have a difference. Is so I'm saying that there is no right outside of what it is that's being communicated. And
Okay, so when I call you a woman, it can be right.
It can be.
If no one else here if no one else here is watching, and I call you a woman, it is right.
What is it that you're communicating when you say that?
That you are exhibiting traits that are feminine. Your definition.
Right. And do you think that like anybody else, when you communicate that, would understand
that's not
that?
anybody else. This is
Why
us.
say the word? Why say the word?
This is Schrodinger's. This
I'm
is
talking
your
about me.
Schrodinger's
I'm talking about me as well.
situation.
I'm
This
talking
is
about me
just
as well.
us.
I'm talking
So
about
you're talking about your gender identity, your self ID.
No, I'm not talking about identity at all. When you call me
So
a
you
woman,
can disagree
what
with
I
it.
understand. When you call me a woman, answer the question, please. It's like the third time I've asked. When you call me a woman, would I understand what it is that you're trying to communicate to me?
Yes, I said that you have very long eyelashes. You've been very collaborative. You've been very empathetic. All very feminine traits. I
Yeah,
think
sure.
you're a woman.
Okay, so
By those definitions, because I'm sure that you'd think that most of those things are feminine.
I do, but I don't think that communicates an overall concept. Just like I cannot lay out a number of things and say this is what
So
makes
you think
somebody
that
a
you
woman.
must look more
I see Blair White's chromosomes.
like what we think women should look like.
I think that's part of it. I think so. Like there's weighted
And I think that that is
characteristics
a
as well.
disgusting,
So, hold on.
stereotypical, completely shallow way of viewing humanness.
Okay, I'm not.
Oh yeah, because reducing people to their reproductive roles is not shallow at all.
Conveying humanness. I'm conveying like a pattern that we've recognized.
That's not shallow at all. Honestly, Tom should talk about gender identity, but unfortunately, Tom doesn't seem educated enough. True.
Like if I see somebody who's walking down the road, okay, because I understand the confusion. Like it sounds like what I'm saying is like it's almost like a math thing. You have 49 masculine characteristics, but 51 feminine characteristics. Now you're a woman. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it is an overall concept that we can't put into words the way that you're asking me.
So
to,
you're
just as
biting
we
the
can't-
bullet
Hold on,
and you're-
please. Hold on, please. Just as we can't do this with a
By the
chair.
gun.
So if we see somebody walking down the road who has a like shaved legs, nylons, high heels, a dress, long hair, carrying a purse, but they got a big old bushy beard, we have weighted characteristics where some matter more than others. So it's not a math game. It is an overall concept because that bushy beard matters.
What about a cis woman? What about a cis woman that has hormonal imbalance and she just grows a beard? What now? Suddenly, your whole argument crumbles because of a simple hormonal imbalance. This is ridiculous on both sides. Just because it's far more ridiculous on Lav's side, it doesn't really change the fact that it's ridiculous on both sides.
All of the other things added up.
Yeah,
together.
so being female would matter a lot more than all of the other things, right?
Sure, but you don't see that most of the time. So you're not communicating that most of the time. So I can understand if you see somebody naked, the way that you envision them and the way that you...
Being female would matter. But alas, female is also on the bimodal distribution of traits, which means that there can be a female that does not fit your criteria of womanhood. Whoops. Guess they are men or something else.
Conceptualize them would change.
Do you think
totally
that
understand.
even for trans people that most of the time you can probably tell what their natal sex is?
To some degree, yes, but it seems as though even accidentally, most people who don't want to will end up calling them by their preferred pronouns and calling them a woman and all of these other things because that's the way they naturally engage with them.
Damn, what about all those people that think they can tell and end up misgendering cis women? Isn't that unfortunate? Bigotry. Hello, Maya Major.
Concept.
Well, because they also want to be respectful. I think...
I'm saying accidentally. They accidentally do it. So they're not trying to be respectful. There's like tons of footage out there of Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro accidentally saying she, her to trans women and then stopping and correcting themselves to say he, him instead because they naturally engage with them as women. Because
sure, I still think they corrected them.
They unconsciously are trying to be polite.
Because it was a mistake. So I think that you would correct yourself if you know that it's a mistake, even though your brain is playing tricks on you. But
so how do you come
I
to your
also think that
definition?
that's socialization, right? Like I think that what you're doing right now is you're completely biting the bullet that stereotypically feminine.
Biting the bullet. I'm gonna create a bingo card of things that illiterate people like Lav should not be using. Okay, we're gonna start a bingo card. From now on, whenever we will be reacting to any debate, I'm gonna show the bingo card on the screen and we're gonna just check the phrases that are being mindlessly used. And biting the bullet is gonna be one of them. Definitely.
Traits would make someone a female, and I just don't think that holds up. And
if you read my document, it talks a lot about stereotypes and how we come to understand concepts. Yes.
Yeah, I just don't believe that should be the way that life is, and I think that in a technological age where the lines are blurring, there's going to be less and less utility because the way that we.
Well, then you've just defeated your own argument. If medicine is moving forward and the lines are getting blurry, then being male or female becomes insignificant. It becomes worthless.
Even described man was brute and protective and more muscly and
the moment we will be able to transplant a uterus, the moment we will be able to grow a functioning penis for a trans man, for example, then it's game over for TERFs, basically. Then Lav will have to retreat to the argument of the soul.
Hunter and aggressive, and with the technological age, those things are fucking dying out. So what it means to be a man doesn't mean it fucking fuck all anymore. So it means just as little to women. I think that there are certain things
you realize
that are
when you say that,
harmful.
you're saying masculine. Like all of the things that you just said when you said what it means to be a man, you are saying what it means to be masculine. That is what you're saying right
Yeah, it would. And it will. Because it will happen. It's just a matter of time.
be saying it.
No, I
but
didn't
that
mean
is
to be
what
saying
I'm
that.
saying that you communicate anyways is masculinity and
No,
femininity.
no,
when you're
no,
talking about what it
I'm
means to be a man or a woman.
No, I'm still existing in your
Like
hypothetical.
sooner or later, people will just be able to basically say, there are a couple of things that might happen in the future. One of them is that people might just want to choose whether or not they want to give birth or inseminate. And the other, and that's not out of the question, the other thing that might happen is that reproduction is just going to be taken out of the human experience altogether. That humans will be grown in artificial wombs outside of the body of a human, and no human will get pregnant anymore. What then?
Worlds.
This is nonsensical biological essentialism.
The first time you've done that, I have trouble believing that you're saying this. Oh, I'm still doing it when this is the first time you've done it.
I'm
so
telling
far,
you
but
that's
okay.
what I'm telling you that's what
Okay,
I'm doing.
so that you're saying
when
you're-
we're talking about these things, because I'm more technological age progressive, right? So I don't think that any of these things fucking matter. In a perfect world, I don't think
You do think those things matter. If you really thought those things didn't matter, then you'd be okay with self-ID. Okay? If you really actually thought those things didn't matter, then that would mean that in your mind, everybody can be whoever they want, whatever they want, and do whatever they want, because none of it matters. But you don't believe that none of it matters. You actually believe that biology, reproductive biology, is all that matters.
that we should assign any traits to anyone and within the span of gender or sex besides the ones that are important to reproduction, sexual
When you
reproduction.
say we shouldn't assign the
evolutionary.
traits, do you mean we shouldn't acknowledge the pattern, or we shouldn't like push that onto people?
We can acknowledge the pattern, but I don't think
Oh yeah. Lav in one breath says that everyone is non-binary, but also not, I guess.
acknowledge the pattern. I
She
acknowledge
said at the beginning of this convo that she used to think that trans people were okay, but non-binary people were not okay, and now she thinks only non-binary people are okay, and other trans people are not okay.
for what?
To communicate it.
But every time you meet someone new, it's a completely different person. So
It is, but the pattern still exists.
Sure, but I don't think that you usually. I think that going into meeting someone with bias, a black person would probably, a black male on average you would maybe be like, this person commits more crime, I'm going to be a little scared, but you probably shouldn't feel that, right?
Yes, this is actually my argument. Did you see me make this argument recently?
No.
I literally made this argument to say why, like, your argument about the woman being so scared in the parking lot doesn't make sense, is because we could be scared of black men because they commit more crimes and because they are bigger and have more testosterone and, you know, can, like, build more muscle, get...
Oh my god, Lab's argument about we're not gonna talk about that, first of all. But yeah.
We still wouldn't say it's okay to, like, prescribe people to be afraid of them and treat them differently.
Yeah, we also wouldn't prescribe to think of them a certain way.
Also, I'm gonna say this. We actually shouldn't mindlessly just ascribe patterns and label people. Maybe we should just move past that, okay? This is nonsensical. Rejecting self-ID as the long-term, especially, really brainless position. Yeah. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Something that wasn't necessarily their truth. Because when
the more time passes, the more meaningless the biological aspect will become. So basically, yeah, long-term self-identification is just the most reasonable option. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
When we talk about things that exist, we talk about patterns of behavior that do exist, like violence. Those things exist. Those are material. Those are material realities in which we can experience them. And you can empirically track them. You cannot empirically track gender identity.
You cannot empirically trace consciousness. We've been over this. Of course. Also, yeah.
Well, so when you say we wouldn't engage with them that way because that isn't their truth, I highly disagree that that's why we wouldn't treat them that way. And we wouldn't treat them that way because it's fallacious to say that this group does X, therefore this individual is more likely to do X. That is fallacious, and that's why we say that it's bigoted to like interact with people.
How are you saying that? How are you saying that right now with your thoughts on gender and womanhood? I don't even. Are you here? That is completely antithetical to what you just said prior.
It's not.
With those gestures, you're just making yourself seem more stupid than you already are, though. So,
because
confused.
It's not.
You are perpetually confused.
Based on the stereotype, whereas I am saying when you see an individual.
So what is your definition of woman? Again, sorry.
Hold on. Let me explain this because I understand why you're confused about this. But I'm saying that you are not. You're not prescribing them to act this way, and you're not saying that you should be acting this way. Whereas if I say you're likely to commit crimes because you are black, that is fallacious. Whereas I'm looking at you and saying, looking at you, you fit this pattern. You fit this
you're
stereotype.
saying you're more likely to be a woman if you exhibit feminine traits.
I'm saying that that's how we would categorize you.
Sure, you are more likely to be a woman.
More likely to be a female, if that's what you're asking. Yes, 100%.
Yes, I would agree with that. I
Yes.
just don't know.
This is such a silly talk. No, 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 no.
You are more likely to be a woman if you engage in these things, sure. But there are you can still be a man who engages in these things and is not more like you are a man. Like you're a man. Like you are like.
You know what the crucial thing is? Identification.
When we talk about like if we have a pool of femininity and we say people are more likely to sit in the pool.
Here you go. The key aspect of all of this. Self-identification.
If they're women, I guess women are more likely to sit in the pool of femininity. They're more likely to do their hair, do their makeup, whatever. Men also do that.
Mm-hmm.
So the men would be in here.
Mm-hmm.
And that does not make them women. It just means they're feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
because they would not identify as women.
As if something has a leg, that doesn't make it a chair.
I guess we've solved it.
They can even have all the stereotypes of being a woman and be a man. Drag queens. They could have it all. And still
Yeah. Do you know what's missing here? Identification.
Man.
I would say most of the time in that moment, people would look at them as a woman. Now, overall, within their life, no, people wouldn't say that they are overall a man, woman.
Yeah. Gender identity, you know, the most important aspect of all of this. Because at the core of this is a question of who and what I am.
And just because in that moment they look like a woman, but like in the rest of their life they present as a man and look like a man and engage like a man, and so we would say that they are a man in woman's clothes. And it's because we do think that there is like an essence to them that is in the woman's clothes.
What is the essence? Would that be
biology?
A soul?
No.
This is just a really silly argument looking for some essence. There is no essence, I'm sorry to say. There is no essence. There is identification. Trying to look for some magical, mythical essence is just a fool's errand. There is none. There simply is none.
Well, so
I don't know what this essence is. What do you mean?
Or for a laugh, this essence is giving birth. Which once again, once the first successful uterus transplant happens, the whole argument falls apart. For tomfoolery here, this essence is part biology, part pattern, or whatever. And at the end of the day, none of that matters. What matters is how you internally identify. That is the most important part.
Essence.
Wait, so I explained earlier that I think that like there are male brains and female brains. We can see the small
That has been debunked a long time ago, by the way.
differences. It's mostly the same, but we can see correlations up to about a 35 to 30. I think it's 35 to 37% across.
Wait. I'm glad that you brought up the brain thing because I've read a whole book on this. I've read the whole studies. I've read everything about this. The reason when people bring this up and they bring it up like we have tested children. They bring it up.
This is the worst debate ever. Seriously, you're right. You know, I think I do deserve some sort of like a sub or a donation for this. I do. Because this is really painful. In the first debate, the historical one, we had one wonderful person that we could root for. Here, there's no one. So please consider throwing some donation my way to ease my pain from this.
New brains, and as soon as they exist before any socialization, we can see whether or not they're male or female. We can't. We have studied the brains of adults who have experiences, and we know that socialization affects a brain completely.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, the same reason trans women and gay men have the most similar brains, more so similar than trans women and females, right? Because their experience matches that. We are talking about brains in the scope of having years of socialization. Socialization,
I'm great at
I don't believe, is truth. And I believe that it's so subjective that we should not use subjectivity to describe things. I just don't believe that that's true, especially when there's so much at stake if we do.
But what you're talking about also
you say
has
that
a lot of
anyone can be a
biological...
woman. If you say that anyone can be a woman, you can say that, but you also have to think about what you are prescribing, about the conclusion of your definition.
This is empty word salad. Now this is word salad.
So when you think about the conclusion of your definition as to anyone can become a woman just by adopting feminine traits, what does that mean for females? What does that mean for women?
Well, that made no sense. If anyone can be a woman, what does that mean for women? And the answer is nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Because this question is nonsensical.
I'm not sure what you're asking, what it means for them.
Well, if anyone can be a woman,
right?
Well, do you believe that males should be in female prisons if they're trans women?
Probably not. No.
Okay. Do you believe that males can compete in female sports?
Probably not. No.
Okay. So when we talk about definitions,
Disagree. Women should be in women's prisons. Women should be able to do women's sports. That's it. Easy as that.
in the way that we describe things, we can exist.
I'm just waiting for the toilet and changing room comparison.
In this happy little utopia world in which there's no consequences for that action. Unfortunately, every action that we take does have a consequence. When we call something a chair, someone's going to try to sit on it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So we have to also think about what we are prescribing, even if it's unconscious, even if we don't want to think about it.
Yes. So when I say this, I'm saying that we are better understanding what it is that we're communicating. This is why definitions change, not just because what we're communicating changes, but sometimes we actually understand better what it is that we're communicating. And that's why there's like in linguistics, there's a lot of debate over man and woman. And I'm like coming at this from a linguistic perspective and a pragmatic perspective within linguistics to explain what it is that we're communicating. Not so.
Sure, I totally get that, and I completely agree with everything that you're asserting.
I don't think you get it at all. I'm gonna doubt that you get it.
in the vacuum of
Okay,
linguistics.
but that's why I keep trying to ask you, how do you come to a definition? Here, let me finish what I was saying. So I also talk about the fact that like there is confusion because these words have been conflated for a long time, that like calling something a woman's bathroom now causes problems, or calling this the WNBA instead of the FNBA causes problems. And so I understand that those things cause confusion.
Oh my god. Now we get to tomfoolery stupidity.
But still, the way that we come to understand a word should still be the same. We should just change the way that the other people are communicating it.
Sure. So
tomfoolery is basically saying that it should be female bathrooms. It should be like, what's the point of that? That's just stupid.
I completely agree with you in the vacuum of linguistics, completely. If we are just putting blinders on and that's all we are talking about, I completely agree with you. And my prescription, or what I would say in this world, only talking about this, is we completely obliterate.
Wait, didn't you just say that none of it matters?
And just say female. Because woman to me means fucking. It's harmful. It doesn't. It's when you think about applying this word, which is what words are used for, is application.
Mm-hmm.
It holds no merit, weight. It doesn't. You can't make a political definition. You can't describe a female accurately in this definition. Any female accurately in this definition.
But you would use the word.
You cannot. And you're saying that you can describe a female accurately in your definition. No, you cannot.
Female to communicate that, though. That it still has a way to be communicated. That's the important part.
I would just use female. I would just say female.
That's what I'm saying, is
Yes.
that you would use the word female to communicate female while you still have an understanding of woman being different.
What about females that do not cleanly fit into your definition of female? What about those?
Sure.
I think I would feel differently.
I guess they can just go screw themselves, right?
There was not the word female to still communicate that. I think I would be right where you are. But because we have the word female.
Oh my gosh, tomfoolery is just one step away from being an idiot like Lav.
Two words, and one is up for debate. One is a little foggier.
Yes, and one is like has changed over time and has been dependent
But wasn't
on social...
woman was not created. Woman as a word existed before gender existed. Like woman just meant female. It meant the female. It meant an adult human female. In the same way that mare means an adult female horse.
Yes,
so
but
I'm
I think
confused
because
on where along the line did
we're not horses, we're people.
Linguistics or you decide that women should mean something different to female?
I don't have a idea that woman should mean anything. I'm
So
only
why the
describing
fuck are we
what it does
talking
mean.
about?
Because again, I will say this for
What changed? When did it change?
You can't point at a time.
Also, for the longest time, in countries like Poland, there was no single word for woman. There were many different words depending on the person's station, articles of clothing, social status, etc. And when the word woman started being used in Polish, it was considered derogatory, and a noble lady would be offended by being called it. So, there you have it. Yeah.
Where a word changes, just like when we started saying like cool,
Well,
as in
you
like
know
I
that it
like
changed
this.
with this whole gender identity shit. You know that it changed after this whole gender identity shit.
No, because even what's her name? Like Judith Butler was talking about this without actually talking about trans people. She was talking about womanhood from a feminist perspective.
No, but that was not an application. She was talking about. She was using flowery language to say that a woman is not born a woman, that woman is a mask, that woman is a performance, right?
Yes, but she was talking about womanhood.
Yes, but it was artful. It was poetry. It was not genuine application and
She's
definition.
a linguist. She is a linguist.
Sure.
Oh my God, Love is such an idiot, I swear. Oh, this person said something that I don't like when she clearly didn't mean it. It was just flowery language. It was just a bunch of empty fluff, I guess.
Sure.
What are you
And
talking
a linguist can still use
Yeah, linguists can use empty fluff. That thing that I don't like and that I don't agree with, that's just a bunch of empty fluff. She was just being flowery. Excuse me, what?
But I'm saying that she is communicating the same thing that I'm...
Flowery cope.
I'm communicating. I have differences in opinion with her,
Sure,
especially because
I'm not going to use definitions. I'm not going to use
was
poetic
memeing.
definitions for definitions. Agree to disagree. I mean female when I mean woman, and I think that makes the most sense.
She was basically just a memer. Also, what do you mean by female? I bet if pressed on this, we would get a ton of examples that are cis women and do not fit her definition of what a female is. So that is useless as well. Just so you know, that is useless as well.
For real world application.
I'm not using poetic definitions either. I'm using
Yes, you
pragmatic
are.
definitions.
That's
No,
not
I'm not.
pragmatic.
It is if that's what I'm saying is actually being communicated. That is the pragmatics. Pragmatic meaning in the section of linguistics. That
I don't think either of them know what pragmatic means. Is Tomfoolery a linguist?
Pragmatics. Not saying to be pragmatic. I'm saying pragmatics is a section of linguistics and a study of language, and that is how we come to definitions.
Okay. Tomfoolery, if that is your God-given name. If anyone can become a woman, if anyone can be a woman, what does that mean for women?
I don't know that anybody can be a woman. I think that if you are...
It means nothing for a woman. It basically is a question on the level of if every apple can be made into an apple pie, then what does that mean for apple pies?
Again, I think you would develop gender dysphoria if you became a woman yet didn't
No,
actually...
with your definition...
What does that mean? What does that mean for apple pies if any apple can just become an apple pie?
Anyone can become one if they have these traits.
Yes, and
what does that mean for women?
I don't know what... I don't know. Again, you are the only one who has a political ideology pushing how you define these things, not me.
Okay, so you're just saying things to say things.
No, I'm saying this is how we come...
This is projection. This is projection on Lab's part.
...into definitions.
Okay, so you are arguing linguistic pedanticism.
No, I'm saying that this is I'm saying that I am being consistent in how I would come to the meaning of...
Yes. Yes, she is. She's a transphobe. She's a TERF. That's right. That's right, Shai-Hulud. Also, she's the biggest contributor to Mr. Girl's article.
Any word, and people who have an ideological reason for why they have a definition for a word are the ones who are being inconsistent. Because they're going to use these they're going to look at what it is we're communicating to...
I think it's fair. Fake Alec Kyle Parker.
...communicate things for literally everything else, unless there's some sort of ideological or political reason behind it.
Okay. I mean, I know what you're saying. We're just getting caught up.
I doubt it.
Real world application. I know and completely understand everything you're saying. I call my dog a baby. I'm saying you're so baby. You're such a baby.
So what would be the issue in real world applications? What's
it's not actually a baby. Is that the dog is not actually a baby?
Nothing is actually a word. The word is only communicating.
A baby is not okay. Baby is the word for what we call an infant,
yes.
Offspring.
Yes.
What we call offspring, right?
Yes.
And it is not. My dog is not that thing.
Okay.
I'm using a word that does not mean words can mean.
This example just demonstrates that no, you don't understand this at all. You're lost in the sauce.
I can call you fuckface, and it doesn't. You are not a fuckface.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's not. You can say I know what you're saying. You can say anything to anything. The logical conclusion to what you're saying is that words don't matter, nothing matters, and that what. But that's just not. That's not real. That's just. I'm this much less interesting conversation than real world application.
Again, I am talking about real world application deciding what the word means. You are saying you want the word to mean something based on the real world application.
It's not even
we are going the opposite
to.
directions. You have said numerous times that you don't want it to mean that.
Sure, but it's not just me not wanting it to. I just think that Yeah,
That's been your argument the entire time.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
it's
don't
been
want it
your
to.
whole argument. You just
Yeah, I
don't want
don't
it to
want
mean
it
that.
to. Yeah,
and so
it's-
that's why I wanted to talk to you about this, is because I think, like, yes, I think generally we should have a system to come to understand what words mean, and we do. I just don't think that most people understand that. And so if they
So
have
abolish women. Abolish
Well, no,
women.
I
Only say
debate-
female.
I debate
And then the
self-ID people.
transsexuals are gonna fucking say that female includes fucking men, males.
Well, I don't
That's
care
what they're
about
doing now. They're doing that
I
now.
don't- Yes, but I debate them on the self-ID things the same, because
Yeah, that's because you don't understand what sex is either. Both of you don't understand what sex or gender are.
Say all you have to do is say you are a woman in order to be a woman, and I come at it from the
You're-
same exact angle to say that is
You are
not
saying
how we
pretty
come
much
up with
the
the
same
definition.
thing.
No, so like if somebody's a Falcons fan,
But you're
right,
but you're
this is-
doubling down on that a stereotype can and
Yes.
should. You're saying a stereotype not can because it can. I agree with that. But you're saying that it should change the definition of something, and I think that that's stupid.
Okay, so if we call something like somebody a Falcons fan, right? There's actually things that come with this. That if we walk into their house and they have Tom Brady up on their walls and a bunch of posters that say "Go Patriots," we would say, in order for me to call you a Falcons fan, you should have Falcons stuff up, not Patriots stuff. Falcons fans hate the Patriots. You cannot be a Falcons fan and have all of these other characteristics at the same time. But there's no line on like where you would stop.
What if I'm a hate watcher of one thing but secretly like the other? This is so silly. Like, it doesn't mean anything.
Stop calling them a Falcons fan and start calling them a Patriots fan. There's no way to draw that line. You just know that somebody who has all of this Patriot stuff up and no Falcons stuff up, you would never call them a Falcons fan. It's the same for all conceptual ideas.
Why not? What if they just say, I'm a Falcons fan and I have this sarcastically? What, are you gonna tell them that they're wrong? Are you gonna tell them, no, you're not?
Is how we communicate them.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I get everything that you're saying. I just think that
You
it
don't.
needs to be different. Which, I
Okay.
I get it. I do understand everything you're saying, and in the scope of, like I said, not thinking about real world application, I do completely agree with you.
Well, so again, what is like a complication with the real world application? Like, I don't think I've gotten an answer for that yet.
So I think that we should just specify it should just be sex separatism instead of gender separatism. I think that because we have made
Sex separatism makes no sense and it excludes a lot of people. A lot of cis women would be excluded in your sex separatism.
That's
woman,
not an issue
we
with
have
application.
made woman gendered instead of sexed, and I think that that's a problem because we don't know what the fuck gender is. We know what female is, right? So
Do we? Do we now? What sex is a cis woman with XY chromosomes? Answer me this. Because a lot of TERFs said that it's just a woman and an exception. Oh, we're making exceptions now. Okay.
I think if we were going to make political definitions for something, then we should just get rid of the word woman entirely and just say female. If we were to say, instead of women being a protected sex class, it would just be that females are a protected sex class.
I agree with that. The problem with what you're saying,
that's
is that
stupid.
this is why I say we cannot abolish gender, is we would still recognize that pattern, and that pattern would still exist, and it would still need a label so that it could be communicated, and we would still call it something. So then woman would just move to be labeled something else, but would still mean the same thing. When I say that this is how,
Feminine.
yes,
just
that's
be
what I'm
feminine.
talking about. I'm talking about femininity, but
Well, that's just
Why
the
not say
person who
feminine
is-
instead of woman?
because there is a label for the person who has feminine characteristics, right?
Femme.
Feminine is like,
There's
yes,
a femme and mask. You can just say that instead of woman and man.
you could, but that is not the label for the person. That is a label for a characteristic.
I mean, okay, dyke for women would be masculine. Lipstick would be for feminine lesbian. No, it'd be
Sure,
yeah,
but
like
you're still communicating the
that's
same
the
thing,
word.
and that's my
Sure,
point, is
sure.
that you would still, in the end, have the same exact outcome. You would just have a
she's
different...
not smart at
in
all.
this reality, I will concede in that woman just means fucking nothing, fuck all nothing, and that we should just keep saying female and male then.
I think it's what we're communicating most of the time. I think sex is part of what we're communicating, but when you say it means nothing, to me, it is most of what we mean.
Sure.
We're just gonna ignore the whole bimodal distribution of biological traits. We're just gonna sidestep that whole thing completely, right?
I just don't like. Okay, like I understand the. But you realize that like most people don't have conversations this way.
Of course, but that's they.
Yeah, of course, because most people don't talk to you. Thank God.
Authorities within linguistics to give this to them. That's why they.
Sure, and if there was an authority,
That is why most people don't have conversations like this. Most people are smart enough not to talk to you.
if it changed in the Oxford Dictionary and someone said that woman meant feminine person, I'm sure most people would just move to female.
From what I understand, it currently does have feminine person as a definition, but let's see. But it has like 50 definitions now.
Yeah, the Oxford is an adult female.
What is a female?
Merriam-Webster is adult human female.
So I looked it up on
Define female. Go on. Define female.
Google. It's using the Oxford, one of the definitions.
I dare you to define female.
Is a person with the qualities traditionally associated with females. That is what I'm saying.
I don't even see that. But I believe you. But yeah, if that were to be the head definition, we would have a PSA, national PSA. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think it's the way that so many people conflate the two. Like when people say trans women are women, they're saying that they're equal to and the same thing as females. They're not saying trans women in a
What does that mean to be equal to? What does that even mean? That is such a bizarre statement that I would really like explained to me. What is there, a scale? Is there a hierarchy now? What does it mean to be equal to? Are infertile women equal to women that can have children? Are you saying they're not? What does that mean?
In a colloquial linguistic world, this is what is the most accurate. They're not saying that. They're saying it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I have.
What does that mean to be equal to?
As a radical feminist, as someone who wants to keep
You're not a radical feminist. You're a radical idiot.
protected as a sex class, is people don't care about the linguistic aspect. They care about the more tangible thing the thing that we believe as a woman, which is that whatever.
Yeah, but I think if we
as a woman, you believe that, whatever. Okay.
What it is that, so this is part of the issues is like with self-ID people, they're starting to confuse what it is that we're communicating. And I think TERFs also confuse what it is we're communicating. So if we started using female, if we said female, to communicate.
Oh yeah, the left does get confused about everything.
Sex, and we're saying like I'm talking about the sex characteristics. I want to help females. I want to help people. They're saying like with these chromosomes, these gametes. I meant to mention earlier. I don't mean to go so far back, but when you're talking about the differences in brains as adults, a lot of the time like that, you're right. It has a lot to do with socialization, but a lot of it also has to do with the fact that they went through puberty and their brain has had to adjust to either testosterone or estrogen. And so that makes like a massive difference. I think the reason that I still believe that we're born with either a feminine or a female brain or a masculine brain is because, or a male's brain, sorry, is because
equal means to be revered as woman and respected as such. Isn't that kind of sexist?
We don't understand the brain very well, and the only difference.
Wait, so if you believe in female and male brain, do you believe that a male can be born with a female brain?
I think that that's like generally what gender dysphoria is I think it's a biological thing.
What now?
There's no empirical data to suggest that this is true.
There's no empirical data to back up that anything is true as far as gender dysphoria goes.
Yeah, because it's not real.
Well,
but there's also in this, and I don't know if you're really big into philosophy. You seem to be more of a
oh my God, we're gonna get philosophy from Lav. Hold on to your butts, as President Sunday says, because we're about to get philosophized.
math sort of logic person, more so than like head in the clouds philosophy fagging, I guess. Oop, I just had a full slur. But okay, nice. If this is the philosophical question, or I guess the bigger question is if a female brain, well, first you would have to, even if it were true that there were male and
there are no male and female brains, that has been debunked. Okay, so that's not a thing. First of all, second of all, what matters most at the end of the day is identity. You can cope about it, you can sieve about it, but that is what most matters.
Female brains. You would have to prove and explain how a female brain got inside of a male body in a secular way, in a scientific way.
That's actually not so complicated.
And you can't. One, you can't. And two,
Yeah, you actually can. You could do it very easily. The only way you would struggle with this if you would be at the level of Lav.
there's a female brain inside of a male body. Why would you then not just call it a male brain if it is inside of a male body?
Because if it actually has to do with the way that you present yourself, then it would change. So you know that like when you were talking about like the way that we see adult brains, there's only like 5 to 6 different areas that we're looking at. And then those correlations are only up to about a 30% correlation on each one. And it's not even always the same, like 3 or 4 out of the 5 to 6 areas, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that somebody who has gender dysphoria, the studies show that they have the same correlation, but it's still a low correlation. And so it would only, because these parts of the brains, like the way that we can categorize them, end up on such a wide spectrum, it would be very, very rare to end up with those same spots in a different sex, but it happens. So that's why it's only like a 1% chance that somebody ends up with gender dysphoria.
Sure. In the book I read, which I think is called Gendered Brains, I don't know, it's
think
sitting
I've
on my
read Gendered
bookshelf.
Brains.
Yeah, they also talk about how the difference between male and female is also as different as the difference between a large male and a small male.
Mm-hmm.
So then would you say that there is a small male brain and a large male brain? And then would you say that someone could have a small male brain inside of a large male?
Well, we adjust for proportions. Same with women. So we would say that men have much bigger brains, but they don't really once we adjust for proportionality to their body size.
Okay, I'm gonna be back in a second, okay? I have to go to the toilet real quick. This is torture. I'm gonna be right back. Don't go away. I'm back. How do these people have viewers? I don't know. Have more than me, which is unfair, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So, it was good. You've missed it, but we will be releasing it as a video, so you know, it's okay. Also, I'll tell you that, yeah, my goodness. This is so bad.
So it's the same between a
Yeah,
large man.
the James Baldwin was very good.
And a small man. It would be the same thing. Once we adjust for proportionality, there's not that big of a difference.
Well, it's the same difference.
It is the same difference as far as size to the brain, but not as far as like the
No,
different
there-
parts
it's-
of the brain being different.
Sure, but there's only slight tweaks in an individual's brain. Like I think that you're
Extremely meaningless discussion about the brains, by the way.
explaining it as that most females have mostly different brains to males, and that's not true. Individually, brains are still very, very similar.
Yeah,
There's not like there's no.
I'm not
like,
saying that there's a big difference, but I am saying that like the dendritic cells or like the synaptogenesis would be different, and those things can change based on like
But that's still
socialization
person.
as
But
well.
yes, but that's still person to person. So even saying that there is
But
a
we
female or
recognize
male brain
patterns.
when they look so different, yes, but patterns is not what makes something so. So you could still, if something is a pattern, there is.
That's how we categorize things. It's based on a pattern.
No. So when you're saying that brains have it, so that doesn't make sense for.
Well, once again, Lab has defeated her own point. Because now tomfoolery could very well ask her, okay, Lab, explain to me what is a female. And she would say, a female is someone that produces eggs. And then tomfoolery could say, well, wait a minute. You just said that the pattern doesn't matter. And you just described a pattern. Whoops. Oh no. Lav has been undone by herself.
How you're describing a female brain being in a male body. At that point, it would just.
Lav has undone her own logic within 3 seconds. She actually doesn't need to debate anyone. She could just talk and she would sooner or later debunk herself.
Be a male brain with different distribution of mass.
Yeah. Okay. Again,
It would just be a more feminine distribution of mass, or a more. It would be maybe female-like if most females had this, which they don't.
Well, okay. So that is what I'm saying.
So if a female is unfertile, then she's just female-like, right? According to your logic, right?
Is that like the brains overall for like 90%?
It dropped the brains. That whole thing has been debunked.
Are the same, probably even higher than that. Like 95% of the brains are the same.
Yes.
But there's going to be the 5% that we're looking at for the difference. And within that 5%, that's where we can see. So like you said, like we can tell the difference between a male and a female brain like 80% of the time after they're dead. We can just go look and see their brain and tell if they were a male or a female.
But hold on. But that's usually because of size. That's almost 100%. That's almost 90% of the time because of size. That's not because of mass. That's not because of dark matter in the brain. That is because of size. That is because we know what male brain looks like inside of a
I'm sorry, dark matter in the brain?
skull.
I don't think that's true. I think that
It
it's
is
based
true.
on. I think it's based on construction and like what
You
like I
did
was talking
not
about. Like
read
dendritic.
gendered brains.
I read a lot of books on these things. So like, even like, do you know who Lou Ann Brizendine is?
Hold on, let me look up.
She wrote The Female Brain. Her book is very different from most everybody else's and is considered outdated at this point. So it's hard for me to like remember which book said what about which brain. But after I read, so it's mostly about like the changes to the brain once estrogen starts going into your brain. It talks about the differences from birth all the way up and how we can see these differences. It takes into account socialization. I'm trying to reach out to her to see if she'll come on to talk to her about some of these things. But anytime I read a book, the first thing I do is once I finish, go look for the criticisms of the book to kind of just block out everything that is considered outdated or wrong.
Okay, so you would say even in a male body. Like, what happens if this person has a female brain and is just gay? Or is like a straight guy and has like a female brain? Like, even if I'm giving merit to the fact that there is a female brain and it is in a male body.
Hey, that's not a thing. Okay.
Why would you then not just call it a male brain and say it's slightly different? I don't understand that.
As an aspiring astrophysicist, this is insultingly dumb. Well, you know, I'm suffering through this for you. So consider throwing a donation my way to make it, to make the pain go away.
Again, that is how we categorize things, is based on the patterns, that how something ends up in one category versus another.
No.
Yeah, dark matter in the brain. Hello, good for Gabby.
No. We actually would not. No, we would, because then you would have to explain how a female brain got into a male body. You cannot just jump without that. You cannot jump from female brain into a male body.
Okay. I get it. When we say a female brain in a male body, that is what we're saying. We're saying it's a male's brain that happens to act like a female's brain. That is what we're saying. Yes.
Okay, so it's not actually a female brain. You're saying a woman.
You
And you're
don't think it got
linguistically, you'd be
transplanted
saying
or
a
anything.
woman brain.
Yes, we're saying something that is more like a woman's brain than a man's brain.
Okay, so you wouldn't even be saying female brain because
Well,
it's not female.
I'm saying that it correlates with sex, and so it would be a female brain, but yeah, sure.
Both of them are wrong on this, of course.
Correlates with, but it cannot be female if it is inside of a male.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. This is what people are saying. I'm blown away that that's what you think people are saying. But yes, what you're saying is what they're saying. When they say a female brain inside of a male body, they are saying it is a male's brain that just happens to act like a female brain. How we categorize things is based on the pattern. So if the pattern...
This is actually really stupid.
Matches what we would call...
Because by that logic, a cis woman with XY chromosomes is just a male whose body just happens to act like a female's. And yet TERFs would say that that's a female. So there we go. There we have it.
Female brain. We just call it a female brain. Obviously,
it all falls apart. And also male and female brain has been debunked.
Belongs to a male, and it's in a male body, so it is a male brain. It just happens to follow the pattern of a female. What else would we possibly mean besides that? Like that somebody transplanted a brain, or what?
Yes, that is having a female. Or what you are saying, what you are saying right now is that it's a woman brain. By your definition, it is a woman brain. It has feminine attributes as according to female.
As I explained, I think that the womanhood comes from your brain. Your femininity and masculinity are biological things that we can just see
No. Because what is masculine and feminine change over time, so that makes no sense.
Personality traits and things like that, interests and that sort of
so
stuff.
Why is this a
interests also change over time?
Female brain and not a woman brain then?
It's both. It's biological. We're saying that it
inside of a man, it could only be a woman brain. It cannot be a female brain.
Yeah. So if somebody had produced small gametes in a male body, we would say that they have female gametes. Not that they're not. So it's the same thing. It is just that they match the pattern of what we would call it female gametes, right?
What?
What?
If a person can produce the larger sex gamete,
yeah, this is a far out there hypothetical where they have a penis, they have the same chromosomes, they have everything else, but they have they produce small gametes. We would say that they have female gametes, right?
Wait, what? Hold on.
Lav's mind is blown because once again, I would like to remind you, Lav is stupid.
Don't know what the.
Just a quick reminder.
I'm. What part are you confused about here?
You said smaller gamete, and it's throwing me off. You said it's smaller and female. So females have a larger gamete. I'm confused.
Oh, okay, sorry, I did say that. Okay,
they're both
if they
stupid.
have a larger gamete, then we would say that they have a female gamete.
Yes.
And so so that's what I'm saying is that they could have all the male chromosomes, a penis, all of those things, but if they produce the larger gametes, then we would just say they have female gametes. Not because it's in a female body, it's still in a male's body. It just matches the pattern of what we would call female gametes.
If you are,
that's not how scientists talk about those things at all. By the way,
of the nature and capable of having a female gamete.
Again, this is an extreme hypothetical.
Also, it's not an out there example. Don't you remember that example of a man that had kids and grandkids, and they found a workable womb inside of him when he was really old. Did we forget about that age-old example?
Of course. But
It's called being intersex. Avatar mouth is bugged. One moment. We're gonna debug it. All right, debugged.
The same chromosomes as a male.
You
they
can
have
be a penis and still be a female. You can have a
You
penis.
can be a
and still
penis
female.
and
You can
be
be
a
a
female?
penis. You can have a penis and
What?
still be a female. There are intersex
Mind blown.
conditions in which you are still female.
Yeah,
and
sure,
have
sure.
something that resembles male genitals.
Not resembles, have them. You can't weasel yourself out of this. It doesn't resemble them. You have them.
Okay, so what would you say if they had just like the Y chromosome, but created the larger gametes? What would you say they are?
If you can produce an egg, you are a female.
Okay, so they have everything else male, but they produce an egg. They're a female.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, different people define male and female.
So this is stupid for a few reasons. All of her arguments about women being uncomfortable around men, quote unquote, in the bathroom and changing rooms, it's thrown out the window the moment when she says that a person that has a penis and everything but creates a large gamete is a female. Because once again, Lav is an expert at debunking herself.
Differently. Some are based on genitalia, some are based on chromosomes, some are based on gametes, which is why this
I'm
gets
pretty sure if
confusing, so.
the scientific definition of female is not
Scientific definition. Love is so stupid because the scientific definition of sex is bimodal distribution of traits. So, by definition, a single trait cannot define the sex. Because what if a cis woman is missing that trait?
yeah, denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce eggs.
Mhm.
So that has nothing to do,
But that would still
distinguished
correlate with the
biologically by the
chromosomes as
production of
well.
gametes ova that can be fertilized by male gametes.
Yeah, but
So
those
that
all-
would still
those
be
all-
a
So basically, a lot of cis women are excluded out of this.
female, even
Those
if
all align with
even
the
if you
other things
look
that we're
even if
talking
you look
about.
like a boy completely, if you have ova. you
Okay,
are
fair enough. Just take what
scientifically.
I'm saying in a
So
scientific.
everyone else, I'm just saying that everyone else's definition is wrong. And when you hear someone trying to say that it's a bunch of different things, it's not. The chromosomes matching with the secondary sex characteristics, all of that shit doesn't fucking matter. It's whether or not you have ova or sperm. That was it. That's the scientific definition of sex.
So all of your arguments about bathrooms, sex segregation is meaningless. It's a bunch of nonsense.
Okay. Sure. Like the
You're an idiot.
is because in conversations about like trans people, they start to get caught in these gotchas about like, well, what if they can't produce eggs? Are they no longer a female? And like,
I love arguing that because those people are fucking retarded. If there's
Oh. Pot meat kettle.
there's a woman who can produce, there's no male in the world who can produce ova. There's not one male in the world who can produce ova.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Oh my gosh, that's a lie. Because, once again, women with XY chromosomes are born male, but they do not tolerate testosterone, which is why they produce ova, because their bodies developed like a female's, but they are still classified as male. Sorry to say. So what now? You're just an idiot. And second of all, you've defeated your whole argumentation that you keep making on Twitter. Because if you have a person with a man's body that just produces ova, then what? Suddenly women are comfortable around that person in the changing room? That changes everything? And that person should be changing in the woman's room now? Amazing argumentation.
Cannot produce ova is because she has a female related disorder or illness, in which if that had a cure, she would.
A woman with XY chromosomes does not have a female related disorder. If there was a cure administered to the not accepting testosterone, they would grow up as men. So your argument falls flat on its face because some XY chromosome women can't even give birth.
Would still be able to. She still.
And I have given this example to a lot of TERFs, and the best they could come up with is, that's just, that's just, and that's an exemption. Oh, okay, I see.
Capable of.
Sure. I don't
A
think that changes it,
a
though.
male would never be capable of that. So
And yet,
yes, even a woman who you can still produce ova even if you don't produce ova.
There we go. We're gonna read about it. There's a whole article on this. Because people like Lav are not very smart. More women than expected are genetically men. Sex chromosomes usually determine whether you're female or male. Women are XX, men are XY. However, genetically, a few women are actually men. They grow up as women with a woman's body, and most only discover well into puberty that they are different. Danish researchers map for the first time how many women are genetically men. The proportion was higher than expected. Girls born with XY chromosomes are genetically boys, but for a variety of reasons, mutations in genes that determine sex development, the male characteristics are never expressed. They live their lives as girls and then women, and if you can even give birth. Our research, which is the first nationwide survey in the world, shows that this group is up to 50% larger than previously assumed. So no, it is not a female-related thing. If there was a quote-unquote cure, then would be males, quote-unquote. So, once again, Lav is illiterate on this. And apparently so is tomfoolery.
Man cannot produce ova and won't.
Okay. Cure, yeah. Well, we've just looked at an example, so.
Yes, but just a minute ago you were saying that a female is one who produces eggs, and so that's
Yes.
like yes, but if they don't produce eggs, that would
They
mean
are
that
still
they're no longer.
capable, even if they
They're
don't.
apparently not.
No, they are still capable. They are still of the nature too. If they're
Oh, the beauties of biological essentialism. Oh, beauties of brain rot.
female reproductive system that was that had
I understand what
that
you're
was
saying.
disordered was cured, they would still be capable of it.
I
A
understand.
In my example, if the quote-unquote disorder was cured, instead of developing as a female, they would develop as a male. Whoops. Oh no. What happened? It looks to me like your entire argument has fallen flat on its face.
man is
I
not
do.
capable.
I understand what you're saying, but that just means that you're inconsistent on your definition.
That's
all
not
that means.
inconsistent.
That is inconsistent.
No, it's not capable of or denoting the sex that can.
But if they
denoting the sex that
don't, they're
can.
not capable of doing
They
it.
still can though,
How can they?
because they are of the nature to.
Of the nature to whatever that means. Of the nature to.
This if the disorder
Oh. Also what you're saying, Lav, is that they have a female soul. Okay. They have a female soul. Okay.
disorder was if you could cure the
They're of the nature.
disorder, in which a lot of cases you can. with
So
endometriosis.
you realize that like this is like if somebody said like, oh, Tom can dunk, and I like run over and I miss the basket by a mile because I can't jump that high, and they're like, well, no, it's okay because he can dunk, he just doesn't. He's not able.
No,
he's not
that's not the
capable
same thing.
of
No,
jumping
that's
high
capable-
enough, but
capable-
he can dunk.
No, that's not the same thing. He can. That's not the same thing. I'm saying if you are a human, you
Mm-hmm.
should have two arms. This is I hate that I'm having to do the Matt Walsh thing. I want him dead. You
You're basically him.
have two arms. Every
Yeah.
human has two arms. If you do not have, if one of them gets cut off in an accident, or you even have a genetic abnormality, you are still supposed to, or not supposed to, but of the nature.
That is what you're saying. You're saying you
Of the
ought to
nature.
have this thing, and therefore what follows is that they would create eggs, and so they ought to create.
It's called biological essentialism. And it's not very smart.
Eggs, then they would be a woman.
No,
Yes.
I'm saying that capability.
But if they don't do it, they're not capable.
That's not true. They just
Oh
don't.
yes, it is. Whoops.
If you're talking about capability, there's a capable that is tangible in the now, and there's a capable that is a truth, that is a biological reality.
This is just cope. This is pure cope.
No, you like
True. That is pure cope. I have to agree with tomfoolery here. That is cope. I have to agree here. He is right. Because you could use that same logic and say, well then, a trans woman also has that capability, because if you successfully transplant a womb, then a trans woman will be able to do all the things that a cis woman does.
I don't
It is
understand this
pure-
for some reason.
I
and it's
understand
like
what you're
crazy.
saying, but it means that you're just inconsistent on your definition. That's all
That's
that means.
not
True. Well, now she's not laughing anymore.
inconsistent. Can is two different things. Being of the nature to is
Being of the nature to having the female soul.
can, and can being not doing it right now are different.
Okay, so how
Both can be
they
true
if
in
they're not-
linguistics.
Well, if they're capable of doing it, then why aren't they doing it?
Because they have a condition that affects their doing it in the now.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna return once again into the XY chromosome women example. Because that defeats her whole argument. It blows it out of the water.
So a male just has a condition where he's not capable of doing it in the now.
No, he doesn't. They do not have conditions. They are not of the nature to create eggs.
Of the nature.
Okay.
Wait, why are you acting like you got a gotcha on me?
I'm
when there's,
not.
like-
I don't want to get the gotcha. Is the point? I don't even because.
But you are wrong.
By definition, you are
No
inconsistent.
male.
You are
no
saying,
male is capable
Mhm.
of having of creating ova.
Women with XY chromosomes.
Yes.
No male is capable.
We've read the article.
Why is that?
We've read the article.
It doesn't matter because when you say this is what I base my definition on.
Women being capable
Mhm.
and doing it are different, especially when you make the distinction between two sex classes. And
But once again, because Lava is just really stupid, she doesn't understand this.
one will never be able to, and one can.
Girls born with XY chromosomes are genetically boys, but for a variety of reasons, mutations in genes that determine sexual development, the male characteristics are never expressed. They live their lives as girls and then women, and a few of them can even give birth. Well, well.
New news.
Well.
But is there like a surgery that you can get to fix that, or?
Yes.
Okay, and then once they fix it, then they would be capable of doing it.
Yes.
Okay.
They are still capable even without the surgery. It is just, are they capable in the moment? In the now? They are still capable. They're still of the nature to.
So basically, when your arm gets blown off, let's say a mine detonates and your arm gets blown off, you're still capable of having the arm because you're of the nature of having the arm.
Okay.
I feel like you're not getting it.
I get it.
I get it. It's just stupid.
Linguistically, if you study linguistics, you should know that capable can mean many different things. It can mean of the.
I do get it. I unfortunately do get it.
Nature to, and it can mean in the moment, capable of doing it right now. You are capable of running, even if you have one leg. You are capable. You are of the nature to. You are not capable of flying because you are not of the nature to fly.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you have the other necessities to be capable of doing it. That is like you're saying that like you have the other things that make you to where you could be capable of doing it.
And yet, the example that we just looked at blows this whole thing out of the water.
Right?
You have the necessary material.
Yes, I understand. Again, I'm
and
not
every woman have the necessary.
You are the one
material.
who keeps pushing this now.
And yet, apparently, some males do as well. Who knew?
I'm saying, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. I understand what it is that you're communicating.
Okay.
All right. Was there? I think we went over everything. I appreciate you doing the camp. That was.
Yeah.
Was it rough?
That was
no,
pain.
I'm feeling better after taking my my medication.
That was
I
pain.
don't feel my hands as much anymore, but I was scared. I was scared I was gonna be wincing in pain, so that I wouldn't be ready. I was gonna just take it from bed, but I'm glad that I didn't. This looks more professional.
Cool. Yeah.
And I had more props. I had something I used as a gun.
You're sticking a lighter at me the entire time. That was a threat.
I was able to be more threatening this way, so that's a plus. But yeah, I'm so sorry for flaking so many times. I'm very finicky with my health issues. It's not you. It's me.
Well, I started to wonder if it was me because there was a panel that we were supposed to be on together,
Yes.
and as soon as they signed me on, then you canceled like 3 times, and I was like, I don't know what it is.
He reminded me about that today. It literally had nothing to do with you. I was literally, you can ask anyone else. I'm just really hard to reach.
Amazing.
I'm just really hard to get. But
I understand. Yeah, I have a lot of health issues as well, so I get it.
That's why we're online. That's why we're online losers.
You are losers. That is correct.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Later.
All right. Talk to you later.
Amazing. So, if you've enjoyed this, please like, ring the bell, share, subscribe, leave a comment because my videos don't have enough comments. And please consider supporting this channel in any way you can. Please support rewarding me for going through this painful experience. Also, #Destiny. I have no idea why. No clue why. Alright. So I'm gonna send this to some new static. I've changed the KEK to the KEKD because people have asked. So I have changed that. How are we after this little bit of a segment? How are we feeling? I think we might need to postpone the Dylan interview for the next stream. We've actually done a lot. We've done a lot. We have done a lovely segment. We have beaten Resident Evil 1 completely. And we have went through the pain of a lav debate. How are we feeling right now? How is everyone? We can do one last thing before we finish the stream. And that is, I can show you the best game. We Are Survivors. True. Like Kaiji. I can play a game of Go. Right? You can play a game of Go together. Let me see if we have gained any Patreons. Have we gained any Patreons? I've actually lost a Patreon. Which is always painful. We're looking for a game. Is no one playing at this time? I want to play a fast game and then we're gonna call it. So we have had a long stream. 8 hours. Eight hours of streaming.
Game started.
There we go. The game has started. Mute. Okay. I might as well unmute it. I'm gonna explain what I'm doing while I play. So I've taken the corner, which is the standard thing to do. We're just playing normally, second corner. The opponent just probably gonna, yeah. So the normal thing is just to finish the formation here. We are basically building some influence around. What seems like the opponent is basically just copying what I'm doing. Which just means that I'm at the advantage because I'm black. And black has the first move. That is not such a great move what the opponent has done, so just play it like this. Here we go. What now? Oh. Okay. So what now? Cramped. So cramped. What a bad position to be in. To be so cramped. I'm not sure what the white is trying to achieve here. So what now? What now? I'm attacking these stones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I guess I've got more. I'm at an advantage. That was not a good move. That was not good. Well, now you're under attack. Now you're just under attack. You're still under attack. You're still very much under attack. It's true. Although I made I may end up losing it. Who knows? Whenever I get arrogant, I just lose. I seem to be doing okay, pretty okay right now. We're playing a lovely game. Are we gonna win or are we gonna lose? Who knows? We're having fun, so it's okay. Doesn't really matter. As long as we have fun in the sun. I live. Whoopsie daisy. All right. Person is alive. What a messy game. What a messy game. All right, we're doing great. That's right, like the stream. That's right. That's right. Very nice. For me. This looks okay for me. I'm not worried about this outcome. All right, let's go. Let's go. Wait. President Sunday might debate Lav? Excuse me? Well, this won't be a thing to behold, because that'll be a massacre. It says potential in the feed. They might just have a debate. I want to see that debate. I want to see the debate of President Sunday versus Lav. I want to see that debate. Now AI is actually pretty good at playing this game. The deep learn that is that is sort of like two AIs working together. You know? Those are like two AIs working together. And the AI has beaten world champion in this game. Nobody thinks that I deserve anything for my suffering. How beautiful. Wow. This is what you want to do. Thank you. Thank you. Hmm. Uh-oh. Yeah, I will see you. I will probably finish after this game. Yeah. This group is still in danger, by the way. I'm just saying, this group is still under attack. Oh, that's not a good move. Is it? It's not a good move, is it? It does nothing. It does nothing. Oh. Now you're gonna observe something really funny. What a race. Oh my gosh. All or nothing. It's an all or nothing game. What a game. That's gonna be a long thing. Wow. Who's gonna win? This person or me? Me or this person? Yeah. So
You have won.
Oh snap! I won. Oh snap! Oh snap! 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 Well. Here we go. Easy. So, thank you for coming to today's stream. I hope you will consider donating, becoming a Patreon, and all that good jazz. I think this victory has earned me something. Some sort of a reward. But it's okay. I thank you all for coming. If any of you have missed the segment that we have just done, then we are going to upload the first debate as a video. So thank you once again for being here. And I'll see you next time. We'll have to postpone the Dylan Burns interview for next time. But we will do it. And it'll be glorious. Okay? So, see you